There is no need to go out on weekdays. Just practice with peace of mind. There's my token. No one in the sect dares to embarrass you. Du Fu said that this is very good. I also passed the elder examination before. After that, the two planned to return to the sect together. Hanju patted Du Fu's predecessor with relief. Don't worry. Suki followed Luo Chioma. Maybe who's unlucky first. Back in the city, Du Fu reminded Hanju. The power of the demon Dao Martial Venerable has been revived. The world is about to be in chaos. The Yuqing Holy Sect had better prepare early. Han Dao had the idea of being born. The old man can have a helping hand in all ways. Jump out of this world together. Hanju thanked for his excessive bitter kindness. The strife in the fairy world is even worse than in the mortal world. If someone in Han doesn't have the ability to protect himself, it will never soar rashly. Du Fu smiled and shook his head. It seems that this Han Daoyu has a long life. Cultivating immortals really still depends on talent. Then again, who are the demon Dao martial venerables that the predecessors were referring to just now? Du Fu said that this Wuzuan is Luo Chio demon, white-haired witch, greedy Arhat, blood demon ancestor, and the demon lord. Then these 5 people are all suitable for cultivation. Into or half of the whole. Then we are on the right path. Is there no power that can compete with it? There is a way. But they are all close to life, and they don't want to be born to make enemies. While speaking, the 2 of them have returned to the sect. Hanju raised his head, said seriously, since Dao Yu has told me so much, then I'll tell you one thing too, and now there is only Changjiao. The things of the way. Dooku looked puzzled. Han Daoyu might as well bluntly say that the demon emperor has been resurrected. The seniors thought it would have something to do with this demon Dao martial venerable. As soon as this statement came out, Dooku's face changed greatly, and the demon emperor was resurrected. Oops, in the meantime, the head also learned. The sect came from the elder of Du Jiajin's living room. He immediately commanded to go down. Hurry up and prepare the mansion cave to meet. On the other side of the sea of clouds, a black cloud galloped by. There are 2 ways of doing business in the clouds. One of them is Suki's senior. Where the hell are we going? Suki asked. Since following Luo Ball Demon, they have been on the move. It is often subject to natural disasters. It will also stray into the realm of antiquity. It can be described as miserable. Is what you said about the big chance true or not? Suchi asked impatiently. Luo Chio Demon said coldly. Keep asking if you're finished. If it weren't for this, we'd be there long ago. You're a scourge. Luo Chio Demon Suki and the 2 met with the Demon Emperor, who knew that the Demon Emperor wanted to kill Hanju. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send it to the next free little flower? Can't wait to see the follow-up plot. You can go to the comment area to take a look. The book is picked up again. Luo Chioma took Suki all the way, but the journey has not been smooth. Luo Chioma always said that Suki must be a disaster. But Suki was not convinced by this statement. Say I'm a scourge. Then why is it you who are unlucky every time? It doesn't matter if you cultivate to be strong. I can't stand this little body. Speaking of Luo Ball Demon along the way, in Suki's bad luck and Hanju, under the double blessing of the curse, it was indeed extremely unlucky. Every once in a while, it suffers from a natural felling. Encounter a tornado in the sky. It was bitten by a shark. Enter the ancient secret realm of the Legends collection. Not only did I not get any chance, and because of the name of the ancient power, almost wiped out, although Suki also suffered. But all the injuries were crab skin injuries. Luo Ball Demon puts it all down to Suki. It must have been an unlucky rush. But Suki doesn't think so. After all, he used to be able to turn evil into good fortune. In this way, the 2 stumbled along the way. It's finally almost there. Luo Chioma pointed ahead. A place of dark clouds and thunderstorms. We're almost there. The person I'm taking you to meet is the Demon Emperor. Suki asked when she first heard the name. What is the relationship between this Demon Emperor and the Demon Lord? Is it a senior brother? Luo Qiu demon said that he just belonged to the same demon path. It doesn't really matter. Then which of the two is stronger? Luo Ball demon didn't know this either. It's just that the demon emperor debuted earlier. The achievements in the demons are even higher. Luo Ball demon warns Suki. Don't talk so much when you get to the place. Everything depends on his countenance. At this time, it was in a dilapidated palace hall. Next to a dragon chair lies the Chaos Tengu. Chaos Tengu's neck, wearing a black collar, makes him more like a dog who cares for the home. The dog stared numbly ahead. It's like losing a soul. Finally back. You know how prosperous my dynasty was. Jinai said to himself. The Chaos Tengu didn't answer. He was used to talking to himself. In his opinion, Jinai he is definitely a madman. The more Jinai he spoke, the more excited he became. This is the case. He wanted to recite a poem without 100 generations, and the fluid was normal. Whispering, swallow all directions and die immortal gate. Repeatedly supreme and 6, he straight knocked and whipped the world. Shocking. It's not done yet. I only heard the sound of footsteps, and the kidneys were good. The merits of the demon emperor should be passed down through the ages. I saw 2 figures walking into the store. The demon emperor coldly asked who it was. The dog also got a crisp mouthful. I'm still going to shoot crazy guys. Your Majesty the demon emperor. In Shalua, the demon learned that his majesty had awakened. Special potentiaries. Luo Chioamo hugged his fist and was filial. Jinai won him expressionlessly. You arranged for someone to summon me. Tell me what reward you want. Luo Chio demon filial piety. If your majesty can rule the world again. That's what I want most. What do you mean by that? In the next day, if he ascends, it must be to join the demon lord of the upper realm. This is the task that the demon has escaped from us in his dream. It's a sight to behold. If the upper realm demon is just ascending to the upper realm demon, the public is willing to take the lead. If your majesty could regain the supreme throne, the demon gong will definitely be in the ascension tribulation. We can help. Hearing this, Jinai he was very pleased. Hurry up and let Maharok ask. At this time, Jinai he frowned slightly at Su Chi. He asked who it was. At this time, the Chaos Tengu also saw Suki. Golden and cloth dog's mouth. Isn't this the master's apprentice? Luo Chio demon introduced that this is the closed disciple of the demon lord. The demon lord was busy cultivating. Let him come and work for you. I am not happy to break the position. Let a disciple come and serve. That's how the demon lord behaved. Luo Chio demon explained that the demon lord had always been a loner. Withdrawn. It's better if you don't kill him again. Sending a disciple over is to show attitude. It can help us integrate the magic path faster. The dog kept giving Suki a look. Suki didn't recognize him at all. I just think this dog is so ugly. Only then did the dog remember the last time they were separated. He's just a puppy. Luo Ball demon winked at Suki. That's what I'm talking about by chance. You don't hurry up and pack your bags. Su Chi had no choice but to visit Modi every year. However, Su Chi worshipped him like this. I felt a chill in my back. He only said to Suki to the Chaos Tengu next to him. From now on, you're in charge of helping me raise the dogs. Xiao Si Suchi, who was reduced to a dog, was naturally unconvinced. But he can only dare to be angry and dare not speak. The Chaos Tengu was secretly happy. Could it be that Suki was arranged by his master to save him? That's fine. At least you're surrounded by your own people. I'll find a chance to tell him who I am later. I want you to do me a favor. Jinai he stared at Luo Chio demon and said indifferently. What is the matter of going to Dian? Find a sect named Yuqing sect. Kill a man named Hanju. As soon as this statement came out, Chaos Tengu Suki was all moved. Luo Chioma was stunned. It's Yuqing sect again. How could the demon emperor also want to deal with Yuqing? Zong Luo Ball demon smiled helplessly. You're really welcome. Not long after we met, I ordered people to do things. Jinai he means that the posture is large. I also hope that Iching will leave as soon as possible. Don't delay the hour. I'll go when I'm free. Luo Chioma was imprinted on his mouth, but he didn't take it to heart. The geese are too far away. He didn't bother to go. Besides, the demon lord has already taken over the matter. He couldn't go again. For Jinaiha's instructions. Luo Chioma felt a sigh of relief. As soon as we met, they told me to do things. When I said I would like to serve you, I was polite. You toolman still dare to put up a fight with me. But the one named Hanju is modified. What did he do to Jinaiha? Actually made Jinai want to kill him. It hasn't been long since Jinai he came back. Luo Ball Demon became interested in Hanju. At this time, Hanju on the other side was drinking milk tea. While looking at the disciples and grandchildren, Murong Chi broke through to Yuan Ingjin. I've always wanted to try it with Black Yuji. Yang Tiandong also got up. Black JG relied on her cultivation to be high. Often bullied Yang Tiandong them. But Ji Ye's seniority is high. None of them dared to complain. That's when it happened. Hanju received the system mentions. One of the 5 deities of the 4-layer demon path of the Luo Ball Demon Desheng path. Because he was dissatisfied with Kenai and did not give himself face. So I'm interested in Kenai, and you who want to kill. The current friendship rating is 1 star. Hanju greeted with a look on his face. What the hell is this? I curse you every day and make a whole feeling. The master and apprentice of the immortal mountain, who cultivated hard, were distressed by the improvement of their cultivation. Zhou Fan, who was wandering overseas, was killed by his good brother. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen of Douyin, can you send a free little flower to like? If you can't wait, you can go to the comment area to take a look. The book is picked up again. Luo Chou Demon hated the Demon Emperor Jinai. But Hanju, who wanted to kill the Demon Emperor. Favorability was generated. Hanju was amused. Could it be that the Demon Dao Wuzuan and Jinai? And Demon Inner Fire. He immediately took out the Book of Bad Luck. I want to continue to engage in the mentality of Luo Chou Demon. Maybe the grumpy Luo Ball Demon will tear his face with the Demon Emperor because of this. This time, find Chang'an to discover. Fang Liang's cultivation is stuck on the 9th floor of the Zhujijing. It seems that the qualifications have come to an end. Couldn't have gone any further. In fact, the speed of Fang Liang's advancement is compared with the outside world. It's already fast. But this is a mountain of penance and immortality. The aura is incomparably rich. It does seem to be a bit slower. Sun Chang'an wanted Hanju to help find the reason. Fang Liang couldn't be improved because of his cultivation. This time, the whole person has already suffered from rebellion. Hanju naturally knew the reason. But he wants to make Fang Liang feel like an ordinary person. He said there was no problem. It's just that the qualifications are too poor. You need to practice penance. Sun Chang'an was a little puzzled. It really just needs to be hard work. Hanju replied, I have cultivated hard to become an immortal mountain. When have you ever raised an idler? I'm bullish on him. Listen to these words. Desolation was a little ashamed in his heart. It's really compared to the uncles. He's good for nothing now. The uncles have already exhausted the demon favor of the ancestors. Cultivation is even higher. I really envy them. I learned so much from my master. Meanwhile, outside the main hall of the Yuqing sect, Juding real people are also looking at the fighting methods in the sky. Such a scenario. It doesn't have much of an impact now. The Yuqing holy sect's Yuan Ingjin modification is becoming more and more. Yuan Ingjin is no longer the first-class level of the Yuqing holy sect. And because of that, because Li Qingzi, who is in charge of the sect, is not highly cultivated. Many of the elders in the sect who had high cultivation levels floated. The treatment of sect affairs is becoming more and more lax. This made Joding real people faintly feel uneasy. He reprimanded the elders for not returning to each of you to do his duty. Hugh has to waste cultivation resources by doing nothing all day long. It is obvious that he is more suitable to be a head coach than Li Qingzi. In addition, Juding Zhenren is honored and needs to enter the 9th floor. The cultivation is already very clear from the merge realm. There were very few people in the holy sect who were stronger than him. The elders did not dare to arrest him in the face of him. Jiuding Zhanren looked at the fat Kuan of the heavenly fighting method. I can't help but admire. Even the cultivation of the god of war Elder Fei Kuan can be level with themselves. The momentum of advancement must be hurried. After all, the demon cult is already ready to move. At this time, outside of the ancient adversity overseas, the fierce battle has just ended. Xianshi and Zhou Fan finally killed the enemy. All these years, Zhou Fan took revenge in order to rescue Mo, who was trapped in adversity. He always refused to leave with Master Xianshi. He firmly believes that his good brother is not dead. After each enemy was cleared, he continued to dig the ruins. Master Xianshi persuaded him. This season is closed from the inside. Those under the shortcut cannot be opened from the outside. But Zhou Fan couldn't listen at all. Over the years, it repeats itself day after day. Zhou Fan said that even if it was a corpse, he also wants to bring Mo's revenge back. The Xianshi is to give him a deadline of the last few days. I can't fight those 3 sects anymore. Maybe it's Zhou Fan's sincerity. Soon after, it really made him find the entrance mechanism. With the activation of the mechanism, Zhou Fan, the whole person was shocked out by the powerful force. The supervisor didn't expect it either. With Zhou Fan's cultivation, he was able to open the mechanism. I saw a huge energy rushing up into the sky. But it's not the powerful, ominous force that it used to be. As the energy dissipates, a slab reappeared in front of the two. Zhou Fan couldn't wait to break in. Was stopped behind by Xianshi. He vaguely felt that the ruins were very strange. The ruins are crumbling along the way. The two walked very carefully, patrolled to the depths of a slab. The two of them finally felt the breath of the living. Sure enough, it was Mo Revenge. He's alive. I saw Mo Revenge sitting on the stone steps. The ground was covered in blood. I don't know what he went through. Zhou Fan couldn't wait to jump to Mo Revenge's side, calling for his good brother. I don't know that Mo Revenge slowly raised his head. There was a terrifying, murderous aura in his eyes. Mo Revenge didn't say a word and slowly got up. Xianshi. I didn't notice the trace of the demonic aura before. Zhou Fan happily followed his good brother. Speaking of the battles of the past few years, I didn't notice the strangeness of Mo's revenge at all. That's when it happened. Just listen to a scolding. Don't take revenge. A hand was inserted into Zhou Fan's chest. At first, it was too late to stop it. Mo Vengeance grabbed Zhou Fan's shoulder with his other hand. Pull hard. Pulled Zhou Fan's heart out alive. Mo Revenge looked at Zhou Fan's beating heart indifferently, as if it was not a brother but an enemy in front of him. Zhou Fan is dead. Xianshi is desperate to kill Xiang and take revenge. That's the end for now. Han Ju on the other side also began to fight. The one who fights with him is his eldest wife, the Demon King. Han Ju tried his best to parry, and it was difficult to parry. The Xianqin army is simply a bandit and suffocating. Repeated defeats and battles. Han Ju reluctantly battled. The time lasted until 2.5 minutes. In order to reduce the difficulty, Han Ju's General Xianqin's battle level, set in large, long diameters. The third floor has no chance of winning. It seems that there is a high probability that the person who encounters the motorcycle now will die. After Han Ju arrived at the third floor of the ferry shortcut, repair improvement is significantly slower, but it made him distressed. That's when it happened. Han Ju received a system prompt. Your apprentice Suki spreads bad luck. Luo Chioma reduced his life expectancy by 1,000 years. The effect will last. Your god pet, the Chaos Tengu, has been attacked by a demon cultivator. Your Taoist brigade Xinghangshan was attacked by the Righteous Path. Your Dao Lu Xianqin army left the world. Your journey to the Tao has happened to be a chance. It is pointed to the gate by the power of the groom. Your Taoist friend Gold, attacked by Mathu. Your friend Don't Take Revenge, turned into a true demon due to an ominous force. Your friend Zhou Fan, attacked by your friend Mo for revenge. The flesh is torn apart, and the soul is torn apart. Luckily, your friend Xianxue rescued me. Your friend Xianxue. Attacked by your friend Imo for revenge. Dao horizontal attenuation. What Zhou Fan died again? There are demon cultivators everywhere. The world is really going to be in chaos. Penance is fruitless, and Fang Liang can't stop the chicken. Returning behind closed doors. Han Ju wished him to change his life against the sky. Don't take away your top luck. Don't dare to ask for small flowers. Can you give me a thumbs up? The book is picked up again. Han Ju in order to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. In one breath, he was in retreat for another 3 years. The first thing out of customs. Han Ju thought about going to see his master and senior sister. By the way, upgrade their sky golem. I don't know at this time. Looking for Chang'an, he came to Han Ju in a panic. Master, you can be regarded as out of customs. Looking for Chang'an has always been steady. Han Ju asked him what was wrong. Sun Chang'an said that it was Fang Liang's kid. You've been in retreat for 3 years. The repair of the square beam has been stuck on the 9th floor of the machine diameter. Even if you stack it with pills, you can't improve it. Master, you said it 3 years ago. All he had to do was work hard. But now his qualifications seem to have really come to an end. Only then did Han Ju remember the reason why Fang Liang couldn't advance. Maybe it has something to do with his gentleman. The so-called Jindan Qi soared into the sky. It's not that simple. That's when it happened. Han Ju taught Fang Liang to enter the Xiantian cave mansion. Fang Liang was very nervous. Could it be that the ancestor wanted to expel him from the sect? Ordinarian said for him, let your ancestor personally take action. It shouldn't be a big problem. Han Ju arranged to find Chang'an. Go to Changyuer and Shishuan Fairy Cave Mansion. Get 2 of them. By the way, bring a puppet from the sky. Watching Fang Liang follow Han Ju into the Xiantian cave mansion. Kuan said with a sad face. You're not badly talented. It's a pity that this Liang boy's cultivation is over. Things on the path of practice. The host never interfered too much. Presumably, I can't help Fang Liang this time. Instead of letting him continue to do penance in the mountains. It's not like you're going down the mountain to be a rich man for 100 years. Listen to Kuan say this. Looking for Chang'an is naturally unhappy. After all, Fang Liang was his apprentice. But looking for Chang'an can only be silently in his heart. Prayer. I hope your master can help you get through this hurdle. After all, your fishing skills. It's the best in our circle. At this time, the innate cave house. Han Ju began to use 6 spiritual powers to probe into Fang Liang's body. Han Ju discovered. Fang Liang already has all the conditions to impact Jindan. It's just that there is a ball of qi in his body blocking his dantian, so that he could not practice into a golden pill. This massive qi is like some kind of seal or forbidden, strong enough to shield the merge realm. If it weren't for Han Ju, he would have been promoted to the tribulation realm. I'm afraid I won't be able to find out either. It's no wonder that Sun Chang'an doesn't know why. Han Ju opened his mouth and asked Fang Liang. It's been a while since you've been under my door. Have you ever realized what your cultivation is pursuing? Fang Liang was extremely nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he replied in order to become an immortal. What is the purpose of becoming an immortal? Nature is for immortality. Han Ju couldn't help but feel relieved. The cultivation is not very good. The dog's strength is deep in my true heritage. Henceforth you will be right. Does the benefit of a woman hinder the pace of cultivation? Fang Liang replied in the affirmative that he would not have done so before. Not in the future. Both my parents were dead, and I had no one to rely on. It was my ancestor who took me in. I very much agree with the master's philosophy of practice. Everything is inferior. Only the cultivation is high. Han Ju nodded with satisfaction. If I give you a chance to soar, what will happen to you in the future? Fang Liang was flattered. Immediately bowed down. I am willing to break my bones for my ancestors. At all costs. What Han Ju questioned for a moment, it was wrong. It's a dedication to cultivation. Ignore the world. Never cause trouble for the ancestors. I saw Fong Liang into a hole in the emperor. Hanju nodded in satisfaction. Is this right? After that, Hanju immediately transported the 6 realms of Reincarnation Palace. Since your master said that you are not talented, then I will create talents for you. I saw that several golden rays of light around Hanju began to condense. Fong Liang felt the surging cleverness around him. His face was surprised and shocked. How high is the cultivation of the ancestor? At this time, Hanju received a system prompt. Your apprentice Fong Liang's favorability towards you has increased. The current opinion rating is 5 stars. It's only 5 stars, which is not the highest. Gotta find a way to hit this kid again. Hanju will have the golden light condensed in his hand. Dip into the Fangliang Dantia. Fong Liang only felt that the divine stone was drawn out in an instant. In a moment of opening the eyes, the whole person seems to be in the vastness and void, surrounded by countless golden lights. At this time, I only heard Hanju's voice faintly. Shokjin Danjing. Very. The vast majority of people are directly Juden. Very few people can mix in the void, gathering Dan by the induction of heaven and man. What's more, they can rely on their talent to be the main one. Embark on a new path. There are no exceptions to this category of people. Become the only one in the world. Fong Liang. I only feel that the soul is colliding violently with the void. The void chi gradually condensed in front of his eyes. Destiny is limited. How can my disciples be limited by the destiny of heaven? Case. Today, I, Hanju, will be rescued even if I sacrifice my way. It's also going to break this bullshit destiny. The chi of void gradually condensed under the impetus of Hanju. Hanju's words surprised Fong Liang. The ancestor actually sacrificed the Tao for himself. Fong Liang's eyes were red. Acting has to be done in a full set. Hanju shouted that my apprentice grandson wanted to advance. Even if the heavens want to stop it, it can't be done. Said that the massive chi in Fong Liang's body was dispersed by Hanju. With the help of Hanju, Fong Liang's spiritual power began to condense uncontrollably. Jindan at the same time. Hanju received a system prompt again. Your apprentice Fong Liang's favorability towards you has increased. The current opinion rating is 6. Xing Hanjue couldn't be happy in his heart. Since ancient times, it has been a routine to win people's hearts. Zai Liangzi's stumble has eliminated all difficulties for you. The rest is up to you. If you find yourself special in the future, I want you to think you're ordinary, to live a long time. Don't set foot on Zhou Fan's path. Meanwhile, the sky outside the cave has changed. Colorful glow appeared in the sky above the Yuqing holy sect. Fairy Shishuan only sighed. This is the birth of a genius. As the air mass dissipates, countless true chi is like a storm. Swept the cool Dantian. Fong Liang has a feeling of being opened up to the second pulse of Rindu. The senses are clear. Heaven and earth became very different in his perception. Soon Tianxiang began to snow. It was snowing. The clouds resemble human form. It's like a goddess scattering flowers. Amaze all the disciples of the Yuqing holy sect. Fairy Shishuan reached out and took a piece of snowflake. It is a godsend to abandon the golden snow. It seems that it was really born just now. Sun Chang'an was shocked. Could it be that the master really helped Xiao Liangzi change his life against the sky? Inside the main hall of Yuqing sect, Jiuding Zhanren looked at the golden snow in the sky and sighed. I've been practicing since I started. It's the first time I've seen such a foreign land. The elders said one after another. The aura of our Yuqing holy sect is about to rise. A sea of clouds churned in the sky. Dragons and phoenixes are chasing and playing. Black Jji outside the Xiantian cave mansion. Yang Tiandong and others were also amazed. Kuan Ziz was surprised. Sure enough, this phoenix looks exactly like me. Inside the cave, Hanju looked at Fong Liang and said congratulations lightly. Jin Dan was quiet. Cultivating into an immortal mountain really does not raise idlers. Fong Liang showed his talent. Cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send a free little flower to like? The book is picked up again. Hanju helped Fong Liang break through to Jin Danjing. He was instructed to continue his penance in peace. Keep a low profile. Don't let the leaps and bounds go in the future. Zhou Fan's kind of dead end. At this time, Fong Liang still didn't understand what Hanju meant. But it's certainly right to listen to the Lord. When I walked out of the Xiantian cave mansion the next day, he felt like he was in a different world. Yang Tiandong was the first to discover that Fong Liang's breakthrough was successful. Fong Liang said gratefully, "It is the ancestor who sacrificed Dao Hong and conferred the member. Reinvented my qualifications for me." Everyone was shocked. Is the antenna intended? It's because of the qualifications you reinvent. Hanju asked them not to ask questions in the cave mansion. Don't tell Fong Liang about it. Recently, the demon repaired Su and the others. Don't go down the mountain and run around. Honestly, continue to work the mountain. Yang Tiandong secretly admired. How high is the master's cultivation? Reshaping qualifications is a natural whim. I didn't expect to crash either. The master would be mediocre for a mediocre qualification. The stupid apprentice went to sacrifice Dao Hong and the grant. This is something that has never been seen before. Murong Qi's respect for his master and ancestor deepened. Although the ancestor has always been indifferent. But for those of us who are disciples and grandchildren, absolutely unambiguous. If you want to say that the happiest thing is ordinarian, no one cared more about Fong Liang's cultivation than him. Seeing that Fong Liang was still crying, he stepped forward to comfort him. It was learned that he was because of a stumble. Duff and Phelps felt guilty for being damaged. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted. Have you forgotten what your ancestor said? We cultivate hard to become an immortal mountain and do not raise idlers. He had a reason for doing this. Without being sure, he won't make a quick move. The master has always been diligent in penance. He has never been easy to accept disciples. There are so many outstanding disciples in the Yuqing holy sect. Why are there only a few of us here? At the beginning, your master and I were trapped by love. Your ancestor took in and gave advice. It allowed me to find my life value and mission. Why is the aura of this penance cultivated into an immortal mountain so strong? It's all for the teacher and the Fuso sacred tree. Kunkin also came over to interject. Do you think I'm a dry eater just because I'm fat? Kino, I'm the phoenix of authenticity. Yang Tiandong also touched his head. On the outside, my clothes all say I have blood around my waist. I haven't seen how good I am, though. Morong shook his head suspiciously. What about me? There's nothing special about me. Sun Chang'an waved his hand. You didn't find out. You are self-taught about a lot of things. Murong Qi suddenly realized. Is this my qualification? In a word, we have cultivated hard to become immortals, and there are no idlers in the mountain. There are no mortals, to be exact. We are all the trump cards chosen by his old man. Fong Liang then understood. It turns out that the threshold for cultivating into an immortal mountain is so high. No wonder no one has come to me since then. Come to think of this. Fong Liang cried again, saying that it was not me. Instead, my ancestor asked me to continue my penance and wait for the opportunity. Fong Liang kowtowed to Hanju another 100 times in his heart. My ancestor gave me a chance. I will not disappoint his old man's high hopes. The brothers are studying how to celebrate Fong Liang. Only to find Fong Liang. The aura around him began to pour into his body. In order to live up to the love of the ancestors, Fong Liang decided to start cultivating immediately. That's it for less than half a year. Fong Liang firmly consolidated the first layer of Jin Danjing. Then the different ones begin to improve their cultivation. A generation of legends begins at this moment. With the qualifications of the Son of Heaven and Earth, add to that his hard work. Fong Liang only took 3 years. It reached the 3rd floor of Jindanjing. Kuan Sun Chang'an and several people were completely confused. And so it goes. It won't take long. Fong Liang's cultivation will catch up with or even surpass them. Someday, the sky rang out and a fireball fell from the sky, braving the raging flames to come to Mr. Penance. Kuan and Yang Tiandong thought it was a demon cultivator attacking. The crowd immediately went on alert. It's time for penance. Chengxian Mountain helped. This thing can't be stopped. How can it be worthy of the master? Unexpectedly, before the fire landed, it suddenly changed direction, smashed directly on the head of desolation. Everyone was shocked. It's over, it's over. What should I do if the master's proud apprentice was stoned to death? How do you know that the flying fire is just in the wilderness? Liang smashed a bag on his head. Then he rolled aside. Everyone took a look at the deposit. How does this thing look like a snack? Everyone only felt that the aura of this stone was extremely strong. Hurry up and ask Fang Liang to take it to Hanju to see. Hanju looked at it carefully. This stone is the size of a fist. It has a deep purple glow. At first glance, it is not a mortal stone. Hanju's new book. Is this the son of heaven and earth? If you don't leave the house, you can send it by chance. It's a big off-track. Hanju asked him to leave the stone first. He's doing a good job. Saying that, Hanju took out the puppet of the sky. A new generation of products has been developed for the teacher. It's a pity that there are no suitable materials to withstand the power of the mirror of adventure. You can only disassemble the body to save your spiritual power. Even if you encounter a fitting mirror or a low-level robbery mirror powerhouse, all you have to do is put the puppets together to save your life. You take this. It's an opportunity to exchange this spirit stone for you. Fang Liang thanked Hanju, happily departed. Hanju secretly came to this spirit. Stone can be attracted to the children of heaven and earth. It's certainly not a simple thing. It's been in the hole at this point. The heaven and earth grass sleeping in the house suddenly woke up. He was drawn to a familiar aura. Heaven and earth grass suddenly taught its master. I've seen this stone. You've seen it. Hanju asked casually in favor of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth grass replied, I am the last one. He was holding such a stone when he was cultivating. What Hanju was taken aback. Is it true that the stone taken by the ancestor is a thing from the upper realm? Hanju has been in retreat for 7 years, and he doesn't know that the demon Tao is becoming more and more prosperous. Heaven and earth grass jumped over the catastrophe in advance. Don't row away with stupid and cute girls. Your top luck is here again. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send it to the next free little flower? Friends who can't wait can go to the comment area. Take a look at the book and pick it up. Fang Liang was sent down from the sky for no reason. Hit in the head. So this stone of unknown origin. It was given to Hanju. This temporary derivation has been discarded by people. Presumably the last fairy. This thing should be very real. Hanju carefully examined it with the divine stone. It's a pity how he's investigating. That's a snack. It's just that the aura contained far exceeds that of other snacks. So Hanju planned to give this stone to heaven and earth grass. Because he once read a book. Similar treasures have been described above. That treasure is called the Enlightenment Stone. And this stone often has green onions borne on the side. And the green onion will also absorb the spiritual power of the Enlightenment Stone. Day and night, comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, and so on. The green onion was suddenly stunned when he saw Hanju. Tiandiko asked anxiously, what about later? Hanju continued, do you remember what I told you? I'll give you the whole life. Maybe the key to your life. It's on this rock. Hanju asked heaven and earth grass to hold the stone and carefully comprehend. Maybe it won't take you a few hundred years to transform. That's it. Heaven and earth grass hug the stone every day and are inseparable. After that, Hanju continued to practice in retreat. 7 years have passed in a flash. When he was busy cultivating, the world is in the cultivation realm, but it is surging. Demon cultivation is becoming more and more active. This made the righteous path feel bad. Before, when the Qingmeng Great Sage swept the world, the demon Tao sect is all directly opened. the righteous sect of the metropolis that started a war with the great sage of Qingmong. So after the death of the great sage, the righteous path should be weaker than the demonic path. In such a situation, the activity of demon cultivators is disturbing, until a piece of news spread throughout the cultivation realm. The demon emperor thousands of years ago was resurrected. The demon emperor is about to be founded again. Demon Dao Dynasty. The dynasty that has always been organized by demon cultivators. He is recruiting the world's demon cultivators to join him. For a time, various legends of the demon emperor were circulated in the world. Some people fear that the world will be in chaos again. Others disagree. The cultivation of the true precept is that the righteous demons take turns to be strong. This is also the reason why heroes emerge endlessly. Don't worry too much. Qing Meng was as strong as the great sage before. In the end, it's not dead. The demon emperor once unified the world of demon cultivation. But that was many years ago. Times have long since changed. The crowd spoke. Juding Zhenren noticed that Li Qingzi had a strange expression. It seems that he wants to stop talking. Something suddenly occurred to him. Elder Li had inquired about the demon emperor decades ago. I don't know anything. Li Qingzi hesitated to decades ago. Elder God of War asked me to investigate the MO enemy. Maybe he's got something. But he didn't say much. I hope I don't spread the word about it. Everyone was shocked. Guan Yugang groaned. Could it be that the god-slaying elder had already reached the cultivation realm? There will be this catastrophe. The reason why I don't say that I am afraid that we are worried. They all know it. The true pillar of the Yuqing holy sect was the god of war elder. Even the god of war elder made a special inquiry. It can be seen that this catastrophe will not wake up. Lu Immortal said. The elder told me that I wanted to extend the blood to the sect of heaven. Move directly to Dian. Is it okay? Juding Real Person shook his head and said, Dian doesn't have that many places for you to cultivate. Build a teleportation circle horse. Everyone is on the lookout and helping each other. Interchange has a house. The elders in the Jade Qingsheng began to get busy. At the same time, Juding Real Person ordered. Contribution quest in Yukayamori. All are confined to wild geese. All the disciples who were outside the wild goose were gathered back. Hanju didn't know about it. He's still cultivating. There is still some distance from the nearly 4th floor of the robbery. To say that Hanju is in retreat all year round. Do you get bored too? In fact, he often reminisces about the past. Fill the void. This also includes memories of his past life. In his previous life, Hanju was a genius chef, dreaming of carrying forward the ancestral spicy seafood. He just inherited his grandfather's seafood restaurant. But because some detainees discharged nuclear wastewater, led to his failure to start a business and eventually collapse. Even the daughter-in-law who didn't pass through the door. Not a single finger has ever touched it. Han felt that his thoughts were still reminiscing about his girlfriend in his previous life. At this time, a woman behind her called out to the master. Hanju was taken aback. How could outsiders break into the innate cave mansion? Hanju turned his head suddenly. But I saw a scene that made people's blood gush. It's a pity that the audience can't see it. You say it's not annoying. Hanju glanced at the flower pot of the heaven and earth grass. Sure enough, the basin was empty. The heaven and earth grass turned into a shape. The strange thing is that he didn't encounter a catastrophe when he transformed. Monsters and humanoids all have to go through a catastrophe. Heaven and earth grass also did not reach the 100,000-year deadline for itself. I just skipped the catastrophe. Hanju looked at the enlightenment stone. Could it really be related to him? This stone is really shiny. It has the power to circumvent the catastrophe. Wouldn't there be no need to cross the catastrophe in the future? Fang Liang didn't expect this gift to be so big. Hanju and Hua. After the row, the heaven and earth grass has been studying the stone. But I forgot that the heaven and earth grass were not wearing an inch. There was no way. Hanju could only make an exception. Go down the hill and buy him clothes. Get into new clothes. Heaven and earth grass instantly turned into a stupid and deaf girl. but there is a hint of coldness hidden between the eyebrows. Heaven and earth grass represent their current appearance, is in accordance with him. The face of the previous owner is drawn. Hanju didn't feel anything. The appearance of the immortals is nothing more than that. There is no Master Sichuan fairy who is good-looking. Hanju asked him, "Have you thought of a name?" "Master, how about I call the Enlightenment Sword in the future?" Heaven and Earth Chao twisted his body and said. Hanju's face twitched slightly. The Enlightenment Sword is called this broken name by a fairy. The word Enlightenment Dao Sword indicates that he should build the Dao. So the name is just right. Hanju didn't bother to think about it. He's just a grass anyway. From then on, the Heaven and Earth Grass was renamed the Enlightenment Sword. And Hanju also began to teach the Enlightenment Sword by hand. Fa Xing Hongxian returned from a trip abroad. Crashed through Hanju Cave Mansion Zhangjiao. Don't paddle away from your top-of-the-line luck. Here you go again. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send it to the next free little flower? The changes in the cultivation of the true precepts are like rivers and seas. Sometimes calm. Sometimes the waves are stormy. Yuqing Shangzong has been in peace. 13 years have passed. Hanju finally broke through to the fourth layer of the tribulation realm. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had appeared since the sky fell. The aura of the innate cave mansion has been rising. Makes his breakthrough speed. It's not much slower than it used to be. The qualifications of the Enlightenment Sword also surprised Hanju a little. Since the drawing, the Enlightenment Sword cultivated faster. He is really talented in Kendo. It is stronger than Hanju's apprentices and grandchildren. Presently, he had mastered the Excalibur and the three clear shadow sword. Before moving up to a higher level, there is nothing to teach anymore. I thought it was a monster in the shape of a plant. There should be no 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, the boring Enlightenment Sword is an addition to cultivation. But he changed the law and pestered Hanju. On this day, the Enlightenment Dao Sword was pestering Hanju to cultivate. Coincidentally, this is someone from the Xiantian Cave Mansion. The one who came was not an outsider. The eldest wife has returned from her travels. Hanju was speechless. The atmosphere was extremely awkward for a while. We're looking for a director of Chang'an. My wife was very excited to return. I can't stop it. It shouldn't have disturbed the master's weekend. At this time, Hanju had the heart to kill him. Hurriedly gave him a drop of eyes and told him to shut up. Sun Chang'an immediately understood. Okay, master. The apprentice went to prepare the fine oysters. At this time, Xing Hongxian could no longer suppress his anger. Let's talk about who he really is. The sword protector is heartfelt. Knew he said that I called the Enlightenment Sword. What do you want? Xing Hongxian was extremely unhappy in his heart. What a broken name this is. He squinted at Hanju. My husband has come in, and his taste has declined. It was said that the name was ugly. The Enlightenment Sword was also extremely unhappy. The name was given to me by the owner. What qualifications do you have to say ugly? Oh, master, husband, I'm pretty good at playing. Hanju was in a cold sweat. Enlightenment Dao Sword, you first go to the cave to cultivate. Let me out. Enlightenment Sword pouted. This is the first time he has to be beaten out by Hanju. I guess as a concubine will never be one step away from the master. Xing Hongxian sighed. What mountain is this fairy from? Hanju shook his head helplessly. What a fairy. He's the weed you gave me before. Changed behavior. Xing Hongxian was stunned. He's the pot of grass. Xing Hongxian complained about Dao Fujuan. If you want a woman, you can tell me. There's no need to have a deep conversation with a grass. Otherwise, I won't go out in the future. Let's move over with you. Don't even think about it. Don't disturb my cultivation. But I miss you. It's not enough for you to have a puppet in the sky. Xing Hongshuan's pretty face turned red instantly. Unless he was doing those things. Was noticed by Hanju. The two of them are having a lively fight. It really opened the eyes of the Enlightenment Sword. Can you hang out now? I have something to do with your grandmother. It is the Sword of Enlightenment. Hanju changed the subject. asked Xing Hongxian how he had been doing over the years. He wanted to ask if there were any treasures. I don't think it's good to be too direct. Xing Hongxian sat beside Hanju. Begin to tell about the experiences of these years. These years have not been peaceful outside. As the demon Dao flourishes, he has also fought against demons countless times. If he can beat him, he will fight. If he can't beat him, he will admit it or run away. He stumbled upon a demonic powerhouse. He was also instructed to cultivate that demonic power. He is the apprentice of the white-haired mushroom, one of the 5 demons of the demon Dao. It is a fit to go big. The repair room wants to accept Xing Hongxian as an apprentice. Xing Hongxian said that he had a husband. I'll have to go back and ask first. Although the demon cultivator was displeased, but I agreed. He had encountered this kind of opportunity several times. The concubine is bent on going back to Yukingzong to find you. But here you are. Role-playing of the species. You'll have to give me an explanation. The Enlightenment sword was driven out of the cave. Meet the brothers for the first time. Xing Hongxian returned and had an in-depth exchange with Hanju. Don't row away for a month. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can go to the comment area to take a look. There's a way to see it in one go. The book is picked up again. After Xing Hongxian returned to the Immortal Mountain, started talking to Hanju, talked about the experience of being away from home over the years. Heaven and Earth grass was also driven out of the cave by Hanju for the first time. There is a fairy running out of the master's cave. This surprised several disciples. No wonder the master has never been lonely after 13 years of retreat. It turned out to be accompanied by fairies. When he ran into Kunkin, they realized that something was wrong. How can this fairy have the breath of heaven and earth grass on his body? Could it be that he rode like Chang'an? Sun Chang'an said. Sky. The concentration of aura on the ground grass was even heavier than him. No wonder the master stuffed him in the cave every day. The sky has eyes. We have cultivated hard to become a fairy mountain and finally come to the girl. Several people instantly surrounded the heaven and earth grass. It was as if the old wolf, who had been hungry for a few days, saw the little white rabbit. The trembling of heaven and earth under the grass. I don't know what these guys are going to do. Which Kuan instantly touched a fishing rod. Welcome to the Penance Immortal Air Force Brigade. Sun Chang'an explained that every time a new person joins, chopsticks will be added to send fishing rods. It's our tradition. You have a newbie protection period. Fishing is guaranteed not to return to the Air Force. At this time, the mind of the Enlightenment ship was still in the innate cave mansion. After all, this was the first time he had left the cave. Don't you want me? Kuan hurriedly comforted him and said don't worry about it. Grandmother is back. The master has to be busy for a while. Little sister, why don't you go fishing with us first? Several people hurriedly agreed. Would like to ask his name. After all, it's not nice to call it heaven and earth grass. Heaven and earth grass proudly said that my name is Enlightenment Sword. Thank you for your kind attention in the future. A few people were petrified in an instant. Was the name given by the master? Otherwise, you still call heaven and earth grass. At this time, the congenital cave is in the house. Hanju and Xing Hongxian are still reminiscing, looking at so many demon Dao tokens in front of you. Most of them. The number is full of the aura of merging into the demon cultivation. Hanju ridiculed Xing Hongxian for being really fateful. When you meet so many strong people, you can still get out of the way. Husband, are you afraid of offending them? Xing Hongxian's tone was full of ridicule. In his heart, even the demon saint who had survived the catastrophe couldn't defeat him. The husband and the gentleman are not afraid of it. Hanju also teased and said, of course I'm afraid. After all, they have a strong background. In case of a fight, I beat someone to death. The master above him still has to seek revenge. I'll have to find a way to kill their master. It's troublesome. Xing Hongxian thinks about it, and this is indeed the truth. It's not been very quiet out there lately. Don't go out. You're all gone. The lifespan should be close to 1,000 years. Since the longevity is sufficient, then stay by my side and cultivate well. I heard that Hanju asked him to stay. Xing Hongxian immediately blushed, buried his head in Hanju's arms. That's right, husband. I have something for you. Saying something, he started churning in the collar. Hanju Ashin said that the woman of this world. Do you have all the treasures in this place? Not much. Xing Hongxian pulled out a pink crystal fragment. This stone. It's about the same size as the one that fell from the sky before. It can also isolate the divine stone. The difference is, this piece seems to be a man-made seal. Hanju frowned, and the divine stone forcibly did. Breakthrough boom. There are still memories of the former owner in the stone. It was a palace, located above a sea of clouds. The fairy gate stands tall. The two large characters on it shone with a dazzling golden light. Heavenly Court. Hanju was taken aback. At this moment, a large mountain in the clouds rushed towards him. Break through the clouds and cold. Only then did I see clearly what kind of mountain this was. It's clearly a monster beast the size of the sky. Above the clouds, the heavenly soldiers lined up in arrays. Surprise was written in big letters. I saw a man standing in the air, proud of the huge monster in front of him. If this person were not heaven and earth, who else could he be? The golden light in the monster's mouth condensed, spit out spells and shoot them into heaven and earth. I saw heaven and earth slowly raise their hands. Watson pointed and said that the sword opened the wilderness. In an instant, a clear light shot out. The demon beast that stood on the top of the sky and the earth invited guests and turned into ashes. Hanju's divine history was also instantly pulled back to reality. The system immediately prompts him to be greatly increased. Interestingly, it all happened very quickly. Xing Hongxian was stunned for a moment. Not bad. Good baby indeed. Hanju is satisfied with filial piety. Then he took out the 9-star stepping forest boots and gave them to Xing Hongxian. Pay somebody back in the same coin. Hanju put down his boots, under the pretext of going out to instruct the disciples. How could Xing Hongxian let him go easily? Husband, boots don't matter anything. You know what I want. As he spoke, he put down Hanju like a tiger pounced on a stone. Hanju sighed helplessly. Can't we cultivate honestly? Howren Hanju struggled at this moment. Can't escape Xing Hongxuan's clutches. Hanju's howl resounded through the immortal mountain. It reached the ears of the enlightenment sword who was fishing. Somehow, he asked his master what was wrong. Kuan told him that his master was going to be eaten again. The untouched enlightenment sword turned around and was about to be saved. Hanju was stopped by Kuan with a blow to the teeth. You seem to be a bit of a tiger. Don't go bad for the good things of the master. The enlightenment sword is still not. Stop asking. Kuan reluctantly told him that you would understand in the future. A month later, Xing Hongxian, who was full of red light, walked out of the Xiantian cave mansion. The constant praise of the catastrophe is really different. It's much more energetic than before. Kuan was also busy offering hospitality to Xing Hongxian. And the enlightenment sword found out. This woman is full of the breath of her master. Could it be that something has happened to the master? He immediately flew into the cave. The scene in front of him brought tears to his eyes. Host, master, why are you like that? The devil's way swept in. The Yuqing holy sect is ready to unite with the righteous path to fight back. Hanju suggested continuing to cultivate. When the sky fell, Elder Han walked away. Your top luck is here again. I'm anxious to see the follow-up, friends. You can go to the comment area to take a look. There is a way to see Shuangao in one breath. The book is picked up again. Hanju and Xing Hongxian practiced in retreat for a month. The enlightenment sword couldn't wait to run into the innate cave mansion. Seeing Hanju being bombed, he was like a dry draft. He was very distressed. Hurriedly asked Hanju if he was injured. Kuroheim said you were eaten by the woman. The woman, Hanju, grabbed the face of the enlightenment sword. Don't get old with that woman. That woman's is your grandmother. Have you forgotten? Is he the one who brought you here? Enlightenment sword then understood. It turns out that this woman is the master's genuine wife. Does Hanju know that this dead fat Kuin is talking nonsense again? It's time to bang and knock him. So many years have passed. I don't know how the cultivation realm outside has changed. Hanju called up the interpersonal relationship to check the email. Your friend don't take revenge. Sealed in the forbidden land by your friend Shinshir. Your god's favor, the chaos Tengu. Encounter your apprentice Suki. Spread bad luck. Because he is a beast of luck. Luck offsets bad luck. Your enemies will succeed. Encounter your apprentice Suki to spread bad luck. Demonic Long. Your friend Huang Zhengtian was attacked by his peers. Your friend Luo Ball Demon is attacked by a demon cultivator. Your Dao Lu Xian Qin army has returned to the world. Your friend Zhou Fan was reincarnated and rebuilt. Awaken past life memories. Hanju frowned. No revenge. And Zhou Fan, the two brothers, are too miserable. One is sealed. A reincarnation of life and death. I don't know when the seal will see the light of day. Reincarnation comes all over again. I don't know when they will meet again. Sooner or later, the power of the Demon Emperor will also spread to Dian. Hanju had a sense of crisis. We must seize the time to cultivate. Dog cultivation is the hardest. It is important to ensure that the Jade Flute kills with one hit. Looking at Xing Hongxian outside the cave. Running around with the Master of Enlightenment. Sun Chang'an shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ask what the world is like. Black JG came over and said, Chang'an, didn't you have a bad mood for not fishing today? Sun Chang'an shook his head. I just sighed. Even a grass has feelings. Kuroheim snorted. I know. Chinner is dead. Sun Chang'an's smile froze instantly. Kuro Kayuheim wasn't kidding. Chinner is indeed dead. He died outside 10 years ago while he was out training. Li Qingzi knew about his past with Sun Chang'an. I told him about it. After that, in addition to cultivating and fishing, Sun Chang'an was found. Most of the time, I can't give up. It's okay if Hyuji is filial and dead. He doesn't look down on you anyway. Practice well. Later, when you ascend, I will send you a fairy. Yang Tiandong can't stand it, Brother Ji. How many times have I told you to stop irritating him? Murong Chi couldn't get used to seeing his master being bullied. Get up and go to Master Ji. Let's take a look. Senior brother, let's get good together. Fong Liang followed and got up. A look of eagerness to try. The two of them cultivated more and more intensively. I've been holding back a lot of energy to teach fat chickens a lesson. Black JG was dismissive. But there is a sense of crisis in my heart. The breakthrough speed of these two stupid boys is too fast. And so on. Sooner or later, one day will be surpassed. It would be nice if he had another pig and dog. The black jade chicken looked down at the trunk of the fuso tree. A bold idea popped into my head. Otherwise, he would have left the fuso tree for a while. Wonderful, maybe a good idea. Another 13 years have passed. Guyuanzhou Tianya Pavilion is suffering from a catastrophe. Countless demonic cultivators are coming. The people of Tianya Pavilion were all wiped out. Only the Xiaogu people remained. The Demon Emperor Esh ordered him to surrender immediately. Or you can spare his life. How do you know that the Lord of Xiao Pavilion adheres to the right path? Mobilize the spiritual power of the whole body. With tolerance, we will do our best to report ourselves. Died with the demon cultivators present. The old pavilion master learned that his son was dead. Choked up with tears. The demon Dao dynasty led by the demon emperor began to attack the righteous sect of the world. It's overwhelming. One by one, the righteous sects were discipled one after another. Juding Zhenren intends to unite the world's major sects. The Holy Land began to fight back. It is worth mentioning. All the demon Dao sects of Dian have been evacuated, except for casual breaks. Today's Dian no longer has a single demon Dao sect. Of course there is such a thing as a war. It's best to ask the God-Slayer Elder first. On this day, Juding real people came to visit in person. Hanju's first reaction was that Yu Qingzong had an accident again. Juding real person is saying, the Mothians have begun to wage war on the right path. The world is in chaos. I'd like to ask you what you think. In this battle, we will fight or flee. Hanju's face did not change and said, My opinion is very simple. Continue to develop with peace of mind. The Yuqing Holy Sect is not the first in the world. Even the world's third-rate sects may not be able to be counted. With our strength, we can't change the world's major events. Instead of being cannon fodder, it's better to practice well. Juding Zhenren was stunned when he saw the Enlightenment walking. Elder Han Jinwu Zongjiao. When the sky fell, there was a holy place of righteousness. The heavenly immortal mansion alone is enough for the demon Tao to drink a few pots. Why should we mix it up? After hearing this, Juding real people felt that it made sense. He hesitated for a moment, asked how Elder Han's cultivation was now. At the beginning, he heard that Hanju was strong enough to crush and eat. I almost scared the pea. It's only been a few years. Hanju's breakthrough speed was too exaggerated. Hanju replied that he was still in the tribulation realm. These two words deeply stimulated Juding real people. He knew that Hanju was only over 500 years old. He had never heard of the 500-year-old crossing tribulation. Big grooming, this is outrageous. Go ahead, even if the demon emperor comes, there will still be me. Hearing Hanju's words, Juding real people are relieved. Say goodbye and leave at once. Wu Dao's sword asked curiously who this old man was. Hanju asked him to be polite. He is the elder sect of the Yuqing Holy Sect. Enlightenment sword asked Hanju excitedly. Can I go to the Yuqing Holy Sect for a walk? Go ahead, and by the way, talk to Black Jade and them. Don't leave the Yuqing Holy Sect in the near future. The Enlightenment sword suddenly jumped with joy. Leave immediately. At this time, Hanju was prompted by the system again. The number of attacks on the Golden directly exceeded 50,000. Is this a stab at the demon cultivator Laos? The Golden Horn fought hard in the devil's way. Welcome to the source of the heavenly immortal mansion. Hanju passed on the disciples and let them go down the mountain after they stopped learning. Don't take away your top-notch charm again. Ladies and gentlemen, audience, can you send it to the next free little flower? Can't wait, friends. You can check it out in the lower left corner or in the comments. Dusk sky. Poignant and picturesque. A man is built only on the mountainside. His white robe was stained with blood, and it turned crimson. Although the hair is messy, but it's murderous. This person is none other than Huang Jihao. Huang Ji gasped for air. He had been standing for 5 days and 5 nights. The spiritual power is almost exhausted. That's when it happened. Rolling clouds gathered. The vastness of heaven and earth envelopes the heavens and the earth. Huang Jihao's face was poopy. My heart sank, and the power of the demon path came. Junior, your talent is good. If you are willing to kneel, I can't help but kill you. This voice is a Luoqiu demon. Huang Qi's face was gloomy. He felt an unprecedented crisis. This demon in front of him is definitely not an opponent. Huang Qi couldn't help but think of Hanju. This demon is in the power and is the opponent of that senior. If I don't even have the courage to face this demon, how will I challenge that senior again in the future? Born Kenshin. Born without seeing it. Died without seeing it. If ignorance, the sword is no longer sharp. What's the point of living without a knack? If there is a kind, come on, pull as many pads as you can. Just as the imperial title was about to raise its sword, streams of mighty crows came from all directions. Since ancient times, evil has prevailed over good. Face the devil's way. The righteous path should be groomed rather than give in. Becky, you're doing a great job. Listen to voices coming from all directions. Huang Jihao let out a sigh of relief. It's the righteous way that is coming. All the demon cultivators of Wei Yaya were terrified. Oops, the heavenly immortal mansion has come to the rescue. It's a Ji Kongdao person. Luo Qiumo really thought that there was no one on the right path. Luo Qiu demon also snorted coldly. Where did the old thing come from? I don't know whether to live or die. Behind the old man, there was another decoration of the opening Luo Ball demon. Move your body over. What a little trick to play with a doppelganger. Say it. Luo Ball Demon broke through the sky. It turned out to be a technical empty man. And wait for you to just break through to the tribulation. Nearly 8 floors can block the deity. It's a dream. What if we are at it? As he spoke, several more figures broke through the air. Ancestor, I have been in retreat for thousands of years. Jin when Demon Dao wants to control the world. It's a joke. Old friends have not seen each other for many years. It's a long way to go. Another pool of Thunder Valley magic weapon fat modification smiled and asked. Today, they killed one of the 5 demons together. There is no righteous way. Carrying the decoration of the picture scroll, he said in a positive voice. Luo Chioma looked at the 5 people in front of him. Looking back is the heavenly immortal mansion. Worship the ancestor Dashang Jin, 3-layer cultivation. 5 of the 12 Dao people from the heavenly immortal mansion came at once. Is this a bit tricky? Several Taoists greeted each other. I didn't take Luo Chio demon seriously at all. After that, a few people will urge Tiangang to seal the demon Dafa. Luo Chio demon is a little jealous, but still slapped the tongue. The canon expressed dissatisfaction. That's how the 5 of them fought with Luo Ball demon. Stir up the surrounding turmoil. Split the mountains and break the sea. At this time, Yukingzong was also paying attention to the battle situation in the world. When I learned that the powerful doors of the righteous path in the world were out one after another, the elders of the Yuqing holy sect were all overjoyed. There are even quite a few elders. I want to be a part of this great conspiracy. Fortunately, Juding Zhenren strongly suppressed these remarks. The disciples of the Yuqing holy sect were not allowed to leave Dian. The elders were puzzled. At this time, it is a good time for the Yuqing holy sect to become famous in the world. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know what year or month it will take. Juding is the true human body of the gods. Since the elder did not give the order to attack the demon Dao, it shows that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Although the demon Dao is retreating, but the demon emperor never showed up. Obviously, there is a backhand. Next, we must defend to the throne. Don't mess up the plan of the god of war elder with a hot brain. 7 years have passed. Fang Liang has broken through to the Yuanying path. Fang Liang's talent was even more fierce than that of Morong Qi, made all the apprentices worship Han Ju even more. In their opinion, this is all the credit of Han Ju's change of life. Kuan was also amazed by Fang Liang's rapid progress. It won't be long before this kid has to surpass himself. I bullied his master every day. I can't guarantee that this kid won't seek revenge on me in the future. Kuan looked at the Fusang Divine Tree again and couldn't wait any longer. I have to find an opportunity to implement my Zhudong plan as soon as possible. That's when it happened. Enlightenment saw Han Morongqi and Fang Liang entering the cave. It was said that the master had something to say to them. When the conscience is troubled, Master summoned us. It can't be that we make a mistake again. Morongqi Taoist is smart. I have already guessed the intention of the ancestor. Have you forgotten the promise that your ancestor made to you back then? He must be going to guide you personally. Desolation instantly became a flower. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The 2 of them entered the cave to meet Han Ju, and the 2 of you are extremely talented. Today, I will pass on the 2 of you and my 4 great masters. As he spoke, Han Ju mobilized his spiritual power. Knock the peerless into the 2. The 3 clear shadow swords of the divine time are 7 times the cloth is changed. Great thousand thunderstorm sealing divine technique. The 4 great masters are all passed on to the 2. These 4 masteries can protect the 2 of you from being able to occupy them. If you want more, you can keep it. Desire is forced. If you want to be strong, you can escape. May the 2 of you be on the path of cultivation. Take 1 step and run 10 steps. Thousands of steps. Thoroughly take the road to immortality. The 2 of them were grateful and bowed to Han Ju. It means that the disciple will stay by the side of the master in this life. But the ancestor walked the path of immortality. However, Han Ju smiled slightly. Today I will teach you the exercises. It is not for you to be confined in the mountains. You two go. Murong-chi said goodbye to the bitter rest. Descend the mountain and fight in the cold. Loaded into the long river of Kindo. Can you have an epiphany? Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for Don't Wave Quietly Cultivate novels. The highlights are presented in full instant. The book is picked up again. Hanju passed on the 4 tricks to Fong Liang and Morong Chiho. Let the two of them leave the penance and cultivate into the immortal mountain. Fong Liang asked in a panic why Shirzuni wanted to drive me. Is it the disciple who has done something wrong? Hanju smiled bitterly and said what you could do. Hanju had his own plans in his heart. Fong Liang is the son of heaven and earth. In just 10 days, it was up to the Yuaning Trail. This speed, even if it is Morong Chi, the last god of war. Qualifications for reincarnation. Can't compare to him. So many years in the mountains. Fong Liang has developed a cautious character. Prudent stars plus heaven and earth luck. I'm afraid it will be difficult to die in the future. And Morong Chi's personality is the opposite of Fong Liang. Now penance is too slow for him. The posture of the god of war still needs to be experienced before it can make a breakthrough. Hanju let the two relax. You are all Tianzong equipment. When he was young, he entered my mountain gate. Although the practice went smoothly. But mortal experience is insufficient. Morong Chi asked cautiously. You want us to be like a sect? The disciples went out to practice like that. That's right, and it's the kind of experience that hasn't been returned for a long time. Just like your second uncle. Morong Chi was secretly happy in his heart. My ancestor finally agreed to let me go down the mountain. In fact, he has long wanted to go away and fly high. I think that my talent can definitely be famous all over the world. Become a strong man that everyone admires. Although he has never denied the strength of his ancestor. But not everyone is suitable for penance. Outside, though, there may not be such a place as penance cultivation into an immortal mountain. But the strong have always been able to create their own conditions. How did he know that Fong Liang had defeated his disciple again? Heartless. I just want to pursue immortality with my ancestors. Hanju touched Fong Liang's head. The path to immortality is not as simple as you think. Reason. Modification is not only about self-cultivation, but also about cultivating the mind. If you want to be complete, you have to make up for the earthly experience. Morong Chi hurriedly patted Fong Liang, and what master ancestor said was right. You still listen to your ancestors. I'll take you out for a walk around the mundane. Fong Liang is reluctant to give up. Hanju didn't want to say anything more. Go through the experience. With that, he teleported the two out of the innate cave mansion. Before leaving, Hanju instructed another sentence of urban experience. I saw through the red dust. In order to truly understand the controversy between heaven and earth, you can all take on the tasks of the sect. You can come back at any time when you are tired. Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, and Kuan Kuan were stunned. Master, this is the first time that people have been allowed to go down the mountain to experience. Yang Tiandong, who is full of experience. Teach the two of them their experience. Those who can be beaten will be beaten to death. Those who can't be beaten quickly recognize them as their father-in-law. Kuan Kuan knows it well. How can you go down the mountain to experience how comfortable in this pushio? The progress of this cultivation must be extremely slow. When the two of them returned, his pig fight plan must have been completed. By that time, you two boys are waiting to be crushed by the peeping master. Enlightenment Sword looked at them very puzzled. Is it really that important for the master to go out and experience? I went down the hill and thought it was boring. Hanju said that your upbringing is thousands of years. Naturally, I feel that this world is boring. You can cultivate in peace. Your talents are no worse than theirs. And no stars are missing. New work's hard, and you'll be able to catch up with them soon. Enlightenment Sword nodded. What the host said must be correct. The two of them left. Although Hanju was reluctant, but soon calmed me down and went my own way. You have your stage. There will definitely be a place for you in the world of the future. I don't know who will be more surprised next time I come back. Will that kid have become a god by then? The three people left behind stood at the top of the hill and looked out. As a master, Sun Chang'an is naturally worried about his apprentice. Kunkin also thought of the dog he hadn't seen for years. I don't know how he's doing now. Is it still alive? Yang Tiandong advised him to worry less. The dog is very hard. You should worry more about your own cultivation. Speaking of dogs, he and Suki are not doing well. Now he is still working as a dogleg for the Demon Emperor. 8 years have passed in a flash. Kuan Kurin took advantage of Han Ju's retreat to cultivate. He secretly removed the nest from the Fuso tree, looking forward to the arrival of the Golden House soon. Suddenly one day, purple glow shines in the sky. Kuan looked up excitedly and exclaimed, "Finally coming! Kuan-yi, I can finally advance again." The true martial sect Zhong on the other side also saw this sound. Someone who reported to the Shangguan elder had another understanding. Wangu saw Shangguan and asked to see him. It's no surprise about this. After all, Hanju is separated by a while. It's going to have to be like this in the future. And on the other side of the congenital cave house, Hanju, who had just reached the nearly 6th floor of the tribulation, can't wait to fight against the Xin Qin army. This time, Hanju was not defeated immediately. He used his whole body to solve the problem. Push hard. Finally able to fight against Xin Qinjun for a few minutes. And in the end, it was a hard-fought victory. Although it was fought. But after all, I used everything I could. When it comes to actual combat, the opponent will not give him that much time. The Demon Emperor and Xin Qinjun cultivated the same. When the time comes, it will be troublesome if you can't kill it in seconds. At this moment, Hanju also saw the abnormal sound of the antenna. This is someone who has stepped into the long river of Kendo. Then again, the last time he realized it. It's still time to go together. Now the catastrophe has entered. It's time to go in and have another look. I saw someone who comprehended it through the ages. Shangguan was not happy to ask to see him. I didn't know that the little brother came to report again. Others have comprehended the eternal sights. And this time the color doesn't seem right. It was purple just now. Now it's purple gold. This is a symbol of the eternal view of the advanced to the extreme. Shangguan's mentality of seeking to see completely collapsed. 2 innate whims in one day. Have you seen the rotten street for all ages? At this time, Hanju came to the long river of Kendo with the familiar car. This time is different. He can manipulate his consciousness to move forward. Stop this time, and you should still meet the man. Hanju thought silently. He stepped forward. One figure after another was surpassed by him. He walked uninhibitedly. Pay attention to the sword cultivation screen that flashes by in the process. After a while, Hanju saw one. A familiar figure awaited him ahead. He immediately greeted the seniors. "It's been a long time since I saw you, but it's okay." It wasn't a long time for the other party to snort. "I just didn't expect you to come again so soon. This time, it's all going to stop you. You go and die." Hanju came to him. "Hug your fists and filial piety. Thank you for your predecessors for helping you many times." "I don't know the name of my predecessor. He ascended day by day. The younger generations will definitely come to thank you." The other party snorted, and he was close to me. "No testimony. When I saw Changhe, I just wanted to protect it. Those who are greedy for the rich and strong cannot become a great tool. You're not as good as the Tianjiao who just came. He didn't go as far as you did. But the heart is excellent. It is not difficult for him to become a sword immortal one day." Hanju was really there just now. Hanju raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, who was the person's name? The other party said that the matter of heavenly cause and effect naturally cannot be said. But here's what I can tell you. That person has cause and effect with you. Hanju thought hard and walked hard. There was no far difficulty. Cultivation is fixed under me. If it is the same congenital deed, it can also be called Tianjiao. Then there is only a natural Qinshin. He has reached the end of his glory. Predecessor. Is the person you were talking about called Huangjiahao? I saw that the guardian immediately shut up. The things of heaven are what you say. Don't rely on me. The Baron stepped out of the sixth part of Tai. Repairs have been greatly improved. Luoqiu Demon was born and died to Shao Tianxian Mansion, who made a move. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait to see the follow-up, friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Qiuqiu reading app. Search for Don't Wave and Cultivate quietly. Exciting content is ready to go. The book is picked up again. Han Ju learned that the Huangji had also entered before him. After seeing Changhe, he didn't ask more. Keep moving. When he crosses the mystery man, just one step is a lot of pressure. He moved on to step 2. Step 3. The last time you stop at step 3. Unable to move forward. This time, Han Ju went one step further. Step 4. The mysterious man warns him that if you have to die, don't expect nothing to save you this time. Han Ju gritted his teeth. Naturally, I don't bother my predecessors to step out in the 5th step. Terrible pressure came head-on. It made Han Ju miserable. When you want to take the 6th step, the feet can no longer be lifted. I just felt my chest shrinking. Inability to breathe. Boy, you fall and go forward. It is likely to be a spiritual protector. This is no joke. If there is a blue flame that burns the soul, that's the way of heaven warning you know. Gotta move forward and persuade you to stop. I don't hear it. The mysterious man said he wouldn't interfere anymore. But he still dissuaded Han Ju so far. The explosion of the soul will affect the main body. Even if it doesn't fall, the road will also fall sharply as a result. How do you know that Han Ju doesn't listen to the ancient people? After stepping out of Tai with the flames of soul burning. In the 6th part, Han Ju smiled slightly. Han never fights unprepared battles. Mystery people are very different. With his strength to cross the robbery mirror, how can he carry the divine stone? The strength must be at least close to Tai. And he didn't know it. It's Xinghongxian. The stone given to Han Ju was a great help. Trying the nameless thing helped him strengthen the divine stone. Han Ju knew. It's already the limit for the crossing mirror to come here. When it comes to Deshang, how far can we go? I can go the extra mile now. One step closer to the path of immortality. Han Ju's divine stone began to retreat from the long river of Jiandao. The purpose of the juniors has been achieved. I won't disturb the cultivation of my predecessors. The mysterious man sighed that he could still retreat in 6 steps. It is estimated that he will return thousands of years later. No, I'm afraid it won't last for 100 years. Mere mortal. Was able to take 6 steps in the long river after Tai. Tens of millions of sword cultivators in the mortal realm are inferior to him. What the hell is this kid coming from? It seems that this matter has to be conveyed to this product for millions of years. Finally had fun. Cultivation began to grow wildly. A vigorous aura poured out from the immortal heaven cave mansion. In order not to affect others, Han Ju opened the system enchantment and sealed the cave. 7 days later, his cultivation no longer grew. Although there is still some distance from the 7th floor of the catastrophe. But it's better than years of penance. At this time, the system sends a prompt. The stars of war have a crush on you. The current friendship rating is 1 star. Tai True Immortal Midterm Town Guard saw. Millions of years because of your top qualifications. Affection for you. But there are still big doubts about your stars. If you deliberately accosted him again, will annoy him. Tai Zhenxian is a good cow batch. Han Ju saw the gaze behind him. I couldn't help but look embarrassed. Is this the strong? It's cold. Will you increase your favor by ignoring him directly next time? I'm going to have to hug this thigh. Although it is said that climbing the strong cannot become a great tool. But before you can hold it, you still have to hold it. The system pops up again. Your supernatural powers. Heaven and Earth Xinhuang Breaking Ring Swordfinger has been greatly improved. Promoted to Tai supernatural powers. Now the long-range combat means are also complete. Han Ju planned to find Xin Qingjun again to simulate the battle. He set the simulation level to 3 layers of large diameter. Even if it's a mock trial, you have to fight steadily. However, he was already familiar with the discussion of Xian Qingjuan's operations. He had tried and practiced thousands of times before. The means of nearly 3 layers remain the same. It can be said that it is not creative. This time, he directly cast the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Breaking Sword Finger. It takes 2 seconds to end the flash kill simulation trial. 1 second to cut out the nonsense. Finally achieved a spike. Go on a trip to see the outrageous progress of the Long River. Hanju intends to increase the difficulty again. He then raised the difficulty to the 4th floor of the Dashang Mirror. It's still a spike. One move of Tai's sword finger stabbed Xian Qingjun. I can't cultivate myself into a Dashang Mirror. But it is a move on the mirror. It's a bit pompous, but it's enough to deal with the Demon Emperor. After all, the higher the cultivation, the greater the gap between the same levels. The system prompts that the demon army will most likely not be connected to the battle. The strength of this level of 6 layers should not be careless. The winner of the master battle is often only in a split second. Fortunately, the riders of the Xinqian army are used to it, and Hanju knows it. As long as the robbers take the lead, I will definitely take it. I don't know that the demon lord of the West has arrived. A ghost smile appeared in front of him. Instantly froze through Hanju's younger brother. Hanju was unwilling. Even the tactical field proved in the end. His reaction speed really didn't make a big difference. The little brother on the 6th floor also suffered a lot of sins because of this. At this moment, the system sent another prompt. The circle of friends is still lively, but one of them kept him from startling. Luoqiu demon turned out to be dead. Yes. Now there are only 3 demon venerables left. I don't know which fairy master made it. At this time, the smoke of gunpowder had just cleared somewhere. Luo Ball demon's remnants were left with his last breath. He lamented how it could be. You've only crossed the 9th floor. A man smiled coldly. I cut this sword for my ancestors. Ancestors worship ancestors. Could it be that you are from the heavenly immortal mansion? That's right, you can escape the 1st year of junior high school. Naturally, you can't escape 15. I just got out of the customs and had this job. Although it was a bit of a hassle. But let's give you a discount. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Die grateful. 5 years in the blink of an eye. Hanju broke through the tribulation for nearly 7 floors. Mo Zhuyu left the Yuqing sect in danger for his family. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait to see the follow-up, friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Qiuqiu reading app. Search for Don't Wave and Cultivate quietly. The wonderful content is immediately presented on the streets. After Luo Qiuma was killed, Hanju led the apprentices to continue their penance. 5 years later, everyone improved rapidly. The Enlightenment Sword is about to impact Yuaning Jin. Yang Tiandong was already close to the Divine Mirror. And Kuren Kuin is still struggling with the dissolving microscope. Slow cultivation is like a rooster laying eggs. Hanju successfully broke through to the 7th floor of the crossing mirror. He was very satisfied with the speed of his cultivation. Compare yourself to your friends and enemies in your relationships. His breakthrough speed is absolutely unbeatable. Hanju secretly played blood. Jinaiha. Hope there's a chance for me to kill you. Don't be gone before you meet me. This month, a real person is needed. Said that Maju had to see Hanju. There has been no news of Maju for a long time. Something is wrong? Since the Mo family demon palace incident, Emoju spends most of his time cultivating quietly. Cultivation is also growing quite fast. The Baron was in the secret shop in an instant. Ask Lord Emo what is the matter and hurry to see him. Lord Emo bowed his head and said nothing. A moment replied, Please, let me out. My people are waiting for me to save them. Hanju was puzzled by the Dao people. It's Emo revenge or your ancestors. I will save the Lord when he reaches me. They told you to save it. Lord Emo nodded. Hanju turned around and asked the Forbidden Beard how he was notified. It is impossible for a real person to say it. No one knows about the secret store. And there is a history of forbidden isolation of gods. Hanju was stunned. Could it be that all of your MO families are far ahead? What exactly is the means used to connect? Hanju said, I promised not to take revenge and take care of you. Now the outside world is raging. You haven't even arrived at the avatar mirror. There is only a dead end to get out. Not to mention your strange ancestors. Emoju grabbed Hanju's hand. Seriously, I know what you're worried about. I'm worried that I'll be deceived by the Emo family. But although our Emo family is a demonic way, but not coldly. Now the entire Emo family is sealed. Only I'm still here. If I don't save them, the Emo family will die. I finally got to know all but my brother. There are other people in the Emo family. I am not willing to ignore their suffering. Hanju was so calm that you might really die if you go out. Are you still going? Emoju nodded heavily. If you insist on going, go ahead. Hanju took out a sentence. A puppet of the sky that has been prepared for a long time. Put this away and put it in the storage area. It can save your life in times of crisis. This time, I left. Don't think I'm going to come out and save you. If you live or die, we can only renew our fate in the next life. Drop that word. Hanju turned around and left. Slightly let the pure beard real person lift the secret seal. Tell Maju that he can leave at any time. Emoju couldn't wait to run out of the mountain gate. The real life of the pure beard is out there. Don't lose the face of the Yuqing holy sect. The spiritual transformation path is right in front of you. Why can't you make a plan after the breakthrough? Emoju shook his head. If this ordeal could not be resolved, I'm afraid it will become a demon. If you have a life, you can come back. The disciple is always around the elder, and the British ban is small. After that, he went down the mountain without looking back. Walked to the bottom of the mountain. Emoju detected a hint of breath. Look back at the top of the mountain. He knew the man was watching him. Maju Comet smiled. I'll be back. Hanju stood on the top of the mountain and did not make a sound. Silently watched Emoju leave. The world is sinister. I hope you can avoid evil. I'm relieved. Maju has been marked by him with 6 marks. If he dies or dies, Hanju could still find him. He set up the heavenly golem. If someone dares to mess with Maju, they can be directly wiped out. Hanju looked at the ink ghost on the Book of Doom. I won't curse you anymore. I hope you do it yourself. It is difficult to risk for the family. So it seems. I also have to thank my parents for abandoning me in this life. Saved me a lot of trouble. Hanju smiled bitterly. Enlightenment saw him and asked him where his parents were now. Hanju waved his hand. So many years have passed. They may have long since turned to bones. For a moment, Hanju remembered the past. At that time, their family of 3 was still a medicine stove. His parents were planning to go somewhere. I vaguely mentioned that it was too much trouble to carry a child. Before leaving, tell him to come back soon to pick him up. As a result, there has been no news since. The Iron Guy sent someone to search for the 2 of them. But it wasn't good news. The Iron Guy said they went to that place. How could it be that? Where it is no longer known. Tai Lao Lin wanted to see Hanju. Most of them wanted to talk about it. But don't bother with the Iron Guy. If they were alive, the system should have given a favorability hint a long time ago. Now that man is sitting on his bones. Why should I bother to grieve? Everyone has their own will. He could not have put his own will. Impose it on everyone around you. The people around him can pull a handful, but they will never be crushed. Practicing this path is destined to be lonely. Is it only yourself who can be responsible in the end? And Hanju has only one goal. That is immortality. Hanju said to the Enlightenment Sword if one day, you are also forced to do so. Things that are hard to part with have to leave. I'm not going to force it to stay. After the episode, the ascetic cultivation became Immortal Mountain, and the tranquility was restored again. Hanju occasionally joined the apprentices' fishing team. However, after Fong Liang left, a few guys who have no luck can only release the Air Force every day. The strongest Tianjiao of the heavenly immortal mansion is coming. Yes, there is the enemy. It is a battle or a retreat. Don't paddle away, the top luck is here again. Can't wait to see the wonderful follow-up, friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chochio reading app. Search for Don't Wave and Cultivate quietly. Highlights are available instantly. The book has been picked up since Maju left. The people who cultivated into the immortal mountain continued to cultivate. More than 2 years have passed. Kuan, in order to attract elites, created a trick of Genie Taime's mastery. This scene happened to be seen by the real people of Jioding who came to place it. The real person sighed triumphantly. This fat Kuan has grown up. It's time to find him a little female Kuan. Hanju invited Jioding Zhenren into the cave. Jioding excitedly said that there was good news. Sure enough, you're right. There is no need for our Jade Qing Shengzong to make a move. The Devil's Way is unlikely to succeed either. The Holy Land of the Right Path has struck. Luo Qiu Demon, one of the 5 deities of the Demon Tao, was killed by a peerless Tianjiao in the heavenly immortal mansion. That peerless genius. The giant is only 1,000 years old. It's scary. Han raised his eyebrows. He also thought that Luo Qiuma was beaten to death. Unexpectedly, he was killed by a Tianjiao of Tianxian Mansion. Chitos can kill the demon Dao Martial Venerable. It's remarkable. Chitos Daisijin is really terrifying. Hanju asked. Then the demon Dao is not standing now? The eyes and chest are playful. Jioding Zhenren shook his head and said that Luoqiu was dead. On the contrary, it exacerbated the contradiction between good and demon. It is said that the other 4 are about to be born. One of them even reached the 8th floor of Deshang. Hanju continued to ask. Deshang entered the 8th floor. Is it considered the strongest in the demon Dao? Jioding took a sip of tea and replied, it should be counted. After all, the mortal world. There has been no record of Deshang's entry into the 9th floor. That's why. Probably forcibly ascended. At this time, Hanju remembered Xin Qinjun. I don't know if he will participate. He didn't seem to be entirely on the side of the demon path. He's so strong, but he seems to be afraid of something. That's when it happened. Hanju suddenly received a system prompt. A congenital deed has been detected. Whether to check its origin. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Select view now. Abandon the ancestors and cross the catastrophe for nearly 9 floors. Born invincible. Believe that he is the only ancestor above the common people. Extreme conceit. Born in Tianxian Mansion. 100-year-old Jin Dan is 200 years old. The reason is that Tianxian Mansion is the strongest Tianjiao in the history of Tianxian Mansion. I have been practicing in retreat until the war between the 2 realms of justice and demons had to be born. I heard that Guan Yu of Yuqing sect is the first decoration in the world. I came to challenge the strongest Tianjiao in the Tianxian Mansion. Wait a minute. The Tianjiao of the Nofi Cinnabar Luo Ball Demon is this person. Hanju asked. The man who taught the demon to kill the demons. Isn't it called sacrificing to the gods? What a precursor. What is the first sacrifice to the gods? Sacrifice to the gods and miracles. Okay, uncle, you drink tea first. I'm going out for a trip. Now that the system has given a prompt, explain that someone else is nearby. He noticed a point. Jixian, born extremely conceited, the heavenly immortal mansion is rich in megalomania. The previous ones were both cold and conceited. Speaking of which, both of them have been staying in the heavenly immortal mansion. It wasn't until Xiao became a minister that he was born. This heavenly immortal mansion seemed to be deeper than Hanju had imagined. Hanju immediately detected the strongest person in the Jade Qing sect. Soon locked on Mr. Ji. He closed his eyes and began to simulate the trial system. Lingerie meets. Hanju couldn't help but marvel that he was really the strongest Tianjiao. This aura definitely has a face. Hanju swept his eyes and worshipped the ancestor god Deshang. The 4 floors are not necessarily my opponents. Not to mention the nearly 9th floor. Hanju intends to try to resolve the battle within 10 seconds. This time, however, He miscalculated. I saw that the sacrifice god instantly took the lead. Hanju's cheek was instantly slashed. Not a blade, but some metal fragments. In an instant, several more streams of metal swords struck Hanju. The speed is not as fast as the Xinqing army. Hanju was always dodging and didn't make a move. This trick is not like swordsmanship. But with Mr. G's slashing, he kept shooting. Hanju took out the Hongming Judgment Sword. After a sword swing, this interrupted Mr. G's attack. Only then did he see clearly. Mr. G's sword is made up of countless fragments, especially driven by its own aura. Thousands of fragments attack the enemy with aura control. How outrageous this wielding control over the aura must be. At this time, Hanju suddenly felt bad. A moment of distraction. He ignored the debris scattered on the ground behind him. Mr. G shouted and refused. Raspberry shards froze through Hanju's body like bullets. Immediately after that, Mr. G deteriorated instantly. There was not a trace of gasping in front of him, leaving Hanju behind. Hanju immediately resorted to reincarnation suggestions. Was blocked by Mr. G with a sword shield. Immediately after that, Hanju made a sevenfold change of department. Surrounded Mr. G. Then the three clear things were used. This next season, Mr. G will definitely die. How do you know that although Ji Xianxian was wounded, but there is still the strength to fight? Because of him. Out of the secret legend of the heavenly immortal mansion, Lu Guangjian, not only will the power of the three clears fall, he also raised his own aura to the Deshang realm. Ji Xianxian smiled coldly. My secret method can block your attacks 3 times. The next 2 times I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Let's say that the ancestor god used the AoE big move to add wings. The comment hit Hanju again. Hanju's guidance is to underestimate the enemy himself. This man's weapons are very changeable. Spiritual power control is at its peak. The speed is not inferior to Deshang Mirror. There is also a secret method of protecting the body. It can also temporarily break through the strength of the line. So far, the same realm can force me into this situation. He was the only one. No wonder. This person can kill the Luo Ball demon of Deshang Mirror more and more. Hanju sat on the ground injured. After the ancestors, God stood firm before him. He smiled coldly at Hanju. You see that the noise is very high. It's a pity that the physical body is still like that. Only Fan, who was suppressed by me, could die. In the hands of the strongest Tianjiao in my heavenly immortal mansion. Count it as your supreme glory. This won me. Just relax and accept death. Hanju looked at him and didn't make a move. After that, it was Mr. G who fell to the ground. Hanju said that you have committed a big taboo. One is that you shouldn't have a villain dying from talking too much. The second is my Tai spirit treasure. It's not a vegetarian. But you don't lose when you die. The same realm can fight with me for so long. You're the first. Abolish virtual battles. Hanju felt a little tricky. It took 40 seconds. In the case of not being able to kill with one hit, I'm afraid that the Yuqing sect will not be guaranteed. That's when it happened. Hanju heard Xiaosheng someone giving a. This Xiaosheng is full of murderous momentum. It was as if a great battle was brewing. Hanju swept the divine stone out. Discover Sun Chang'an and Kuan Kuan. They didn't seem to hear it. Taoist friends have a strong enemy coming. What to do is to overcome the hardships in an instant. The tone was full of tension. This Xiaosheng can only be heard by crossing the shortcut. The trespasser was so provocative. Du Fu planned to go and teach a lesson. Hanju waved his hand, or I'll go. The other party has already crossed into the 9th floor. 9 layers of catastrophe. How can you say so lightly? Are you already sure? Hanju's battle was the first day of today's immortal mansion. I am the man who wants to become a fairy god. How could it be impossible to lose? Don't take away your top luck. Thank you, fans, for your patience for a week. Thank you also to the fans who scolded me for a week. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chicho reading app. Search for Don't Wave and Cultivate Quietly, and you can see it in one breath. Why do you scold me every day for moving bricks? The book was connected to the strongest Tianjiao in the Tianxian mansion. I don't know who is coming. Hanju could only go and touch it. Dozens of miles away, the mountains stretch. A man in Tsing, he sits on a fork in a tree halfway up the mountain. Gentle and elegant, blowing a green bamboo flute. Hanju's voice floated from this matter. What is the purpose of Daoist friends to use this exploration technique? The man in Tsing, he turned to squint at him. Filial piety in the summer Fuji. Mr. heard about the Yuqing holy sect. There is a big groomer named Guan Yu. It is the first in the world. I'd like to have a fight with them. You said Guan Yu. He was long gone. It's been more than 100 years. Mr. G laughed a little. Where he went. Hanju arrived at him to deal with the demon Dao. Case. Then your excellency and I have a discussion. How not to hurt lives. Hanju shook his head slightly. I am not your opponent. Mr. G sneered again. You can hear my laughter. It's definitely a shortcut, and I can't see through your cultivation. You must be strong. You say yes. Guan Yinchang and Hanju were silent. He began to think about how to defeat Mr. G. This person is extremely conceited. Defeating him will not anger him. If you have to kill him, will it anger the Tianxian mansion? This is Mr. G laughed. Greedy and greedy, Yun Changdao has. I know what you're afraid of. You can rest assured that my Mr. G is inspired by his talents. This battle will not kill you. Hanju sighed in his heart. You're crazy. Hanju asked helplessly, if I win you, you won't be dwelling on it. It even evolved into hatred. The first god smiled more subtly. No. Tell the truth. I'm invincible. Hanju embarrassedly pulled out a 3-bedroom living room. How do you say that? On the cheek. This is absolutely invincible in the world. In this way, you and I will compete with each other, and you will fight for a long time. Whoever takes a step back loses. The priest smiled and said. As he spoke, he pointed at Hanju with a bamboo flute. Hanju thought about it, then go to the sky, so as not to hit the flowers and plants of the Yuqing holy sect. It's easy to say. The two jumped to their feet. In an instant, he jumped above the sea of clouds. The Yuqing holy sect master sealed a palace. Wataru is nervously watching the battle. It is a sacrifice to the first god. The first day of the heavenly immortal mansion. Something happened. It's a big trouble to kill the gods. I thought bitterly and sorrowfully. Above the sea of clouds, the sky is high and magnificent. Hanju and Ji, immortal god, stood opposite each other. Ji, immortal god, beckoned. Yun Chang, Dao you please. Hanju didn't want to shoot too hard. He pulled Lei Lingli out of the 6 spiritual powers. Then a palm burst out. Seeing Hanju use the thunder trick, Mr. G sneered. My fire spirit can restrain you. The moment when the spiritual power of the two collided, the sea of clouds was shaken away, swept hundreds of miles. Both frowned at the same time. There is only one thought, and the other party is a little strong. Mr. G began to increase his spiritual power. The same is true for Hanju. How am I supposed to act? Hanju was a little entangled. The successor god is also a little difficult. I'm not going to use my power. Wouldn't it be bad if he was hit hard? The two men changed their minds almost in unison, are all thinking about each other, as the spiritual power of the two became stronger and stronger, cultivating into the people of the immortal mountain. Lamented so many years, it's rare to have a fight with the master. Looking for Chang'an was also puzzled. Making such a big fuss is not like the master's style. Only Kuan is the most sober-minded. If the master is not prepared to kill the other party in seconds, it is categorically not going to make a move. He's definitely acting. Let's all disperse. With that, Kunkin continued to dance with Jenny Taimei. This movement of the Yuqing holy sect was all shocked. Countless disciples flew into the air. A Korean drama duo looking into the distance. Shooting real people. I was just about to lead the elders to help. Du Fu suddenly stopped them. This person is the first day of the heavenly immortal mansion. Absolute tribulation realm powerhouse. And to wait for it is to die. Shooting calmed down a little. Asked the elder if he had left any instructions. Du Fu said that Zhan Xin Taoist friends asked me to guard the sect. It's good to avoid the sect from being affected. And I'm really no match for that man. Shooting gasped. And even you're not an opponent. Wouldn't we be whiter? It's a bit of a trance to let shower out here. He used to be the first day of the heavenly immortal mansion. 5,000 years ago, the first day of pride. It's far less than the first day of today. Who would dare to believe this when it gets out? After that, Joding let all the elders disperse. He has already slashed the gods, and the elder has already struck. Let's go back to the house and continue to eat melons. If you don't know for sure, Elder God of War would definitely not make a move. Du coup surprised. You guys just trust the God of War Taoists like that. At this time, the battle in the sky is over. At this moment, Mr. G's spiritual power was covered. Han Ju's 6 spiritual powers were shattered. His chi and blood were turbulent. Blood spilled from the corners of the mouth. He stared at Han Ju deadly. The face was incredulous. Han Ju looked at his hand helplessly. After all, he still didn't have the strength. I added some wind and water spirit power to it. He couldn't catch the spiritual power of the 3, and I couldn't help it. Han Ju flashed in front of Mr. G. If you dare to show hatred this time, then just wipe it out. Reluctant to suffer from future problems. Mr. G gritted his teeth and asked, "You are Deshang Jing." He even killed the great demon cultivator who had entered the 4th layer of Deshang. How could you lose to the person in front of you? Han Ju knew that this person's heart was too strong. If you tell him I'm still on the path, I'm afraid that it will directly provoke him. Han Ju hesitated for a moment. Nod slowly, that's it. Mr. G still can't accept it. How could I possibly lose to Daesungjin? Why? Han Ju's heart was galloping with 10,000 grass and mud horses. You press a catastrophe into the 9th floor. Why can't you lose to Daesungjin? Han Ju really wanted to kill him. Guan Yu, you are the first person to defeat me. But I will beat you again. I am destined to be invincible. I was born to be a man of the gods. Han Ju hurriedly nodded. Pat Mr. G like a fool. I believe you. Your talent is truly unparalleled. The future must belong to a genius like you. Mr. G's face improved and Guan Yu had it. You're really discerning. Mr. G left with a word. I'm going to go and find a trainer. I will prove that your words are right. At this time, Han Ju also received a system question. Mr. G has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 2 stars. Well, okay, good, it's a cheap skin. Kun caused trouble, and the 2 sons were coming. Prepare to attack the Demon Emperor dynasty. Don't row away. Your top luck is here again. Can't wait to see the follow-up Audience Master. You can click on the link in the lower left corner to download the autumn reading. App doesn't have to wait. Watch the follow-up now. The book is picked up again. Han Ju defeated Mr. G in the Yuqing Holy Sect. Make a splash. Juding led the elders to congratulate Han Ju. Which one? Han Ju was quite displeased, but he didn't want to talk about it. That man just now had a small heart. The fact that I was defeated was weakly spread. Lost his face. It's inevitable that he will bring people to the door to seek revenge. Xiao Yao and Du Fu know very well. The style of the heavenly immortal mansion thinned their face. It's really easy to get into trouble. Jioding was almost scared to death when he learned of Mr. G's identity. Direct order blockade news must not be disseminated. Du Fu asked Han Ju how quickly he had to learn. I'm afraid that person's cultivation is far below you. Han Ju shook his head. That person's strength was comparable to Deshang. We just haven't exercised our power. Hear the word Deshang. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that, Elder Han, you have already achieved great strength? Han Ju shook his head and said filial piety I am still far from Deshang, because my penance is greater than his. So Duff and Phelps is slightly better than him. In this matter, Du Fu's admiration for Hanju was even higher. I didn't expect this little Yuqing holy sect. There is such a high man. If you make good friends, maybe it's a big opportunity. And Hanju also felt a little strange. It's already winter. How could it be so hot? In a flash, another 13 years have passed. Hanju broke through to nearly 8 floors of the tribulation. Hanju opens the relationship list to view the email. I found that the idle real person had fallen. This elder of the blood extension, Heavenly Gate. At the beginning, he lurked into the Yuqing holy sect. I want to attack and kill Hanju. As a result, he was counter-killed. Later, I didn't dare to make a second time. Instead, he helped Xie Yin Tianmen surrender to the Yuqing holy sect. His death may have made Liu Immortal very sad. This is the cultivation realm. People die every day. Rolling red dust. Big waves wash the sand. Fellow Taoists, I will walk your way for you. Hanju silently raised his hands and saluted with fists in front of him. Enlightenment was quite puzzled what the master was doing. Hanju replied saying goodbye to those departed Taoists. Whoever died. Is Xing Hongxian dead? An unfamiliar person. A lot of poor people. Since you are not familiar and poor, why should you salute and say goodbye? Tell yourself that the path of cultivation is dangerous. Always be cautious. Reverence must never be lost. The Enlightenment sword was in awe. The Master's realm is really high. The Master does not know whether to talk about something or not. You say, there are 3 suns in the sky. Do you say normal? In front of the Xiantian cave mansion, the hibiscus tree is convulsing. Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an used their strength to eat. I can't control it. The strength was so great that he even threw Sun Chang'an into the sky. Fortunately, Hanju arrived in time to stop him. Tell me how long the tree has been shaking. Kuan was so frightened that Kuan flesh trembled. Lions say it's been a few days ago. Hanju knew that this Kuan would not tell the truth. You know how to cook chicken. Yellow stewed chicken, roasted chicken. Is the baby pheasant stewed with mushrooms? The black jade chicken was almost scared to tears. My voice was choked. What he was most afraid of was Hanju. He can only be honest. It started to shake when Fong Liang came down the mountain. It's been almost 5 years now. Hanju was furious. Xiao Kuan cub, this time you made a big disaster. Yang Tiandong started the pot to burn oil. Prepare mushroom, vermicelli, and potatoes. That's when it happened. Xing Hongxian walked over coolly. The husband is so interested. I'm going to cook it myself today. It's better to boil water and pluck your hair for you. I said why it's been so hot lately. It turned out to be you, the fat Kuan. 2 more pigs and dogs were provoked. Hanju wiped his sweat. What kind of pig fight is this? You know where the sun comes from. That's right, the sun isn't just a mythical beast. Rather, it is a top-level divine beast that feeds on dragons and phoenixes. 3-legged gold house. Hanju turned his head to look. The dress of the Sichuan fairy made his eyes shine. The fairy continued, there have been rumors since ancient times. The sun's extreme heat can destroy the world. Bury the entire era. Its cataclysm is known as the 3-day volley. Hanjili gave a thumbs up to Fairy Sichuan. I didn't expect the master to be a 3rd-level fan. Starry Sky Xian was puzzled. Now in addition to making the daylight brighter, the temperature between heaven and earth is not exaggerated. Hanju silently looked at the scenery in front of him. Isn't that exaggerated enough, Zhu? No finch can go down to earth. It shows that it is difficult for Mister to go down to earth. Neither can the Golden House. Maybe that's exactly what happened. The Golden House was cut off from the mortal realm. But this goes on. Sooner or later, it will lead to catastrophe. I heard that the Gold House can't come down. Asked dizzily. Isn't that so you don't have to take my stewed buns? Hanju threw the black jade chicken onto the fusang tree. Scare him and say if you take another step down, I'll break your chicken wings and grill them first. Xing Hongxian and Fairy Shishuan hurriedly played around. Kuan Kuan is still a child. What bad eyes can he have? That's when it happened. Jioding Jinren found Elder Hanju. Chicken-stewed mushrooms are not in a hurry to eat. There is something big about the sect. Please make a decision. Tianxia Mansion and other holy places. Call on the righteous way of the world to gather. Let's go. Destroy the devil's path. Imperial dynasty. The surrounding righteous sects are ready to go. At this moment, the messenger was waiting in the main hall. We don't dare to call the shots. Please give me an idea. Han Jun didn't expect it. It's time to get to the clans so soon. Shishuan Fairy analysis. It should be due to the intention of these 3 days of volleys. Outside, I thought it was the devil's doing. So the forces on all sides are agitated. Hanju said, this heavenly immortal mansion should be eyeing the Yuqing sect. If we don't fight as a team, I'm afraid it's going to be seen as a demon. Then go for it. Lao Fan preached. In-person representation. After all, the Yuqing holy sect was not strong enough. 10,000 retouches are enough. By the way, bring the blood to extend the heavenly gate. Let them take revenge. I am in charge of the Yuqing holy sect. You can rest assured. Jioding Jinren hugged his fist and immediately went back to pass the order. At this time, the Shishuan Fairy opened his mouth. I'll go along. I am the core elder. Is a madman with 18 seals in Yuqing. Bound. Xing Hongxian is not to be outdone, and I will marry my weak husband. I am the master mother of the immortal mountain. I am also responsible. I was stunned. What kind of moth do you two women have? Su Qi and the demon Emperor Ji were torn. The face of the chaotic Tengu is to save the same door and train by example. Don't take away your top luck. For copyright reasons. This work has been officially renamed from today. Luck Hanju. Friends who like this novel, you can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for Luck Hanju. I see the hand in one breath. The book is picked up again. Hanju led Jioding. A real person leads a team to participate in the conquest of the demon cult. I don't know. Shishuan Fairy and Xing Hongxian also had to participate. Although the Shishuan Fairy has an unshirkable responsibility as an elder. But Hanju didn't want his master to take risks. But no matter how you persuade this woman, she is hard-hearted. Xing Hongxian has also encountered difficulties with the demon sect several times. I swore that this time I would give the task of destroying demons. Hanju sighed helplessly. Since you two have to put your lives at risk, then take this with you. I've upgraded your heavenly golem. This time it's in the real sense. A puppet of the heavens in its full form. Not only is it sturdy and durable, but it also has a red and silver gun. It's just that there is no time for the limit and the spray extinction period. The Shishuan Fairy is unknown. Only Xing Hongxian scolded and scolded. You're not new to this look. Leaving Hanju's housewife. Jioding Jinren should take care of his truth and affairs. Jioding Jinren secretly reassured Hanju. Your woman guarantees that not a single hair will be missing. Looking at the backs of the 3 of them leaving. Kuan Feng Ying's flattery to Hanju's master. What can you do if our Yuqing sect is gone? Hanju coldly told him to get out. From now on, you are not allowed to go fishing. Honestly, squatting on a tree to do Kuan was shot to death. Can only sit on the tree and die. Hanyu payed secretly. I hope that Jioding Jinren and others will not have an accident. There is a Tianxian mansion to lead the team. Jinaihe should be over this time. At this time, in the hinterland of the demon cult, Jinaihe was looking at the person in front of him coldly. Suki. I've been suspicious of you for a long time. Over the past 60 years, more than 5,000 elites have died inexplicably. Even lost to Deshang Jinxiang. Again and again, invasion plans were shelved. After so many years of investigation, the evidence is all pointing to you. Why did you betray me? Quickly recruit from the real thing. Is it the demon lord's intention? The Chaos Tengu looked at Suki with a complicated look in his eyes. I was struggling. He didn't know whether to save Suki or not. But even if he makes a move, he can't change the ending. He couldn't be the Demon Emperor's opponent. Your Majesty must have been forced by the Demon Lord to force Suki. There is no way he can betray you. It has nothing to do with the Demon Lord. I am the righteous way. It is impossible to be in the company of demons. Suki said in a deep voice. The aura is brazen and fearless. The master will definitely come to my rescue. Suki is convinced of this. I can't help but squint. There was sand overflowing in his eyes. He Chun Shung ordered to go to the Tengu and Yuan to eat him. Hearing this, the Chaos Tengu was shocked. The host, I've been a vegetarian for a long time. Kina and Evil look at the Tengu. There is only one of the two of you to live today. The Chaos Tengu looked at Suki. Suki also looked at him calmly. Suchi shook her head helplessly. Tengu didn't want to make a move on his fellow doormen either. They knew each other decades ago. Suki didn't recognize the dog at that time, and the dog had already recognized Suki. After all, the dog's appearance has changed too much over the years. Suchi didn't dare to recognize him rashly. The dog swore by Kunkin's life categorically. He is definitely Hanju's most genuine demon pet. Suki said that the master's expression. Outsiders certainly don't know. The dog instantly understood. You're not talking about this expression. Suki clapped her hands and exclaimed, yes, yes. You're acting too similar. Definitely their own people. The two counted the sadness of wandering outside these years. Show your heart to each other. If you have the opportunity, you must make memories together. Even if you die, you have to fall back to your roots. The more Chaos Tengu thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. The anger in my heart was ignited. What are you waiting for? Jinai's impatient, he Dao, instead of being full of dissatisfaction. The paws of the Chaos Tengu creaked. Raise the dog's head and look up to the sky and howl Suki. You go back and tell the master. I'm not intimidated by the Chaos Tengu. If there is an afterlife. I stayed by his side. Tengu jerked around and pounced on Kinai. Scolded and said, this king is fighting with you. Jinai, he sneered, touching. There are also people who do not understand that only by giving in can we survive. For a moment, it was too late for Suki to stop her. The dog's paws are already towards Jinai and the beat. After a bang, there was an explosion. The dog was blasted out. Blood spills in the sky. I already knew that your master's name was Hanju. When you were resurrected, I read your memory. I had a gut feeling that he was going to stop my geese. I am disappointed by your stupidity. Soon I will send Hanju down to see you. Looking at the dog who doesn't know if it's dead or alive. Suki went from shock to rage. His eyes were engulfed in rage. A strange black gas appeared all around him. All of them got into his body. Jinai, he was secretly frightened. Could this force be at this moment? An arrogant laugh came from the Demon Emperor. Finally, let me find you. Yusti, Dacheng. The Luo Ball demon who has entered the 4th floor is not my opponent. And you're just a scumbag. Skill is difficult and self-conscious. You are the sacrifice to the gods. That's right, you can die if you know my name. Hanju is enshrined in the long river of Kendo. Find out the origin of the Gold House. The dispute between the two realms of good and evil is about to heat up. Don't take away your top-notch charm again. Can't wait to see the follow-up, friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for Chi Yun Hanju. Wonderful follow-up to See Cool in one breath. Since there were 2 more suns in the sky, Hanju has been worrying about Kunkin wiping his ass. And Fei Kuan is also obedient a lot. I never dared to go down and down from the Fuso tree again. Take a step. Now that Kiroheim has relived in the Fuso tree. Why the 2 golden houses still refuse to leave. It is easy to please God, but it is difficult to send God. Hanju suddenly had a bold idea. It's better to take the opportunity to enlighten. Go to the big guy and ask. Hanju's housewife disciple don't come near him. He wants to come to his senses. A month later, somewhere on a battlefield where the demons are fighting, suddenly there was a natural noise. The sword cultivation of the two realms of righteousness and demons. The weapons in their hands flew away one after another. Flying in a certain direction, the battlefield was instantly full of flags. It's really a good time to see this Eons of Time. How can this battle be fought without weapons? It is mostly repaired in the modification. This coke is bad for the demon cultivators. Strangely shaped weapons in their hands. This moment comes in handy. However, the righteous path has been prepared for a long time. After all, I've suffered this loss before. They all took out their red guns. Submachine gun sword of the world. They all flew in the direction of the immortal mountain of ascetic cultivation. Hanju is also familiar with the way to come to the long river of Kendo. It's like going back to your parents' house. He went straight ahead. Soon I saw the predecessors of the battle Lone Star. Jean Lone Star ignored Hanju. After all, this time it came too often. Hanju broke the silence. Happily asked the senior. It can be known that the star chi of Jinwu Zhonggong does not come in one place. You have an epiphany. I saw it just to ask me about Kanaya. Hanju naturally can't say that you guessed right. Can only be mixed into their own, beloved to see. This time it was a fluke epiphany. By the way, ask the seniors. Zhang Gongxing indicates that the Golden House is an ancient divine beast. Can be transformed into the sun. The Golden House is divided into the Vanjin House and the Nerve House. The Golden House is the sun warrior of the mortal world. Not allowed to leave. The mortal cultivation that he is in charge of cannot grow. The Nerve House is one of the gods of the fairy world. Strong heritage. Even if it is the heavenly court divine father. The demon prince did not dare to provoke easily. Hearing his words, Hanju's heart sank. Since Fan Jinwu can't leave. Other words, the two stars in the sky, the sun, are most likely nerve houses. Hanju continued to ask, can the nerve house enter the mortal world? Naturally it can't. The true fire of the sun in their bodies is enough to destroy the mortal world. The turtle flame made them forbidden to descend to earth. Lone Star seemed to think of something. Pinch your fingers and count them immediately. The mouth of the Nannan province, nervous fowl family. Recently, there has been a lot of strife. If that's the case, it's a big deal. After seeing the image of the mortal world, Zhang Lone Star cursed. How can there be two nerves above your mortal realm? Although it is a young nerve stain, Hanju asked, is the young nerve filthy strong? The husband replied in his heart that it was not strong. Not long after they were born, they became fully cultivated. I am also proud that this time it is Hanju's turn to swear. Just after birth, he became a great cultivator. Hanju felt insulted. Why didn't the Neurowiches teach them? If they come to our mortal realm, that's a bad thing for us mortals. Hanju complained. The husband replied in his heart, who knows? It's none of my business. My duty is to see it with my hands. Nothing else concerns me. I didn't see anything. Don't expect Wu to help you. Hanju was silent. Sure enough, if you fall behind, you can only be beaten. It's better to rely on no one than on yourself. You have to hurry up and get to the 9th floor. Lest you get 10, and even 2 little cooing cubs can't beat them. After the 3rd series, he rounded the battle Lone Star and continued to move forward. It's coming. You have to try to be stronger. Like last time, Hanju took 6 steps. A sword chi was cultivated from pain. The fairy mountain rises to the sky. Xinhuang sword chi was also officially promoted to Tai divine power. Hanju continued to cultivate. The next small target is nearly 9 floors. Somewhere in a dark cave. Blood demon ancestor. White-haired mushrooms. The greedy demon Arhat and the demon monarch Xian Qin Jun sat together. Wuzuan fell one. It makes their atmosphere very gloomy. The blood demon ancestor said that the demon emperor's recovery speed was getting slower and slower, and it is often reflexed by the demonic energy in the body. 1. He saw that the demon emperor was affected by some external factors. Wei Wuxin supported him like this. Now, it doesn't seem like a good deal. Greedy Arhut Chen Xingdao. I didn't expect the heavenly immortal mansion to be so coincidental. Several immortal gods have surpassed the scope of Tianjiao. Even if we waited for him to be one-on-one, it is not necessarily its opponent. The blood demon ancestor looked at the Qin monarch demon monarch. You can be sure of dealing with Qi Xianxin. Xian Qinjun said with a blank face, there are roommates. But they told me to be neutral. After all, Deshang's attack on the 8th floor can destroy the world. I can't act rashly until they make a move. The blood demon ancestor didn't want to wait any longer. It must be before Mr. G grows up. Kill him. Greedy Arhut and white-haired mushrooms. Persuade the ancestor to hurry up. After all, among the 4 of them, except for the demon lord, ancestor is the strongest. And the ancestor naturally didn't want to come out. The heavenly immortal mansion is not so easy to mess with. The demon lord said lightly. Su Xianxin can't afford to look like it for the time being. But the 2 golden crows in the sky. Is this a portent? The 4 demon Dao venerables were silent for a while. The white-haired mushroom opened his mouth tremblingly. Our demon cultivators have never been favored by the heavenly Dao. You said that this time it would be the heavenly Dao that was going to make a move. The sword demon ancestor let the demon lord hurry up and inquire into the underworld. If it's really the way of heaven, it's going to intervene. A few of them are just right, too. Get out of here. The demon lord replied with a good word. With that, he opened the portal to the underworld. In an instant, countless demonic chi tore open a spatial rift. The demon lord said that I had been gone for decades. Can you all stabilize the situation? The single man reassured him. The demon lord said lightly. And he went to the underworld without looking back. After the demon lord is gone, the blood demon ancestor remembered the great ceremony. It is not necessary to prepare a gray hair mask. Whether the demon Dao can be unified depends on this canon. Another 11 years have passed. On this day, Hanju received a system offer. It shows that you are over 600 years old. One step forward in life. You have the following options to exit immediately. Slay demons and demons. Famous all over the world. You can get a sword spirit treasure too to continue your cultivation. Stay away from the world. Sprint to completion. You can get a sword spirit treasure and a bottle of random ammo. Hanju didn't say a word. Just select the second option. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Spirit Treasure Giant Spirit Bracer. Congratulations. Obtain a bottle of Deshang Soul Nyin Dan Jin Spirit Bracer. Tai 5 products. It can absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Increase your physical strength in battle. Deshang Soul Alchemy. Deshang training is an elixir used to strengthen the soul. It's Tai Ling Bao again. Not bad, not bad. Hanju's mood was suddenly happy. Deshang's soul alchemy, he can't use it for the time being. At this time, he had already crossed the nearly 9th layer of the great perfection. He pulls up the relationship and checks the email. I haven't swiped the circle of friends for more than 10 years. Your friend Huang Ji number. 67,823 attacks by demon cultivators. Your god pet, the Chaos Tengu, has been attacked by a demon cultivator. Deeply injured. Personality is powerful to save each other. Your apprentice Suki has gone mad. The power of the divine pavilion is uncontrollable. Thousands of miles of life suffer from bad luck. Your disciple son Fangliang has been attacked 12,004 times by demon cultivators. Your friends are a few immortals. Attacked 110,982 times by demon cultivators. Your Dao Lu Xianqin Jun left the world. Your friend Mo Cha entered the Forbidden Ancients. Names of life and death. Your disciple's son Fang Liang suffered from the demon cultivator and gave up his luck. Transmagic cultivation greatly strengthens one's soul. Your friend, Juding Real Person, attacked 9,877 times by demon cultivators. Hanju frowned. The cultivation ring is getting more and more chaotic. Hanju and the disciples were contaminated with beast luck, broke through one after another, and escaped the catastrophe. Discover the secret of enlightenment. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for Luck Hanju. Wonderful follow-up to See Cool in one breath. The book was picked up and Hanju looked at Peng. The circle of friends sighed that the magic path was so tenacious. Obviously, the number of demon cultivators is not as good as 30% of the righteous path. This battle between good and evil lasted for decades. It could even last for hundreds of years. Where did the endless stream of demon cultivation come from? Thankfully, he wasn't involved. If you have kung fu fighting, it is better to practice well. Hanju shifted his attention to cultivating into an immortal mountain. The two golden houses in the sky are still there. It's really persistent. Hanju began to check on the other people's cultivation. Yang Tiandong. Hisun Chang'an has reached the 9th floor of Yuanying Path. The Dao Sword also reached the 7th layer of the Yuanying Path. Kunkan eats, sleeps, and eats wild every day. Arrived at the 7th floor of Rong Sujing. Hanju Zi's two voices have a princess fight. It's better to cultivate like my humble disciples. Fang Liang's matter had already reached the 9th layer of Yuanying Jing. He is worthy of being the son of heaven and earth. It's been a short time to catch up with Suki's kid. When a little longer, the strongest Japanese gate must be the square beam. Somewhere in a cave at this time, Fang Liang has already begun to cross the catastrophe. The heavenly Tao naturally did not make the son of heaven and earth uncomfortable. This thunderstorm smashed on the body. It's as refreshing as a spring breeze, with the last few heavenly thunders pretending to be split. There was a golden lotus of luck in the sky. Hanju looked at Fang Liang's avatar. Progress from Yuan Ying to God. I couldn't help but spit out. Say a breakthrough is a breakthrough operation. It was the first time he had seen him. Hanju turned around and skimmed into the fortune golden lotus. This luck golden lotus has already floated all over the mountain of ascetic cultivation into immortals. I'm afraid it's already floating all over the cultivation realm. The cards of the children of heaven and earth are really big enough. Universally, have enjoyed the benefits brought by the breakthrough of the square beam. This golden lotus is full of European spirit. It has great implications for cultivation, especially at critical moments when it is time to break through. Looking for Chang'an and Yang Tiandong. Also borrowed the European spirit of the golden lotus. Both broke through the divine realm. However, a breakthrough means a catastrophe. The power of the two of them to cross the catastrophe together is terrifying. I'm afraid that I can't bear it if I cultivate into an immortal mountain. Hanju was thinking about separating the two. Teleport to the demon realm. Otherwise, the power of Lei Jie, who merged with the two, would not be able to bear it. However, Hanju didn't notice it. I was also contaminated by the luck golden lotus. A golden lotus fell quietly. The pointed head made Hanju's spiritual power overflow. At this moment, it completely exploded. He only felt the spiritual power surging in his body. It was intended to be consolidated for a while. At this moment, it has to break through. There were already those two people who wanted to break through. At this time, he himself is not only an immortal. The yam was razed to the ground. I'm afraid that the entire Yuqing sect will be wiped out. I don't know that this is the right time. Hanju was suddenly teleported to a void. Hanju muttered to himself suspiciously. Was told by the system that this was the heavenly tribulation space. It is specially prepared for those who break through the Deshang realm. Hanju scolded again. I didn't expect Deshang Jin to have such treatment. That's fine. The world will not be ruined by my breakthrough. Not raw. Now I only hope that Chang'an and Yang Tiandong will know. Rules. Just hurry up and go to the 10,000 demon realm to cross the tribulation. Hanju was just ready to survive the catastrophe with peace of mind. But I was told by the system again, if you cross the calamity. There are also people within the range who meet the conditions for the tribulation. They will also come to this space together to survive together. After that, Hanju saw his two stupid apprentices. Hanju was stupid. The two of them were stupid and didn't die out together. But he had to form a group to die in the space. If the power of the triumph is stacked, I'm afraid no one will get out alive. Said that the stones in the stone, and the three raised their eyes to look at the sky. Swift clouds of terror are surging. I can't leave at the moment. At this time, a powerful thunderbolt slashed towards the clouds. Wiped that dark cloud away in an instant. Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an thought they had escaped. Only Hanju has a bad mind. It was the two of them who were erased just now. And Faisanjian is indeed his own masterpiece. Tianlei treats. A kilometer-wide volley of heavenly thunder descended into the air. Immediately after that, countless such heavenly thunders followed. This tribulation space looks like an endless void. And at this moment, the three of them didn't even have a place to hide. Hanju is dressed in Tai Lingbao. The Taoist priest can still resist. But his two disciples couldn't resist being so strong. Yang Tiandong said, I had seen the group Lei Jie in the book, and the author can write about this experience. Definitely survived. That solution is to quickly hold your head and squat down. Hanju scolded for the third time. Countless stout thunderbolts slashed down one after another. It seems to have eyes. None of them hit the three of them. In this way, the three of them survived 3 months in Rijie. Master, what are you doing? The Enlightenment sword suddenly appeared behind Hanju and asked, Don't bother me if I didn't see us in the apocalypse. The three of them woke up suddenly. Why would he look up at the three of them? Not only has he returned to the immortal mountain of penance, even Xiao Wei has been promoted. Han despaired of the 3 suns in the sky. It's certainly the present world. Why did this catastrophe pass like this? Enlightenment sword. He pointed to the purple stone that was placed behind Hanju. After the master gave him to me, my cultivation has indeed improved a little faster, but it's not much use. So I thought I'd bring it to my master. Drop the stone and go fishing. Hanju looked at the enlightenment stone and suddenly reacted. Isn't the role of this stone for enlightenment? Rather, it is used to avoid robbery. This stone can help the gods to stay on earth. It is not restricted by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Now he can still avoid the catastrophe. Doesn't it have the effect of blinding the way of heaven? Deshang is the highest cultivation that the world can carry. After reaching the 9th level of Dzogchen, will be forcibly expelled from the mortal world and ascend. Now there's this thing. Then I can hide from the sky. The forced ascension of the word. You can stay on earth forever. Arching Hanju to break through Deshang into the luxury car. Seeing the long river walking around. It is no longer immortal. Don't row away. Your top luck is here again. Can't wait, friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the top name in the comment area and follow up wonderfully. It's cool to see at a breath. The book is picked up again. Hanju used the purple stone to successfully achieve a shortcut to promotion. He began to consolidate his cultivation according to the maneuver. At the same time, the system also gives promotion rewards. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the great completion realm. You have the following options. Immediately ascend from the mortal dust. Obtain a divine power inheritance. A piece of heavenly Tao, temporary sword spirit treasure. 2. Continue to practice the ascension of Zambu. You can get a sword spirit treasure. Hanju saw the hint in front of him. not by the eyebrows of the dog system. You are tempting me to ascend. Duan couldn't have followed me for so long. You should know my character. There is no cultivation of Tai Tishin. It's impossible for me to go up and die. After all, there are already several enemies above me. Dig deep holes and wide backbones. I will continue to live in the world. Hanju directly chose the second option. You choose to continue cultivating. Don't ascend for the time being to get a sword spirit treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai spirit treasure. Huanglong Qiyun teaches Huanglong Qiyun to teach Tai Erpenling. Riding the magic weapon, it can withstand the full force of the umbrella immortal. Hanju's eyes lit up. This perfect gold lacquer finish. This sturdy off-road tire. It can also withstand the full force of the umbrella fairy. The quality of domestic cars has completely improved. Hanju was not carried away by the joy of the new car. He immediately started the mock trial. This time, he didn't have the cultivation of the Xianqin army. Direct confrontation with the great strength that unleashes all its strength. The 8-story Xianqin army quickly struck. Use a trick that I don't know what it's called. I saw countless heroic souls coming towards Hanju. Hanju's fingers moved slightly. Use the heaven and earth to break the yellow. The sword is pointed. The sword chi swept through the dead grain. Instantly killed Xian Qinjun. Hanyu Vuskot. The dust on the car suddenly increased. Now, there shouldn't be many people in the mortal world who can kill him. But that's not enough. Hanju intends to visit the heavens and the earth again. Xianhuang broke the ring and pointed at the sword. After breaking through to the Dashang realm, he should be able to raise the line of this supernatural ability again. Hanju turned around and got into the car. I'm going to meet the long river Lilala. Racing at high speed, Hanju soon saw Zhang Guxing. Battle Lone Star was annoyed. Angrily scolded. Why are you here again? Is it interesting to repeatedly improve the same supernatural power? Can't you cultivate well and enhance your cultivation? Some people even said that he was not good at cultivating. Hanju is not happy about this. There was no one in the mortal world who was more passionate about penance than he was. Jean Lone Star was stunned. Look at you. You've already achieved great results. It's only been a few years. This son is not only very talented. Even the cultivation talent is so terrifying. Jean Lone Star couldn't help but re-examine Hanju. Zhang Guxing then turned to look at his back. I don't know why. Zhang Guxing felt that Hanju was different from the past. He no longer seems to be immortal. Meanwhile, on top of a cliff outside a cave, one person is holding a bamboo flute and playing leisurely. That figure was a few immortals. In the big pot in the cave, Kriss Cream was simmering. Chaos Tengu said with a sad face, will he really be able to recover his senses from his madness? A few immortals and gods arrived at the sentence and were relieved. This son went crazy. It's just because I can't control the power in my body. He was born as extraordinary as I was. Contains a powerful power that transcends all beings. Under the secret medicine of our heavenly, immortal mansion. It won't be long. He will be able to regain his own power. And our heavenly immortal mansion not only has first-class ability in refining medicine. Even making soup is a must. Chaos Tengu pointed to the uncle behind him. I could smell the aroma of stew. The first god scolded angrily for a stupid dog. It needs to be simmered over low heat. Who told you to collect the juice on a high fire? That's when it happened. Mr. G felt the cicada of the sword. He looked up at the purple glow in the sky. That's where the big smoke is. See you through the ages. Could it be that the person's sight broke through the front again? I can't beat him. Is it not as good as him when he sees me? A few immortals were extremely unhappy. Suddenly got up. Chaos Tengu hurriedly asked the senior where he planned to go. The immortal gods said coldly, I'm going to paint a demon sect. After the gods left, the Chaos Tengu looked back at Suki. Do you want to leave with him on your back? Chaos Tengu thought hesitantly. although a few immortals saved them. But he always felt that the immortals had their own purposes. I really want to go back to the wild geese. But if you leave like this, will it annoy a few immortals? Although the master has killed the Qing Mang great sage, Shui may have reached the realm of tribulation. But the 7 immortal gods killed the existence of Dai Qingjing. The dog didn't want him to trouble his master. The chaos Tengu sighed in his heart. Can't trouble the owner anymore. Let's wait until Suki recovers. A few immortals walked on the way down the mountain. While depressed, while sighing that my few immortals should be the first in the world. And you, Guan Yu, only deserve to be a stepping stone for me. In troubled times, I am the ultimate in the world. In a peaceful and prosperous world, I will become an immortal. That's when it happened. Following the discovery of the first god, a tornado swept in. Naturally, he didn't take this intention to heart. There were countless sharks swimming in that tornado. But why are there sharks in tornadoes? The Righteous Path Coalition invaded the demon Dao dynasty. How do you know that the demon is high enough to lead to the annihilation of the whole army? Don't take away your top luck. First of all, I wish the fans a smooth final exam. Can't wait, friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the top name in the comment section. It is said that it is wonderful to see it in one breath in the follow-up. The last time the book was picked up, it was at the same time as Hanju was in retreat and penance. If nothing else, his unlucky fellow is going to be unlucky again. Now, many of the decorators were imprisoned in a large hall. The various states are sluggish. The hall is grand and oppressive. Tens of thousands of old acquaintances sat in the corner. Hair is messy and extremely messy. This is a burly figure appearing. The deity has given you 3 days. At that time, the demon camp ceremony will begin. Those who are not willing to submit will be sacrificed. It was the greedy Arhut who spoke. The yellow flag is embarrassed. But the Tao heart is very firm. Replied coldly, I was righteous. Never go along with the rats. The embellishments were also congratulated. It means that he will wait for the Righteous Path Alliance to kill. Look how rampant you are. Massage Arhut he smiled. Are you talking about them? With a wave of his big hand, he arrived. Black mist instantly filled the hall. But the black fog lifted. The golden trumpet and the crowd couldn't help but be surprised. The first thing he saw was Elder Guan. There is also the same bundled revealed Juding real person. 7 Xian fairies and Xing Hongxian and other elders of the Yuqing sect. The large army was temporarily stationed outside the Demon Emperor Imperial City. The elite is led by Jioding Jinren and the elders. Enter the city first. This is the Demon Dao Imperial City. It looks so run down. It is said that the demon cultivator goes crazy from time to time. The demon emperor was too lazy to build a city. However, inside the huge imperial city, not even a single demon cultivator could see it. Everyone felt very weird. Juding real guess. Maybe the demon cultivator was pinned down by friendly forces. But the Sichuan fairy is strange. Other righteous sects who entered the city first. I can't see anyone. How could tens of thousands of righteous path elites all disappear? Xing Hongxian also felt that something was wrong. Even if you want to split up, you will signal first. Lu Immortal Root whispered beside Jioding Jinren. Have you noticed another strange thing? Jioding replied and asked if it was appropriate. We have come this way, and it seems that the demon cultivators can't finish killing. The number of secret demon cultivators. It can't be more righteous than we are. But decades after the Great War, there are still demonic cultivators everywhere. Other than that, our righteous grooming figure seems to be decreasing. Jioding Jinren's face changed. You mean that there are constantly mutinies? Lu Baing's face was solemn. I suspect that the demon Dao has a power in letting the righteous path embellish and fall into the devil's path. We've met a lot of demonic cultivators who have gone mad. However, The breath on them seemed familiar. Jioding Jinren's heart trembled. At this moment, he couldn't keep his composure at all. Because Lu Immortal is right. The world is willing to fall into the modification of the devil's path. It's surgery after all. However, this battle between the good and the devil, which has lasted for 100 years, has been fought until now. On the contrary, there are more and more demon cultivators. This can only tell one thing. That is, these demon cultivators used to be their own people. Jioding real people seem to understand something. Immediately turn around and order everyone to retreat with me. At this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. A figure slammed down from the rolling clouds, smashed directly where everyone was. The impact was as great as if a fire had fallen from the sky. The dust cleared. A burly figure trampled Jioding real people under your feet. Jioding asked the people of Yukimen to flee quickly. Shishuan Fairy and other elders protect the Dharma. Open the way for the doorman. Unexpectedly, the greedy Arhut slowly folded his hands. Ba, where do you want to go? Since it's here, let's go into the enchantment together. After that, an overwhelming big hand grabbed everyone. But no one had the strength to escape. Now, the elites of the righteous path are all trapped in this hall. Although there are many disciples of the various sects of the righteous path outside. But he didn't have the strength to compete with the Changjin. That's when it happened. As the greedy Arhat's fingers moved, a righteous path disciple flew into the air. It was twisted into a twist in an instant. The greedy Arhut looked at everyone coldly. This is what happens to you if you don't want to be submitted. Wait, I'm willing to become a demon cultivator. Trembling slightly, he stood up. There are a lot of touches around. Cast an angry glance at him. Huang Jiehao is carrying his hands at the moment. But to kill the traitors. I saw him step on both feet, straight to the fat man. He wanted to stab the traitor to death with a crown on his head. A squander of demonic energy sent the yellow banner flying. The greedy Arhut protected the traitor. It is very good to know the current affairs for Junjie. Now it's up to you to take care of them. After that, the greedy demon Arhut's fingers moved. It was until the black chi instantly burrowed into the fat man's body. With the fat man howling in pain, everyone was shocked. Not much more than a fat man entered the demon's body. The surging power made him feel so comfortable. He released a slight pressure in an instant. Tell everyone present to surrender quickly. Enjoy the feast of this demonic energy. That's all. Many people who reached the top of the new step at the scene immediately defected. Means that you want to jump with the demon emperor. Individual disciples of the Yuqing holy sect. He also began to get restless. Jioding Jinren Qingdao is a disciple of my Yuqing holy sect. Can only die with dignity. Do not give in to the devil. Whoever dares to be sentenced to join the sect, to join the demon cultivator. Don't blame the god of war elder for cleaning up the portal afterwards. Hearing this, the traitor of Xangu promised each other. Otherwise, it seems that there is hope. That's right, the god of war elder hasn't made a move yet. Hopefully, things will turn around. The disciples began to express their determination again. However, Xing Hongxian sighed. The situation is unlikely to help them at the moment. It is impossible for him to cross mountains and seas in a short time. To know, it took decades for them to get here. Xing Hongxian secretly heard her husband. If there is a fate, we will be husband and wife again in the next life. On the other side, in the innate cave mansion, Hanju once again entered the long river of Kendo. This time, he crossed Tai. I took a full 20 steps forward. The trapped righteous path modification is not yet known. The ultimate move that can save them is coming. The Yuqing holy sect is in trouble. Hanju was ready to come to the rescue. Before the war, he once again talked about the breakthrough of the resident disciples. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait to see the follow-up friends. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiochio reading app. Search for keywords at the top of the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to see in one breath. Cool book pickup. Hanju walked 20 steps in the long river of Kendo. The heaven and the earth will be yellow. The broken ring sword finger has been taken to the next level. This supernatural power can break the ring and set it far away. Similar to teleportation space jumps. As long as the gods can catch each other. To achieve long-range shooting. Hanju was very satisfied. Now no matter how far or near it is. Heaven and earth Xin Huang broke the ring, and the sword fingers were infinitely lethal. He believed that few people in the mortal world could bear it. Hanju, this is to click on the circle of friends. Only to find out Xing Hongshuan's message. In the state of the circle of friends, many Taoist friends are trapped by demon cultivation. Hanju frowned without frowning. How can you clear the holy sect? This will be taken care of. They obviously have the puppets of heaven by their side. No matter how useless it was caught. Anhui. Immediately connect the consciousness with Xing Hongshuan's puppet. Found the puppet trapped in a warmth. Gloomy environment. When I looked up, I saw a gap shining through. Hanju immediately understood where this was. After all, Xing Hongxian. I love to put weird things here. The puppet suddenly poked out. Xing Hongxian under his head jumped. The screams caught the attention of the boothman. I saw Fairy Xishuan, carrying her hands on her back, is being interrogated by Lu Fatsi, who defected before. Hanju asked Xing Hongxian not to make a noise. Just pass it to the puppet. Xing Hongxian said that they were arrested by the greedy Arhut. The 4 Demon Dao Masters are grabbing them on a large scale. Righteous path modification. Most of the groomed touches that are caught are seduced into the devil. And those of us who were sworn to die. It was sacrificed at the demon camp ceremony. And that demon emperor seems to have a deeper secret. He may be summoning a more powerful adversary. Descending to earth. Hanju told Xing Hongxian not to worry. When the time comes, he will come to the rescue. Xing Hongxian shook his head helplessly. On the right path. Several of the crossing mirror decorations have been damaged. The strength of this puppet is far inferior to the 4 inner demon realms. This time we planted it completely. Let's be husband and wife again in the next life. Hanju told him not to be discouraged. Didn't the heavenly immortal mansion make a move? Xing Hongxian shook his head again. Maybe the heavenly immortal mansion will be difficult to parry. Hanju fell into thought. It seems that the demon Dao has gained the upper hand. He calmed Xing Hongxian a few words. Let him hold the puppet and contact him at any time. There is also the great book of obscenity. It's okay to summon the elder demons. Now I have to do it. Wait for the demons to come. Then the world will not be at peace. Hanju raised his right hand. Raise your middle finger, and it's up to you. The Enlightenment Sword saw Hanju raise his middle finger. Some doubts about the master. Your gesture is quite chic. It's the 7 supernatural powers of the hand of God, isn't it? Hanju said that this magic power could not be used easily. Unless it's a mortal game. So what does that do? Korean dramas ignore him anymore. It's just that it can make you feel more comfortable before you die. Since he was punished, he was not allowed to come down from the Fuso tree. Black Yuji lives like a year, as if she is in prison. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from under the tree. It turned out that Murong stood up and came back. Hanju asked Murong Chi, "What did you gain from this outing?" Murong Chi prophesied and pointed to the anxious face of the ancestor. "Can I ask you for advice? Which one is the strongest in the world? Is it seeing?" Hanju told him that there was no strongest island. Only the strongest cultivators. Murong Chi nodded. I felt as if I wasn't fit to see me lately. He was often out on missions. He found his combat effectiveness somewhat mediocre. I thought that my talent was not good, so I subsidized it with diligence. As a result, I worked hard for so long, but I didn't make much progress. Hanju asked quietly, "Since seeing is not for you, so why not look elsewhere?" Murong Chi was shocked. I didn't expect Hanju to allow him to change his route. Hanju asked Murong Chi what Dao he thought was more suitable. Murong-chi felt that the weapon that was suitable for him knew that it was a gun. Or rather, the long soldiers. However, cultivators rarely use long soldiers. Long soldiers are more suitable for mortal conquest. Murong-chi said that he was going to take it to Hanju and cut it. Hanju was not surprised by this. It is worthy of being a god of war. It is true that the gods of war mostly use long soldiers, whether mythical or mortal. At this time, I saw a golden light flashing on Hanju's fingertips. As a teacher, you can calculate your natal gun as soon as possible. The branches of the hibiscus tree have long been used. I made you a propylene gun. I taught him the Longinus Schwanji bladed gun. The disciples instantly dropped their jaws in shock. The Fusang tree can be described as Hanju, the most precious genius treasure. It even attracts two sons. Now for the sake of the grandson. Hanju actually broke the Fusang tree. This is a treatment that no one else has ever experienced. Which Murong-chi also took out his so-called gun. Slip. I'm talking about the right gun for me is this AK-47. Hanju was very embarrassed. Murong-chi had no choice but to accept the kindness of his ancestor. However, his favorability towards Hanju was also instantaneous. Upgraded to 5 stars. That's when it happened. Hanju spoke again about the battle of the demons. Our righteous path has fallen into disadvantage. Today, the teacher is ready to help. I would like to take this opportunity to preach to you. Can you comprehend your own magical powers? Or the Tao? It is up to you to make it to yourself. The minister said. Hanju answered questions for his disciples. The demon emperor is about to receive a boxed lunch. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait to see the follow-up audience master. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the top keyword in the comment area and follow up wonderfully. It's enjoyable to see in one breath. The book was followed by an order from the greedy Arhut. The sacrificial ceremony of the demon camp ceremony officially began. The demon cultivators did what the greedy Arhut wanted. Begin escorting the righteous path modifier to the altar. The righteous path modifiers cursed that the demon cultivators could not die well. Many people were directly trampled to death by the renegade Lu Fatsi. Suddenly, Fat Lu screamed, "I only feel the chrysanthemum hot." It turned out that Huang Jihao took the lead. With that unique headdress, he gave him a chrysanthemum remnant. The modifiers were escorted to the altar one after another. Xing Hongxian sighed softly again. Let's be husband and wife again in the next life. Your husband is Elder Han. Fairy Xishuan asked lightly. Although Xing Hongxian also lives in the ascetic immortal mountain. However, the two women do not have much to do with each other. There may be no hope for the next life, waiting for you to be reincarnated. He may have already become an immortal. Xing Hongxian was instantly depressed, and the corners of Fairy Xishuan's mouth rose slightly. The smile was hidden. At this time, Wan Yugang came over. Before my sister died, I have something I want to say for a long time. Fairy Xishuan replied coldly, I don't want to hear it. But thank you for my brother's care in this life. If there is a fate in the next life, I am willing to be your mother to take care of you for the rest of your life. Nearly 100,000 righteous path modifications. The mighty man was pressed out of the main hall. The scene in front of him shocked Fairy Xishuan. I saw piles of dry bones by the altar, burn endlessly, and there are not a few modifications that have been transformed into demon cultivators, neatly arranged like an army. I don't know how much this demon emperor has caught. Righteous path modification. Is there really no hope? What about the heavenly immortal mansion? What about the holy places? The female disciple of the earth spirit was full of indignation in her tone. Before they were caught, they thought victory was in sight. I didn't expect the nightmare to be just now. At the beginning, Joding real people were secretly frightened. How could there be so many demon cultivators? How those righteous pathways are modified, quickly transformed into a demon cultivator. It stands to reason. The transformation of spiritual power into demonic energy requires a cultivation process. How can it be rebuilt in a short period of time? On a hill in the distance, Suki Chaos Tengu lay behind a rock. Probe looking. A lot of magic cultivators. Are we really going to go on? Chaos Tengu asked, shuddering. Finally escaped from the palm of the demon emperor. He didn't want to be suspected anymore. Su Chi's policy said that we are waiting for the new to be on the right path. How can you be afraid? Today, if the demon emperor's plan succeeds, the world will be in chaos. Then look back at the past. Maybe it's because we don't have the strength to do it. Chaos Tengu looked bitter. This kid is too righteous and awe-inspiring. He suddenly missed a few immortals. It would be nice if that guy had killed him now. At this time, the penance became Immortal Mountain. Li Qingzi hurried over. Elder Han taught them to be arrested. What are we going to do? Distance from Taiyuan causes news to be delayed for more than 1 year. Hanju replied, wait. He wanted to say they'd be fine. But what if something happens? This kind of thing can't be packed. Li Qingzi complained. Those holy places disappeared at critical moments. He always felt that there was a big conspiracy behind it. Hanju's face did not change, so that he could not be impatient. As a matter of fact, he was using the heavenly puppet to observe the demon Dao Emperor. The situation of the city. Hanju is waiting for a demon Emperor Jinai. As long as you kill Jinaiha, the demon Dao naturally collapsed. Li Qingzi asked Hanju what he was doing when he was waiting for the opportunity. You have to go out to rescue them now. Hanju said that it was too late to go to Nature City now. But it doesn't have to be that much trouble. Now I'm going to preach in battle. At this time, Murong Chi took the lead in asking. The outer group disciples have always had a doubt. What we pursue is whether we should be immortal or strong. Hanju replied that all beings have the will of all beings. Ambition without ambition. It's an endless lifespan. And the answer I can give you is, when you are the only one in this world who lives to the end, then you are the strongest in the world. Murong rebelled, and the world fell into contemplation, because he can't understand it yet. When was the last time Hanju said? Sun Chang'an continued to ask the master. Heaven has a heavenly return. The cycle of life and death is the return of heaven. After becoming an immortal, whether he will jump into the cycle of life and death. I can't say lightly. Immortals are just more powerful than mortals. Far from true immortality. Otherwise mythical. There won't be so many immortal gods reincarnated in the mortal world, who said that becoming an immortal is the end of practice. Looking for Chang'an was even more confused. So what is the endless source of longevity you are pursuing? Hanju continued, because the end of the avenue was far away. We have to cherish the present. Take one less pillar of incense off today. Time doesn't seem like much. Thousands of years later, count how much time has been wasted. 10,000 years from now. Millions of years from now. Looking for Chang'an Epiphany. Immediately bowed down to Hanju. Hanju preached quietly, seemingly absent-minded, but it fell in the eyes of all the disciples. That's unfathomable. Be cynical. Kuan and Wu Dao Si curiously asked Hanju what realm he was now. When will it be Deshang? Hanju said calmly that being a teacher is already a great achievement. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd was shocked. Deshang entered the highest realm of the mortal world. Sun Chang'an and Yang Tiandong were not surprised. After all, they were accompanying Hanju. Ray Jie spent a month. At this time, there was a burst of thunder in the sky over the demon camp ceremony. Blood is tumbling. A figure appeared first. He is the blood demon ancestor. He directly exuded his own terror shroud. Lot. Let all the decorations on the altar be hammered. It's very uncomfortable. The blood demon ancestor raised his eyes to the sky, silently said that it was coming. I saw the whirlpool of the sky. A figure slowly emerged, coming with a terrifying micropressure. appeared on the altar as a thunderbolt. Fong, Demon Emperor Ji, didn't know that he was finally here. He's finally coming to get a box lunch. What is the Deshang realm? What is the strongest in the world? That's the heavens. A piece of paper, Judy. Don't take away your top luck. This issue has made you guys wait for a long time. On the one hand, the spring festival is approaching and everything is entangled. On the other hand, I hope you will read manga. Authors are encouraged. I can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chocho reading app. Search for the top name in the comment area and follow up wonderfully. It's cool to see a breath. The book is picked up again. Jinai, he was greeted by hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators. Out of thin air. On the altar, all the righteous way decorations did not dare to say a word. I could only look nervously at the sky. Demon Emperor Ji opened his arms. The inheritors of the Tao, Demon Tao. I'm going to tell you a story about the beginning of the world. Everything is chaotic. First there is the devil, then there is the god. After that, the Terrans were born and the immortals appeared. The devil knows that it is the pursuit of not being bound by the way of heaven. Live forever. Imperishable. Do whatever you want. Ji Naiha's voice is full of vicissitudes. Lead the cultivators. Go back to that much more ancient time. Hanju also heard his words through the heavenly puppet. The news said that this demon Emperor Birch is really a set. This Siruo was born in northern Burma. Definitely a talent. That's when it happened. A voice interrupted Ji Naiha's speech. The Comer sneered. You are the head of the demon cultivator. Ji Naiha frowned and looked at the blood demon ancestor. The greedy Arhut also looked up. I saw a terrifying aura erupt from the sky. The thunder of the hosts roared. In the midst of thunder and lightning, a few immortals stepped in. I saw him smile excitedly. Stared at Ji Naiha. Laugh insolently. Let you pick up a life last time. I'm going to kill you this time. His appearance. Invigorate all the touches on the demon altar. So many years of righteous and demonic wars. Mr. G relies on strong strength. It has become famous all over the world. Even in their eyes, it is already the first in the world. Mr. G also secretly calculated. Today, if you kill Ji Nai in front of the two swords of the righteous and demon, then he is the one who saves the world. Truly the best in the world. Suki Chaos Tengu raised her eyes to look at the scene in the sky. Chaos Tengu asks if this guy is getting stronger again. Suki looked at the back of the ancestor god. His eyes were full of shock. But there is also a hint of unease. I vaguely feel that things are not so simple. Jinai, he cursed the white-haired mushrooms. They were not doing well. Why didn't you hold off this Mr. G? The blood demon ancestor said helplessly. The elite sent before. All of them are exhausted in the killing cocoon. White-haired mushrooms they deal with. The old monsters of the heavenly immortal mansion is also lacking in skills. Jinai, he snorted coldly, since this is the case. I don't have to hide it anymore, although I am still a little far from my peak. But now the strength is enough to dominate the world. As he spoke, he pinched his sword and pointed at it. Cast a spell in an instant and hit several immortal gods. It was a sudden, powerful. The strength displayed by the demonic chi shocked the two deities. Unexpectedly, this season he has been hiding his strength. Ji Xianxian plays the sword. Jinai took the lead, but had no ability to dodge. Kina and cold fermentation, releasing the micropressure of nearly 8 layers of Deshang's peak. And the waiting building has temporarily entered Deshang with the help of secret methods. But in essence, it is still a catastrophe. I'm going to show you what to see today. The gap between the sword of Deshang Jin said that Ji Nahe glared at him. This trick has been firmly hit in the sacrifice. The first gods. The two demon Tao venerables saw that the sacrifice ancestor god was taken down with one move. I couldn't help but clap my hands. This abrupt reversal not only stunned the dog and up, also let just now Rejoice that they have been saved by the righteous paths. Again in despair. Meanwhile, a voice sounded in Xing Hongshuan's ears. Take out the heavenly golem. Hearing this, Xing Hongxian was stunned. When I heard it, it was Han Ju's voice. He immediately took out the heavenly golem. I saw the puppet of the sky raise his right hand. The finger pointed to Ji Nai Hian Tianxiong. It's time. Now is the time. Taking advantage of Ji Nai's defeat of the enemy, he is slackening. Han Ju had already locked Ji Nai He with the history of the gods. At this time, Yang Tiandong asked Han Ju, since he has become a master, why hasn't he soared? Han Ju locked on Ji Nai on the side. He replied to him with a sentence that made me soar. Are you in a hurry to go out again and resume at will? Others are also curious about how strong the Changjin really is. Han Ju smiled to himself, suddenly burst out with 6 spiritual powers. A wave of terror erupted. What is Deshang? Deshang is the side of the sky. Finger the enemy. I saw Han Ju raise his right hand. Raise your middle finger and point to the horizon. Deshang is invincible. Han Ju swung out the heaven and earth Xin Huang breaking sword finger. I saw the sword light flashing. The space was torn out in an instant. This scene was deeply shocked to the original Ji who was present. I only felt behind Mr. Ji. A sword aura appeared out of thin air. Freeze through the space. Kill yourself directly. Ji Nai didn't have time to think about it. Subconsciously want to dodge. It's a pity it's too late. I can't stop it at all. Ji Nai's eyes widened. The scorching light shone on his face. His mind went blank for a moment. Didn't think about anything. Until he was overwhelmed by the sword chi. Destroy all the forms and gods. Mr. Ji got up and just wanted to fight again. But I saw that the magic power of turning into chicken powder was drifting away with the wind. At this time, his brain is also fierce. Mr. Ji turned around. Look at the spatial rift behind him. Could it really be that the immortals came to the rescue? No mortal can have such power. It's horrible. But why hunt over there? The sword aura emitted was so familiar. Is it except for Guan Yu? There are really people in heaven and earth who are stronger than him. Han Ju had just killed the demon emperor. Salvation from danger. But they don't know the way of the devil. The true devil is about to come to life. Don't take away your top-notch charm again. If you are in a hurry, you can click on the link in the lower left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to see Shuangao in one breath. The book is picked up again. Above the earth. All the demon cultivators and righteous path modifications haven't reacted yet. I only saw a sword chi appear out of thin air, piercing the sky, tearing through the boundless clouds, crashed directly into the magic ground. There was no deafening roar. There was no dazzling explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. When the sword chi dissipates, the demon land is no longer there. Blood demon ancestor. The greedy Arhat's eyes widened. Both were stupefied. Ji Nai's strength is not too different from them. None of them saw it clearly. How did Ji Nai he die? It shows that the strength of the person who shot is far superior to them. Where do they dare to stay? Flee immediately. Before leaving, he also made a few immortals wait. Dare to let the immortals make a move. The sword magic will never let you go. The few immortals of the heavenly immortal mansion were also very helpless. There are no true immortals in my heavenly immortal mansion. I really can't think of sacrificing to the immortals. Except for Guan Yu of the Yuqing holy sect. Who else in the world can kill Daqingjing with a sword? Unless there are really mortal immortals in this world. The god of worship looked at the ground. At this time, everyone present was still silent in shock. It took a while for someone to react. Moses is dead. The demon cultivators also blew up the light demon emperor in an instant. The two escaped. Only these Karami are left of them. Wouldn't it be served in one pot? And after the righteous monks were saved, cheers resounded through the heavens and the earth. At last the light of righteousness was sprinkled on the earth. Sichuan Fairy didn't expect it. Hanju has reached this level. Everyone also noticed the gesture of the heavenly puppet, still pointing in the direction where the demon emperor disappeared. So who else could there be but him? This single strong has been released from the righteous path modification of imprisonment. Immediately start fighting back. Camp at this time. The scene of the demon ceremony became a purgatory for the demon cultivators. Suki and the Chaos Tengu froze in place. The sword aura just now slashed over their heads. It's like a miracle. Suchi was excited, and it must be the master. The Chaos Tengu froze, asked in surprise that it was the demon emperor who was killed by the master. It had to be him. He has been sheltering me in secret. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. Chaos Tengu couldn't help but be depressed when he heard this. How the master didn't protect me. The Chaos Tengu advises to slip away. He didn't want to be a mount for a few immortals. At this time, several immortal gods were killing all directions. Was robbed of the limelight. He could only sprinkle this evil breath on the demon cultivator. Penance becomes immortal. The Korean army on the mountain withdrew. The Tucson tree is still swaying in the wind. Enlightenment saw that he looked at Hanju's back obsessively. Ordinary Anyang Tiandong and others were full of admiration. Murong clenched his fists. Excitedly asked Shizu, "What a supernatural power this is." Hanju favored him. Heaven and Earth Xianwang breaking the ring sword finger. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. To celebrate the victory of this righteous path. Hanju took out the Book of Doom. However, his name was written off by him. Now it's all that is left with Suzaku and the Swan Taoist. This time one person cursed for half a month. Make them twice as happy. Soon, the news that the demon emperor was killed in second spread all over the world. Not only is there a legend of immortals saving the common people, even one of the ceilings of the righteous path is as big as a 5-star. Tongling Old Vein. He also gave a very high evaluation to the immortals. Various versions of the story became a tavern hit. Who are the immortals? Which sect is it from? Become the biggest topic of conversation in the world. The demon lord's ears heard the calluses. Still don't have a clue. That's when it happened. He received a message from the blood demon ancestor. Here comes the one. Hurry back. After a while, the demon lord came to a dimly lit space. After the Qin army passed through a fog. See the blood demon ancestor. And the greedy Arhut half knelt in front of a dark shadow. The first Qin Jun respectfully shouted to his honor. I saw the dark shadow, showing a terrifying figure. Asked coldly, Ji Nai is dead. You do not know who slain you. Xian Qin Jun took a deep breath, bowed down and prostrate according to what the blood demons and the greedy demons see. The other party did not show up. I suspect it's the pre-gods. It is not the first time that the first god has descended to earth privately. Silence ensued. The cold voice did not sound again. Blood demon ancestor. And the breathing of the greedy Arhut stopped. After a while, Xian Qin Jun continued to ask, is the plan of the demon race still being implemented? The sacrifice had already been initiated. The luck of the demon race is close to the mortal realm. This matter is estimated to have alarmed the fairy world. If it continues, I'm afraid I haven't finished taking him to the end yet. The black shadow snorted coldly and continued. Let the demon lord do the rest. There are already true demons in the mortal world. This seat has asked the demon lord to find the true demon. As for your ascension, as soon as possible. With that, the dark shadow dissipated in front of the three of them. Xian Qinjun replied and obeyed. But he lowered his head, his eyes flickered, and he was unwilling. All he could think about at the moment was that person. Man, we're going to be separated by immortals after all. Hanju didn't want to go to the northeast to be a small potato. I planned to take a day trip to the underworld. How do you know that she was pinched to death by Mrs. Mengpa? I had no choice but to use the Deshang realm to self-inflict and get out of danger. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiyo reading app. Search for the top name in the comment area and follow up wonderfully. It's cool to see at a breath. The book was picked up in a blink of an eye. The Demon Emperor Ji was destroyed. It's been 10 years. Hanju reached the second floor of Deshang Avenue. He will return to the palace of the Six Realms. Refine the 9th layer of the Great Perfection. This time, he didn't comprehend the new supernatural powers. However, the speed of cultivation has been significantly improved. From now on, he can still absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Xia can absorb 9 ghost chi in the underworld. Previously, Hanju was comprehending the 8th layer of the 6 realms of Reincarnation Palace. Learn the gate of supernatural reincarnation. With the help of this door, you can step into the underworld. It can also absorb the soul and throw it into the 6 realms of reincarnation. Previously, because of insufficient cultivation, I didn't dare to step into it rashly. Now the 6 realms of Reincarnation Palace has been completed. He decided to go to Hades to see. As Hanju's eyes closed and opened, this life is over. If you don't let the world go, you will go to hell. At first, he only felt overwhelmed by the billowing black mist. Can't see anything clearly. Gradually, Hanju found himself in a sea of strange flowers. And this sea of flowers is the legendary flower of the other side. On the shore of the sea of flowers are countless pontoon bridges. The black water flowing under his feet made him even more nervous. He scattered the stone. Nothing was found around, but there is water underfoot. This water is very weird. The stone dissipates directly upon touch. Water that can melt the divine stone. It is none other than the legendary water of the Yellow Spring. The divine stone can't feel the spatial range. And the pontoons are intricate. Emerald. For a while, Hanju lost his direction. At this moment, several souls flew in front of Hanju. A shot from a pontoon bridge also appeared. Hanju planned to follow these spirits over and take a look. Walk for a while. Hanju saw a bridge in the middle of the fog. The other side of the bridge cannot be seen above the water. There is a stall on the bridge deck. Someone is putting the soup in their hands. Bowls and bowls were handed to the souls. Spirits appeared in front of him in an orderly line. Take the bowl from his hand. After drinking it all, it stepped onto the bridge. Disappear into the mist on the bridge. This shocked Hanju's heart. Immediately looked up at the plaque at the head of the bridge. Meng Patang Laozi doesn't want to be reincarnated now. Let's go. Which Hanju just turned around. Was frozen by a terrible coercion. Before the cycle of life and death. You want to go back. A vicissitudes of sound sounded behind Hanju. This Meng Pa may be a powerful underworld. Strength must not be underestimated. Hanju turned around and looked behind him with slight pressure. I saw a terrifying figure 8 feet tall. It's coming at him. Hanju immediately used Deshang to advance and self-violence. Lest the power of the underworld follows the gate of reincarnation to the world. The shock wave of the explosion illuminated the entire Naiho Bridge. Blew away the flowers of the other side. Blown over the uncertain pontoon bridge. I don't know that Meng Po pointed a little. The shock wave came to an abrupt end. Meng Po exploded again. The shock wave dissipated abruptly. Meng Po left. No wonder it was so decisive to self-destruct. It turned out that it was a big ring puppet technique. It's a pity. This miracle that has been lost for millions of years. In those days, it was a puppet. The only one who can compete with Deluo. Interesting. What's the matter with this kid? With a bang. In the Xintian cave mansion, Hanju opened his eyes. Closed the door to reincarnation immediately. A cold sweat broke down his spine. The slight pressure just now was too strong. You must know that the puppet of the sky is a great cultivator. It was crushed to death by slight pressure. You can't easily step into this underworld. After the cold, I was afraid to think of him holding his hands on the ground. It was found that it had frozen over. The furnishings of the house were also covered in a thick layer of frost. Just follow. A masterless force from the divine stone can move all things. If the other party follows the puppet of the sky, lock onto his deity, wouldn't they be able to kill him across the border? It's not impossible. It seems that Deshang Jin is nothing. In this life, it's better not to toss honestly. Hanju felt that although the cave was frozen, but an unusually hot air is rising. Enlightenment Sword ran in a panic. Master. Big things are not good. Those two suns are going down. Hanyu Frolnid. Could it be that the hearts of those two golden houses are going to go down to earth? Black JG was extremely nervous, because this loading is the gold house he broke into. Break through the celestial barriers. Enter the mortal world. Hanju took the shot. Get 2 more divine pets. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chio reading app. Search for the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to See Cool in one breath. The book is picked up again. Those two suns in the sky are really going down. At this time, some parts of the world have been scorched. The embellishment of all schools of cinema. They have joined the firefighting team. Even the spiritual grass that has been cultivated into the immortal mountain. It can't withstand high temperatures. They began to wither. Looking for Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and the others planned to take Fei Kuan to sacrifice to the sky. After all, he was the one who caused this great disaster. Hanju also knows very well, if you let these 2 golden houses enter the mortal world, the world will soon turn into purgatory. It's really a wave of unevenness. Why is it so difficult to cultivate an immortal well? There is a barrier between heaven and earth. Presumably, they can't enter the human world. I don't know that with the continuous impact of the golden house, there was a crack in heaven and earth. I don't know if it was caused by the impact of the gold house, or there was a crack in the original coin. After a while, there was a loud bang in the sky. Those 2 gold houses really broke through the heavenly coins, entered the mortal world. The fat under Kuan trembled. The golden house feeds on phoenixes. The suppression of the bloodline. Let Kunkin's psychological defense completely collapse. The mortal world is already in chaos. Many people plan to dehydrate immediately in order to protect themselves. At this moment, Hanju hesitated. Do you want to throw a piece of paper towards the 2 golden houses? Kill them. That's when it happened. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju's eyes. A congenital transporter was detected. Whether to check its origin. Innate transporter. Hanju immediately chose to view. The nerve house is nearly 7 floors. Juvenile state. For qualification reasons. A small golden house abandoned by the golden house Protoss. Feel the scent of the hibiscus tree. In order to become stronger, he deliberately rushed to the mortal world. Due to the demon clan interfering with the aura of the heavenly Tao, 2 little houses of gold find an opportunity. I want to forcibly break into the mortal world. Abandoned by the golden house Protoss. Hanju captured important information. Since it is abandoned, kill them. You won't offend the golden house Protoss. Not necessarily. Protoss like this must be very face-saving. If you know that your people are being killed by mortals, how can you not be angry? Kill and can't kill. It's impossible to force back. Hanju could only rush towards the 2 suns. Since I'm here, I can only try that trick. After that, Hanju used the 9 Dragons Demon Seal. 1 palm froze through 2 suns. The 2 little houses of gold let out a miserable wail. Kuan on the ground, ready to die, only to find that the temperature dropped suddenly. Look up and see the sun in the sky. The real fire suddenly dissipated. Heaven and earth were quickly restored to their original state, as if it hadn't been broken. Heavenly Tao reacted very quickly. The mortal world has escaped this catastrophe. Hanju was about to leave. A figure galloped in. What about the two sons? Mr. G asked curiously. He wasn't surprised to see Hanju. Hanju replied calmly, and I persuaded him to leave. Mr. G looked at Hanju carefully, asked with burning eyes, "You were the one who shot just now." Hanju nodded, since that was the case. "Are you the one who killed the demon emperor? I felt the sword chi just now," although the ancestors were displeased in their hearts, because he can't stand that others are better than him. But if it's Hanju, that's it. He didn't want anyone else to be better than him besides Hanju. Hanju immediately dodged and covered his small mouth. This matter must not be disseminated. Once spoken, it is impossible for my life to return to peace. The number one in the world is still up to you. The immortals were very puzzled. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Why don't you practice for the sake of fame? Hanju replied to him lightly, "I am immortal." Hear Hanju's answer. Several immortal gods were silent and watched Hanju turn around and leave. Nor did he stand in the way. It's a complicated look at his back. That's a tall pattern. It's 3 or 4 stories high. Suddenly, Hanju received a system prompt. Mr. G's favorability towards you has increased. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. Hanju shook his head when he saw the prompt in front of him. Wait for him to return to the Fuso tree. Murong-chi took the lead in asking how the situation of the lost owner was. The golden house has been removed by you. There is only one sun left in the sky to speak for itself. The others looked at Hanju admiringly. Hanju Chinsheng said that the Jinwu clan was an ancient god clan. How can you say that you will kill? Murong asked suspiciously, where did they go? Hanyu Smilit shook the show. 2 golden rays of light fell from his show. Suppression from the bloodline. Once again, Kunkin felt the horror to the bone. It's the golden house. It's the golden house of the 2 red phoenixes. Kunkin was really scared this time. Shrink behind the Fusang tree and never dare to raise your head again. Hanju said coldly, "You'd better get used to it quickly. This Fuso tree in the future. It is up to you and the 2 golden crows to testify." The crowd hurried, curiously watched the 2 golden crows. Zazes is worthy of being a divine beast. To look like that is to be different. 2-legged phoenixes are everywhere. It's hard to find a 3-legged chick. There are such beauties who invite you to be a fairy together. Would you like to? The nerve house settled down and cultivated to become immortals. Shanxian Qin Jun showed his true face and invited Hanju to ascend. Don't take away your top luck. The comics are updated weekly. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiochio reading app. Search for the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to see Shuangao in one breath. The book is picked up again. Hanju in front of everyone. Released the 2 small golden houses in the show. As the true fire of the sun dissipated, the 2 little ones hugged each other and shook their heads. Shaking looks pitiful. The apprentices were puzzled by Hanju. Why leave these 2 scourges? Directly get rid of the star to avoid future troubles. Hanju told them. The reason why the Fuso tree will attract divine beasts. It's because Kunkin can't be suppressed at all. Now there are 2 gold houses in the town. This Fusang tree can be completely stable. In the future, any of you will want to use them as a mount. It's definitely the most beautiful boy on the whole street. Let's talk about it. Hanju put on a stinky face and began to scare the little golden house. Give you a chance. If you confess me as Lord, I can not only keep you alive, it can get stronger. The 2 small gold roofs face each other. It seems that there is still some unconvinced questioning. Is it up to you to keep us? Hanju immediately released the 2 of you, causing the lives of the world to be miserable. Where do you want to go now? What's more, you have disturbed my immortal cultivation. I have been practicing in the heat for so many years. Murong-chi also cooperated on the side. The spiritual grass that has been cultivated into the immortal mountain has been sunburned to death by you a lot. If you seek death, it is also very good to make a small pheasant stew with spiritual grass, or simply make it a 79 yuan all-gold house package. Presumably, it will also become a hot-selling product of Yuqing Holy Sect. The two little ones are not very old after all. How dare you not be convinced by being so frightened by everyone? Immediately bow down to show your return. Sun Chang'an expressed concern. If other sects make a golden house with us, will you find the Yuqing Holy Sect and let us compensate? Hanju instructed everyone to enter the house without making a noise. At the same time, 6 marks were inserted into the little golden house. Your sins are heinous. He has become mortal enemies with mortal beings. I don't have my permission to do so. Do not leave the penance to become a fairy mountain for half a step. Make a mark on the two of you, and you're your own people. In the future, you must know how to respect teachers in the mountains. Do not kill each other. Hear Hanju's warning. Kuan felt that his waist was stiff again. It is also said that it is a golden house divine beast. It seems that it is nothing more than that. Han Yusad coldly to Kun. The cultivation is indeed average. It's just a big success. Kuan Yi, you clean up the two of them. They should be pinched in hand. Hanju ordered. The 2 golden crows guarded the Fusang tree with Kunkin. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask this fat chicken. Don't look at him ugly. He's a phoenix. It's your golden house. The juicy phoenix that I love to eat. Kunkin was scared to pee again. In the future, you will eat and live with natural enemies. Master, do you really don't love Kuan? Looking for Chang'an. We began to introduce the type of hibiscus tree to Kaganaya. The one with the basketball on the first floor is Fei Kuan's pig nest. The two of you live in his new room upstairs. Get along well in the future. Neighborhoods are important. Yang Tiandong said to Kunkin. The Golden House is the supreme bloodline of our demon clan. Now you are close to the water, and the building is the first to get the moon. But you have to have a good relationship with that little mother's house. If you can join the Golden House family in the future, you're really going to fly up the branches and become a phoenix. Was counted down by this pain. Kuan was very unconvinced. Didn't the 2 ministers go into the little gold house? 7th Master, I will trample them under my feet sooner or later. The voice of this sentence was a little louder. The little gold house instantly cast a friendly gaze. Feel the pressure of the bloodline. Kuan let the 2 uncles not have to do it themselves. Instinctively began to build a grave for himself. Soon, there was a new tomb on the Immortal Mountain. 1 year later, someone came to visit the Immortal Mountain. The person who came was the Xianqin army, who was about to fly away. The well-informed Xianqin army recognized the little gold house at a glance. He lamented that there was a nerve house living on the sacred tree of Fuso. Little boyfriend, this place is really not ordinary. I heard someone praise the little gold house. Kuan burst out of the grave angrily. Who's going to open your mouth and shut up the golden house? Wait for the awakening of the chicken master's bloodline and let you eat it. Surprised? Suen Kin Yun smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to have a lot of backbone, little phoenix. Kuan recognized Xianqin Jun at a glance. Who was the main mother of this mountain? Of course he knew. Xianqin Jun took out a waist pole and Ben Jun was about to soar. I'll give it to you, this Deshang worship demon insider. You have to come on, little phoenix. Kun instantly understood Han Yu's feelings. What man can refuse a rich woman? Such a generous shot. As soon as you give it, it is Deshang respect demon pill. It can also be salted or sweetened. What man could not like? At this time, Hanju also walked out of something. The wind is blowing you. Faikuan, don't you hurry up and thank you. Hanju smiled and won. It was followed by a fierce enlightenment sword. Kuan just wanted to say thank you, Lord Xianqin Jun. But his clever brain turned. I said sweetly that I had thanked my grandmother. Hearing this, Xianqin Jun was immediately happy. Which enlightened tiger chirped. Why is there a housewife again? Xian Qinjuan's face was gloomy in an instant. And tell me about it. What a hell of a thing. Hanju was inexplicably surprised that he was still a child. Don't listen to his nonsense. He looked at Hanju with a smile. Zay said in surprise. Now even the golden house can be subdued. You grown up? Hanju nodded, feeling that this woman had something to say. No wonder they can hide their coquettishness. There are all kinds of fetish. The speed of cultivating immortals is fast. Hanju listened. Suddenly I felt like I had revealed something. Could it be that this woman has taken a fancy to my fuso tree? Or is it that my aura here is too serious? If it continues to develop here, it will definitely be targeted by the might. Become a battleground for soldiers. That's when it happened. The system seemed to understand Hanju's mind. A pop-up prompt will pop up to select a location. The system helps create enchantments. Modifications outside the enchantment. Unable to detect changes within the barrier. Undisputed. My system has always had this function. Immediately open the enchantment in the system. Because his cultivation has improved too quickly. Enchantments directly complete 2 evolutions. Now, the enchantment is just enough to cover the entire mountain of ascetic cultivation. Xian Qinjun nodded. You don't count yet. This enchantment works really well. You have to be careful not to expose yourself easily in the future. Some of the great powers are already paying attention here. As for who it is, it's hard to say right now. Xian Qinjun walked towards the Hanju cave mansion. Let Hanju come in with him and have something to say. Hanju's housewife Kuan and the Enlightenment sword guarded the entrance of the cave. Don't let anyone in and disturb you. Enlightenment saw that he didn't know why. Kuan told him with a wicked smile. Be nosy. The master and the mistress entered the cave. What else could there be? Listen to it if you want. If you don't want to listen, stay away. After entering the hole, Xian Qinjun looked at the genius treasure of Hanju's cave mansion. Quite emotional. I used to think that sacrificing to the gods was the first day of pride in the world. I didn't expect you to be. I did look away. But it also shows that I have a strong spirit. I can meet you when you are not yet strong. Now it's like this. My little way. Would you want to shake me off? Hanju smiled so much that naturally he wouldn't. After all, you've helped me a lot. If you need me in the future, I'm here to help. Although the 2 of them are Taoist brigades. But it seems polite. Xian Qinjun turned his back. Raise your right hand and stop going around the bend with you. I have a chance here. Do you want to prove it? I'm done. This mortal fate is useless to me. Did you say what you said? As he spoke, Xian Qinjun came with a gorgeous set of transformations. That's right. It's just that you thought that I could take you to the ascension. With the frequent appearance of Xian Qinjun, it disappeared. In its place is a bewitching and beautiful face. The eyebrows and eyes are hooked. Delicate facial features. Hanju was a little distracted. Sure enough, it is impossible for the dignified demon lord to look so ordinary. What do you think? Will you soar with me? The First Qin army bid farewell to Hanju and left the world. The Yuqing Holy Sect's Demon Suppression Brigade returned from overseas. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Qiuqiu reading app. Search for the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to see Shuangao in one breath. The book is picked up again. Xian Qinjun, after a gorgeous transformation. Show your true face. Hanju sighed secretly. This is the appearance of the country and the city. Is worthy of the name of the demon lord. I'm about to soar. Will you ascend with me? Xian Qinjun stared at Hanju and asked. Hanju shook his head and said, I don't want to soar for the time being. The demon lord is puzzled why you don't want to ascend. You have to know that you and I go together. The survival rate will be greatly improved. Hanju said helplessly, there is someone above me. Not a benefactor, but an enemy. If I ascend with you, I'm afraid it will hurt you. I'd better stay in the mortal world and cultivate honestly. The first Qin army thought. Hanju was afraid of the previous master of the Qing Man great sage. Hanju told him, in Suzaku, that divine beast is also waiting to beat him. Up and down, up and down. If the cultivation is too high, sooner or later it will be squeezed out by the mortal world. Now I can only take one step at a time. Xian Qingjun couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He glanced at Hanju deeply. He suddenly felt that the man in front of him was full of fog. It seems to be the most mysterious mystery in the world. Case, I'll help you again before you ascend. You are willing to practice with me for half a year. Xian Qingjun came to Hanju's side, asked with a smile. Hanju subconsciously wanted to refuse, but on second thought, people paid for it. So many resources were sent before. Besides, this face is not bad. Hanju answered. Just tap it. I heard that the master and the master mother were going to communicate for half a year. Kuan immediately pushed away the Enlightenment sword master. The mother is going to eat the master. Don't peek around, kids. Hurry up. Then Kuan made up the follow-up plot for Hanju Brain. In his eyes, the master and grandmother had an in-depth exchange. The crystallization of love should have been produced. Pregnant in June, gave birth to a daughter who was very watery. Kuan named the young master Han Ling. The young master has urinated since childhood and is pampered in all ways. When he grew up, he was even more pentenced. Chungxian Mountain's various peerless learnings. Descend the mountain alone to pacify the demons in the world. Spring festival every year. The family had a good time making dumplings together. Kuan is obsessed with his plot and can't extricate himself. Yang Tiandong persuaded him to lightly enter the house. Master, he hasn't settled accounts with you yet. Kuan looked proud. He had already asked Sun Chang'an to prepare a big supplement for Hanju. Barbecue course. Presumably, his old man will be shocked after eating. Sweep away the gloom. That's when it happened. The Enlightenment ship found that the Master Mother and the Master had come out. Kuan thought that Hanju would be blown up again. Unexpectedly, Hanju and Xian Qingjun were in good spirits. It seems that his cultivation has improved a lot. Kunkin's belief collapsed instantly. Said, "Okay, young master." Han Ling, who said yes. Hanju grabbed his feather collar. "Go on, little cub. I was going to see what you had choreographed for me. The two of us have only been talking for half a year. What kind of story are you going to make up for me?" Qin Junval smiled. "Don't be embarrassed for the little phoenix. Let's get along with my disciples." Said that the Qin army turned into a ball of demonic energy and flew away. Tell Hanju to see you in the heavenly realm in the future. Hanju sighed in his heart and was afraid of this woman for hundreds of years. I saw him soar away. I have some regrets in my heart. It must be the ghost of the heavenly Tao manuscript. My Tao heart cannot be held up by women. I wish you all the best for the future. A common case that has been seriously grilled. Hanju came out. Hand over the foreign guns and ammunition package. Master, you have to make up for it. It's not a long time coming. 7 years have passed in a flash. Jioding Jinren finally led the Yuqing holy sect. The demon brigade returns. On the way, they strayed into the ancient secret realm. It has been delayed for many years. Hanju clicked on the interpersonal relationship to check the email. Your apprentice Fong Liang met by chance. By chance, I had an epiphany of the great powers of the ancients. Your friend don't take revenge. Obtain the demon luck Dao walk. Your friend Shishuan Fairy strayed into the ancient secret realm. Your way is wrong. Enter the ancient realm. Your friend Jioding Real Person strayed into the ancient secret realm. Your friend has left the world following the gods. Your friend Zhou Fan has been embellished by the righteous path. 10,877 attacks. Hanju Ziz was surprised. Fong Liang, this kid, encountered another opportunity. And so it goes all the way. If you come back, you might already be an immortal. and the one who left the world after the ancestors. Isn't it fragrant to be the first in the world when you are young? Why do you have to fly up so early? Be a little brother to others. Hanju noticed that Mo took revenge and obtained the luck of the demon race. Didn't understand what that meant. The previous demon Dao dynasty seemed to involve the demon clan. Could it be that the demon thief is not dead? Brother, you have to do it yourself. Don't touch the bottom line. Just when it was a familiar voice appeared. Behind Hanju. Husband, I miss you to death. Hanju frowned. You're going to kill me. You're thinking I'm dead. Elder Han was the one who killed the demon emperor. Jiuding Jinren asked with excitement. Hanju asked him not to spread it, so as not to make unnecessary trouble. Today's Yuqing holy sect. It's not yet invincible. Xing Hongxian looked adoring. Is worthy of my husband. You are definitely the #1 monk in the world now. Fairy Xishuan also showed emotion on her face. Think back to the beginning. How could he have thought of it? This disciple who gave him a headache before. It has become the first in the world in just a few hundred years. Hanju's rise also made him realize something. Talent really matters. If you are talented, you don't need to go out. The growth rate of cultivation is still unique in the world. Gifted walking, even if you often get a chance, still unable to catch up with Tianjiao. Fairy Xishuan said that a true demon has appeared in the world recently. His name should be familiar to you. Hanju said lightly that it was Mo Revenge. Now that you already know, you say what to do. Do you want to give a chase order? If he really smeared the Yuqing holy sect, it is likely to make the world. I feel that the Yuqing holy sect is the demon Dao sect. Hanju asked. Angry Revenge has already started killing. Not really. It's just rumored that he's a real demon. Then leave it alone. For Mo Revenge. Hanju has a good impression, but it's just a good feeling. If he breaks through the bottom line, Hanju would definitely not let him go. That's when it happened. Hanju suddenly received a system prompt. The ground leaves have a good impression of you. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. Hanju looked confused. Which small karami is the ground red leaves? Xing Hongxian and Chang Yu were afraid of dragging Hanju down. I want to go out and find a big opportunity. Suki and the dog finally returned home after a lot of hardship. Don't take away your top luck. There are a lot of emotional dramas today. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner of the video. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. It's enjoyable to see in one go. The book is picked up again. After Jiuding Jinren and his entourage returned to Yuqing sect, I rushed to visit Hanju as soon as possible. The crowd was really stunned when they saw the 2 little golden houses. I didn't expect the sun that destroyed the world. It turned out to be the 2 little guys in front of me. Jiuding Jinren gave Hanju a big thumbs up. Unexpectedly, the disappearance of the golden house is an unsolved mystery in this world. It was thanks to your old man. If it weren't for my identity, it wouldn't be very convenient. Brother, I really want to bow down to Brother Han. After some pleasantries, Hanju leaned over and came with Xiao Jinwer. The 2 eldest brothers of the Golden House have lived comfortably recently. Just now I received a request from Lingtang. In the future, if the 2 eldest brothers have anything, just tell them. It turned out that Hanju had just received a system prompt. A man named Momiji has a crush on him. Judging by the avatar, she is a rich and beautiful woman. The ground red leaves are unknown. From the Golden House Protoss. He once gave birth to 7 golden houses for his husband. The 2 smallest gold houses are too poor in qualifications. Evicted from the Golden House. The red leaves of the Protoss have always been concerned. You've taken in 2 little houses. Affection for you. If you kill 2 little houses, we'll get the hatred of Di Hongye and never die. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. It turned out that this person was the mother of Kanaya. Anyu secretly réussite. Fortunately, the 2 little gold houses were not killed. Otherwise, it's dead. This is the first time it has appeared. The system is unable to identify the terrifying existence of Xiaowei. Since there is a good feeling, that's not minding me to be their master. If only I could help the little golden house improve its cultivation. In the future, if you ascend to the upper realm, you may have a backer. Hanju didn't want Jioding to continue to greet here. Let's talk about peace like today. Why don't my sect disciples take advantage of this time? Go out and have a good experience? Jioding said that he also had this intention. Now let's start unraveling the sect and setting it up. Let the disciples go out to find opportunities. As he spoke, he walked away. No bothering Jioding. Hanju planned to continue to cultivate well, even though it is already invincible in the world. He wasn't about to relax either, but it's not the same as ever. This time, he wanted the people around him to stay. Hanju wanted to let it. The ferry of Sichuan is long. I made an appointment to come to him to practice for a while. His promotion to Deshang has not yet dispersed. Just bootstrap is possible. The Sichuan ferry was promoted to the next realm. The invitation was a real surprise. Fairy Sichuan was stunned for a moment. Then he agreed. Xing Hongxian on the side didn't expect it. Hanju invited the Sichuan fairy first. And not yourself. And their own realm increases its speed. Already far behind them. Such a comparison. I am indeed getting farther and farther away from this man. That's when it happened. A hot face came over. Hanju also sent an invitation to Xing Hongxian. Let him come over and practice together. However, Xing Hongxian shook his head. Or I'll forget it. Just have the Sichuan fairy and the eldest girl with you. After all, Fairy Sichuan became an elder of the sect in his early years. Talent is a no-brainer. Miss Chong is not ordinary. What do you think of the two of them? It's better to rest with you than I am. I want to go out for a walk. There might be a better opportunity for me out there. At this moment, Hanju couldn't understand it. This is the old days. Xing Hongxian will happily agree. At this time, the fairy Sichuan also opened her mouth. I think you're mistaken. I don't have a relationship with Hanju. It's okay to walk the red beast. I don't mind if my husband has other reasons. I'm just afraid that I will be left behind by you on the path of cultivation. After all, my qualifications are much worse than those of the Sichuan fairy. It is almost impossible to cultivate to the tribulation realm. Heard Xing Hongxuan's sincere words. Hanju and fairy Sichuan were also silent for a while. Truly, if you want to be reborn, unless you can have a big chance. Xing Hongxian smiled slightly. So, instead of wasting time on a predetermined ending, why don't you go out and give it a shot now? When the time comes, I will be able to fly with my husband. Although I know that you have a lot of strange methods, husband, even if I don't make a shortcut in the end, you can help me with that too. A bloodline with unparalleled qualifications. But I don't want you to see me grow old, husband. I don't want to be reincarnated. Serve you with another body. So I had to go out and give it a try. For me, it is also for us to have a long-term future. After listening to these words, another person applauded, and it was Xing Hongxian. I have witnessed the growth of my mentor and disciple. Every time he progresses, I am happy. But every time there is a sense of powerlessness. My qualifications aren't great. Even if you spend your whole life, you can't keep up with your junior brother. So your frustration is clear to me. Though, the cultivation environment of the Immortal Mountain is unique in the world, but more suitable. Cultivation of high-level powerhouses. Qualifications like ours. Here it can only be a violent licking of heavenly things. I don't want my junior brother to delay my cultivation because of me. So I want to go out too. Look for an opportunity to change yourself. Ro girl, don't mind if I go with you. Let's see which of the two of us can have the last laugh. Saying that, Chang Yuer smiled at Xing Hongxian. Xing Hongxian also gave him a look. Of course I don't mind having quite acquaintances. It's like a long-standing plastic sister. Hanjua shook his head helplessly. Now that you've figured it out, then do as you like. But before leaving, you'll have to upgrade your heavenly golem. Now you can go for a walk with me first. Soon after, there are people in the territory of Yuqing Holy Sect again, where this person has passed, even the strongest soul-chasing flower in the wilderness, and wither for it. Take a look at the boundary monument of the Yuqing Holy Sect. Only then did this person know that the Yuqing sect had changed its name. Finally home. It feels unreal. So many years have been like a big dream. Another voice beside him said, I don't know if everyone is okay, but it's finally back. Master, I'm Suki. Your Qingchuan disciple is back. The unlucky King Suchi arrived at the Yuqing Holy Sect. The demon lord's split soul appears. Was pinched by Hanju and rode away. Your top-notch aura is here again. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the top name in the comment area and follow up wonderfully. It's cool to see in one breath. If the Yuqing Holy Sect didn't have Su Qi, Aang Brook didn't shout. Since the moment he stepped into the territory of Yuqing, bad luck ensued up and down the East Gate. A biennial sword rally, because of the sudden change in terrain, caused all the players to fall into the sea. No one knew that this change was brought about by the unlucky king. And Suki, finally to see the master he had been thinking about. Finally, I have to return to the immortal mountain of ascetic cultivation. For hundreds of years, even if the Qing Meng great sage led the demon clan to sweep the world, even if the demon emperor is in the world, everything is silent. Even if the sky falls, the golden house burns, and the sky collapses. Hanju has never been afraid. But this time Hanju was really afraid. Because just now, he received a system prompt, detected the strongest person in the vicinity, Su Qi, and entered the 7th floor. Hanju cursed the system. Why didn't he say it earlier? How to suppress Suki's bad luck. He hasn't figured it out yet. After all, hundreds of years ago, he is also deceived and deceived. Spends Suki to deal with the demon sect. Who knew that this demon sect was so vulnerable? Now, his power in the world is almost gone. Use this excuse to trick Suki out. Nor realistic. Send it, and you will be safe. Fortunately, the dog came back with him. The suppression of the divine beast of luck may be able to suppress it. It would be better if Fong Liang also returned. That's when it happened. Hanju also found some abnormalities through God-style exploration. It's not just the two of them who came. Others followed. At this time, Su Qi and Guzi had already arrived at the gate of the sect. That's the smell. That's right, no one knows this place better than I do. However, Suki didn't want to go back to the mountain gate immediately. He was going to take the dog to the inner city for a dashing look. However, the dog was stunned. Trembling shouted out the master. Suki turned. It was discovered that Hanju had quietly arrived. Hanju just asked lightly and came back. And Suki was really happy. If you snap, kneel down, and kowtow to Hanju. The task you gave me was finally completed. Thank you to the master for so many years of secret protection. Hanju was very embarrassed. After all, he didn't do this unlucky apprentice much help. Those so-called blessings. It's all his own bad luck. Which Hanju instantly released a slight pressure. Said coldly, the devil's nest was destroyed, and he dared to make trouble. That's a lot of guts. It's not that easy to get into my territory. Su Qi looked confused. Master, what are you talking about? Turkey didn't make trouble. No. Hanju smiled coldly. Suddenly shot. A 9-dragons demon slayer hit Su Qi hard. Suki was knocked out by the powerful waves, spitting blood from his mouth and falling unconscious. This scene shocked the dogs. Immediately stepped forward and hugged Suki's master. He's your disciple. Why are you doing this? Hanju told the dog to stay away from Suki. Then he continued, sensing Suki's potential. Also tried to guide him to take the route of demon cultivation. Do you really think I can't find you? As soon as the words fell, I saw a powerful demonic chi drilled out of Su Qi's body. This is the first time I've seen a dog in this situation. The demonic aura let out an eerie laugh. One side gradually transforms into a human form. It turned out to be a long-lost demon lord. Your Excellency is so capable. I can even perceive the existence of nothing. Hanju stood ready. Asked coldly, "Why is your Excellency hidden in my disciple's body?" The demon lord sneered. "No wonder this kid keeps babbling. Aware of my presence. At the very least, it has to be a big achievement." At this moment, Hanju also received a system prompt. The demon lord has a hatred for you. The current aggro is 4 stars. The demon lord Deshang entered the 7th layer of the split soul state. The strongest demon in the demon Dao for 10,000 years. The demon lord of the cultivator is because you are Suki's master. Hatred towards you. I'll kill you if I have a chance. The current aggro is 4 stars. The demon lord is still in a state of split souls. Unusmilid slightly. Shoot hard. Cast 6 Western souls to control the demon lord's split soul. The demon lord in the state of split souls is naturally invincible. Hanju scolded angrily, daring to make a move on the deity. Beware of risking your disciple's life. My soul is already connected to this boy's origin. If you dare to strike now, his foundation of the divine stone will also be annihilated. You have to think about it. Hanju was unimpressed by his words. What about dumping him handsomely? The demon lord's split soul continued to terrorize. The deity never takes revenge on the night. If you dare to attack my soul, then wait for my ontology to come to you for reckoning. Hanju pretended to hesitate and said that you are the demon lord. Killing you is what I should do. I'm afraid of trouble, though. If I let you go, this distraction, will you spare my apprentice? When the demon lord heard this, he was disdainful. It turned out to be a broken bag in the end. Let him go, naturally you can say, when separating the demon lord's soul from Suki's god. Suki also woke up. He was shocked to see the demon lord. Is it so long? The demon lord has been watching me all the time. Then when I am happy with my female brothers, wouldn't the demon lord play? Suki's hatred for the demon lord was instantly filled. The demon lord ignored Suki, said goodbye to Hanju. Hanju also said no. The demon lord's distraction quickly slipped away. At the same time, Hanju was prompted by the system again. Blogger's hatred of you is raised. The current aggro level is 5 stars. Hanju saw the hint in front of him. I can't help but be speechless. Your road is really getting narrower and narrower. Suchi hurriedly told Master Hanju. I can't believe him. Be careful that he will come to take revenge on you. Hanju said calmly, we didn't believe it. It's just because I just split my soul and put a long line to catch a big fish. Wait for the demon lord to split his soul and return to the deity's body. I'll give him a taste of the treatment. Originally, just now, Hanju just used the 9 dragons to eliminate the demon Yin-Yang Palace. In fact, he secretly kept a hand, even though the demon lord is on the 7th floor of the Great City Path. I can't find it. He was hit by Hanju's 6 reincarnation marks. Hearing Ji Nai's treatment, Suki was finally convinced. The one who killed Ji Nai, he was the master. Hanju smiled slightly. Come home, you've worked hard all these years. At this time, some of the sect's disciples had discovered that the god of war elder was coming. In order to hide Suki's traces, Hanju grabbed Suchi and the dog, immediately left the sect gate, returned to the immortal mountain. All the disciples immediately came over. Sun Chang'an and Enlightenment Sword are still the first time they have seen them. The second senior brother Yang Tiandong was quite surprised. I didn't expect hundreds of years. This kid has become so strong. Hanju didn't want to delay for a moment. Immediately pull Suki into the cave. Let him immediately begin penance. It's okay. Don't go out and hang around. Right now. Everyone felt a chill in their backs. It's no one else. It was Kuin with a murderous face. He had waited too long for this moment. Long time no see. My dog's son. Not to be outdone, the dog is not to be outdone. Immediately crisped a bite of old phlegm fat chicken. If you don't accept it, let's touch it. Dogs compete for the right to speak. If you want to challenge the demon lord of the little golden house, you can't do it. Was wiped out by Hanju in the air. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chio reading app. Search for the name of this work or the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to see the cool concave in one breath. The book continues back to the time since the penance was cultivated into the immortal mountain. Su-Chi was dragged into the cave by Hanju to practice behind closed doors. The Chaos Tengu, on the other hand, has been left out in the cold. As the saying goes, a down-and-out dog is not as good as a phoenix. Kunkin, who has long wanted to pinch the dog, gearing up has begun. Words are constantly provocative, and dogs aren't stupid. Although the momentum does not fall behind. But he knew it in his heart. He is no longer Fei Kuen's opponent at this moment. I've been out and about for so many years. I can't catch up with the stinky chicken that is lazy to eat at home. Losers don't lose. The Chaos Tengu urgently needs to be one of the crowds. He looked around, found that even Yang Tiandong had already reached the realm of transforming into gods. The owner must have passed on the real thing. Although his cultivation can't catch up with me. But the master's tricks are the best at leapfrogging the enemy. The only thing you can touch in front of you is this fat ball, but this guy exudes closeness. Infinite spiritual power. Is it me who suffers from the war of attrition? After I'm gone, what kind of monster did the master take in? This watery Yuan Ingjing girl. You can bully it, but as an ascetic cultivator to become an immortal. The only female character on the mountain. She must have been loved by her hosts. This man is untouchable. Chaos Tengu hesitates at 3. There must be no retreat at this time. I must show them the strength of my chaos sage. Lest they think I'm out there. You're that little chick. Look at how fierce you look. Come and learn from the great sage. The crowd looked in the direction of the dog's finger. I couldn't help but gasp. Little Golden House didn't expect it either. This stupid dog actually wants to challenge himself. The dog thought to himself, if everyone comes to intercede for this little chick, even if you have a staircase down, in the future, it can be regarded as having the right to speak on this mountain. But he never expected it. No one came to intercede. Instead, they all looked at him with a wicked smile. What are you hiding so far away for? Are you afraid that the great sage will hurt you? The little gold house is still hesitant to make a move. Kuen hurriedly added oil and vinegar to the side. The two big brothers don't have to worry. The owner had long wanted to beat this stupid dog. You can just play as you please. Don't be merciful. Listen to this. The dog's heart ached and came up. Dead fat chicken, don't be arrogant. Today this great sage is fine. Discipline your little chick for you. Look at the back of the dog who was sent to death. The crowd showed bitter shame. Chongxian Mountain's iconic expression. The dog was about to make a move. I just felt a burst of heat hit me, with the dazzling sunlight twinkling. The great sage of chaos became a dead dog. Inside the great sacred cave mansion, Hanju also saw this through the history of the gods. Nodding his head with satisfaction. They have won my heart. Played beautifully. After all, Suki has been with the dog for so long. I couldn't bear to see him beaten. Talked about the dog's captivity in the demon land. Hanju told him not to worry. This dog has to suffer something. Otherwise, this ambition will not be recovered. Said Hanju. The sealing of Suki has been completed. In order to suppress Suki's bad luck, he's wasted a lot of effort. Hanju told Kuen. In the future, Su-Chi could only cultivate in the cave. You guys are fine, don't go fishing with him. You can get the master's personal guidance in the cave. This is simply envious of Yang Tiandong and others. Even the enlightenment sword that has been living in the cave was also kicked out by Hanju. I heard that Suki could get the clear message. The dog was even more sad. The whole dog doesn't feel like it's going to love anymore. Kun disakred. Once the master is in retreat, it is several years. Can this stupid dog stand it? Come on, this thing you hold. Let's go to team building in a moment. The dog doesn't know how to cultivate into a fairy mountain. Rules of the Air Force Brigade. There are new people joining. Everyone must go fishing to celebrate. From now on, Suki will be on the mountain. I'm afraid you're going to have to go down for a long time. At this moment, Hanju received a system prompt. Your apprentice Fong Liang was attacked by demon beasts. Your disciple Fong Liang was attacked by the demon saint. Deeply injured. Lucky enough to pass by. Close call. Your friend Mo Vengeance inherits the magic power of the demon Tao. The Tao is long, and your friends sacrifice to the gods and return to the world. Feel the controversy between heaven and earth. Step into the realm of the big city. Your buddy Gold. Attacked by your friend Mo for revenge. Seriously injured. Your Dao Lu Xian Qin Jun sword. Become an immortal. Fortune skyrocketed. Your apprentice Murong Chi met by chance. Flesh metamorphosis. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by righteous path modifications. Hanju looked down. I feel that the cultivation realm is much more peaceful than before. He suddenly remembered the demon lord. I don't know the demon lord's split soul. Whether or not they have returned to the Buddha figure body. He began to sense the 6 marks on the demon lord's split soul. At this moment, on the other side of heaven and earth, a lonely desert is covered with wind and sand. Except for the demon lord's soul to the mark. Hanju also sensed the existence of another mark. There are 3 people in front of the demon lord. It's Mo Revenge, Lord Mo, and a woman in robes. I saw that the 3 of them showed disbelief on their faces. True demon warrior. This is where you Moga came from and what your mission is. Your Moga bloodline. It is to assist my demon race to subvert the world, so that you Magia can all retire and ascend to immortals. The demon lord's terrifying filial piety. Mo said through gritted teeth, we can't control our births, but we will never become demons of trouble. Demon Lord G, filial piety. Have you killed fewer people? I didn't do it on purpose. A lot of times I was forced to do so. What about your brother Zhou Fan? You remember how you killed him. Mo's revengeful face instantly became gloomy. Zhou Fan's death was the biggest heart disease in his heart. Every time I think of Zhou Fanua's revenge, I feel extremely uncomfortable. I was tormented inside. It can be said that life is worse than death. Mo Zhu's equally tasteless life said, let's just die of this heart. We Moga will never be traitors. Seeing that the 3 people of Moga were unmoved, the demon lord was a little angry. Feel the imminence of death. Lord Mo thought of Hanju again. Compete with the demon lord with our strength. I'm afraid I'm going to hit the stone with an egg. Hanju, I'm afraid we're going to see you again in the next life. At this moment, the eyes of the heavenly puppet flashed. It seems to lock on to the demon lord's body with his gaze. At this time, the robed woman, that is Mo Ghost, the head of the Mo family, interjected. The demons want to control the mortal world. How the fairy gods think. Even the demon emperor couldn't succeed. How many years will it take us to succeed the demons? Did you send a strong helper? The demon lord snorted at him. Even without you, the demons would have succeeded. As for the powerful helpers sent by the demons, this is it. His tone was full of confidence. Mo Ghost couldn't help but ask. You're stronger than Mo's. That's nature. Can Mo be compared with this? The deity is now half a step into the 9th layer. The reason why I didn't shoot before, just for Namors. It's just a test of the strength of the right path. The demon lord's words were full of disdain for Mo. As if to say, Mo, I want you. This conversation was seen clearly by Hanju through the puppet. The demon clan really vain my human race's heart is immortal. Just as Shang dared to plan a conspiracy. It's just looking for death. After saying that, Hanju raised his right hand. The middle finger points to the horizon. Bloodfish between. A terrifying wave of crows struck. The startled demon lord subconsciously wanted to turn his head to look. He only felt the sword light shining on the back of his head. The demon lord didn't have time to react. A sword chi shot out from Yu Guang bias. Immediately after the overhead in the spatial rift, a demonic overtone sounded. Heaven and earth Xianwang broke the ring and pointed at the sword. There was a loud bang. The sword aura swept by, drowning the demon lord's form. Hanju withdrew his sword finger. Said coldly, "Didn't you take revenge overnight? Just be willing. It's the same with Lao Tzu." Hanju wiped out the demon lord with a sword. Eliminate hidden dangers. Load it into the long river of Kendo. Learn the secrets of the upper realm. Don't take away your top-notch charm again. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the name of the work or the pinned link in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book was picked up, and the demon lord didn't have time to react. A sword chi shot out from Yu Guang bias. Heaven and earth are yellow. The sword-breaking fingers swept through, drowning the demon lord's figure, bringing a terrifying strong wind. Almost flew out of the three of Mo's revenge first. The sword chi came quickly. It dissipates quickly. But Maju opened his eyes. I was surprised to find that the mountains in front of me were flattened one after another. I can't see the demon lord. I can't feel his demonic energy. The demon lord was instantly destroyed. Mo Ghost looked frightened. A monster that has entered the 9th floor in half a step was directly killed by the mysterious sword cultivator. How strong the person whose shot is. Mo Revenge also felt. Peking Opera can kill Deshang in one blow. I'm afraid only the immortals hidden in the world can do it. Thankfully, we didn't say yes directly. Otherwise, we might have to die. Lord Mo hurriedly packed his luggage in all directions. Thank you, seniors, for forgiving him. I'm afraid that the other party is making a move. Hanju couldn't help but ferment when he heard his words. Mo Revenge looked at Mo Ghost. Asked, "The demon lord is dead. Ancestor, it's time to put down your careful thoughts. Where do we go next?" You said it before. The Mo family is very large. What remains in the smoke is only a small branch. With the family encountering Tulu, the local tribes are not as good as the following. But like us, there will always be people who will survive. I think we might as well look for it. A people scattered throughout the heavens and the earth. Then go back to the Mo family land together. Lu Dekingshan is no longer afraid of running out of firewood. Mo Ghost understands that the demon's chi is exhausted. Deshang Jin was easily killed. What's more, he is only in the realm of tribulation. So he agreed to Wood's offer of revenge. Mo Zhu asked, "Brother, you don't want revenge?" Mo Vengeance touched his sister's head. Talked about the catastrophe suffered by our Mo family. It's all because of the planning of the demons. If you really want revenge, we'll have to wait until we're strong enough to fight the day of the demons. Now we can only find the clansmen first. The road must be full of hardships. I don't know when I will be able to gather his people. Maju wanted to speak and stopped. He wanted to say that since the Mo family didn't take revenge, then can he go back to the Yuqing holy sect? But on second thought, the Mo family still needs to be saved. He can't leave it at this time. Pick so many years have passed. Xing Hongxian. Chang Yuer's relationship with Hanju must be closer. He was afraid that he would drift away from Hanju. Maju suffers from gains and losses. I turned around and forgot to glance in the direction of the holy sect. The expression was full of loss. Inside the congenital cave, Hanju felt a lot more relaxed. It's better if the demon lord had killed it earlier. Lest he be another moth. It influenced his cultivation and that of his disciples. But then again, how strong are the demons? Why didn't the gods intervene? If Hanju himself is the lord of heavenly court, see the demons attacking the mortal world. can understand that the demons are developing downline. We must stop it. Hanju suspected that something might be wrong with the upper realm. Otherwise, ask your husband about his heart. Hanju felt a pity. So he began to have an epiphany about the three clears, while enhancing the essence of this supernatural power. While going to see Changha, go to find her husband Xing. Hanju came to see Changha, passed past the figures of swordsmen, finally met her husband Star. Brother hasn't seen me for a long time. I heard the clumsy voice. Husband Xing knew who was coming. There's something wrong with the special meow. The Shang has entered the third floor, and it has not yet soared. Hanju's helpless filial piety. I have enemies in the upper realm. It's true that you don't dare to soar. I see. So you're here to ask about it. Hanju praised her husband for being like a god. I'm here to ask. The mortal realm has been invaded by demons. Why didn't the gods intervene? The husband said calmly that the upper realm was in turmoil. Heaven is too busy to take care of itself. Where can you still control the mortal realm? But it won't be long. Heavenly court will restore order. The upper realm is in turmoil. Hanju asked curiously. The upper realm can still be chaotic. What happened? Jean Lone Star said that the demon clan had a great demon saint disobey the discipline of the heavenly court. There was a big disturbance in the heavenly court. There may be a big force behind this great demon saint. This makes it impossible for heavenly court to suppress it in a short period of time. But with the background of the heavenly court, it will be solved soon. Be patient. The last three strong, Shingon, heavenly court Buddhism. The second is the dragons. Phone clan, Golden House divine clan. There is also the Kirin clan. The second-rate forces of the Shura clan and the demon clan. Below, there are also mysterious Daomen and Gu immortal clans and so on. The era of demons is long over. The demon gong can only be regarded as a second-rate force in the upper realm. Hanju continued to ask after the mortal ascension. Is it to join heavenly court directly? Husband Xian said that you want to be beautiful. There are many ascending platforms in the upper realm. Connect the heavens and the mortal realms. Most mortals after ascending. You can only join the immortal cultivation sect in the upper realm. And a handful of extremely talented people. It will be in heaven. Such a big force as Buddhism Shingon takes a fancy to it. You can think about it then. How to choose when the time comes. With your qualifications, you are bound to encounter such a choice. It's your squad timing. Once selected, it's hard to change anymore. Hanju continued to ask, which side do you think I should choose? Zhang Gong rolled his eyes. Don't think hard with me. I am alone in the heavens, and I have no background of power. You are a Terran. It is best to choose heavenly court or divine skill. I heard the word Shingon. Hanju remembered Murong Chi. So she asked her husband Xing. I've heard of the Miaotian God Emperor. Husband Xing said that it was the god of war, of divine skill, although it has been a long time since it fell. But it was also an invincible existence in the first emperor level. But how can you be a mortal who knows about the Miaotian God Emperor? Hanju can only say that he has heard of it by chance. I can't say that the system told him. Hanju continued to ask, what is the relationship between the Miao-Zhen God Emperor and the divine skill? Zhang Lone Star said it was not clear. However, it is said that the reason why the Miaotian God Emperor fell, it is related to the struggle within the Shingon. The Miaotian God Emperor was besieged by many previous emperors of the demon clan. Not only did the gods not support, after the fall of the Miaotian God Emperor, Shingon did not erect a statue for him. Hanju heard that it was not good. Murong Chi has a blood feud with the Heavenly Palace. I'm not interested in this miracle. Exploits and persuasion. Hanju should ascend early. Don't waste time. With Hanju's qualifications, just join the big forces. Those enemies will not look for trouble. Zhang Gongxing also sent Hanju a word of advice. After the ascension, not a Tai, heavenly immortal. Don't be born to travel. Han yu smi lid of kvadli. My predecessors and I are really in the same way. But even if I went to Tai Tian County, I won't be born to travel. After all, my enemy is Suzuko. The husband's heart dragged Hanju. He couldn't believe his ears. You say your enemy is Suzuko. Then you better not soar. Paint early. Jump into reincarnation and rebuild. Hanju saw Changha and learned the true purpose of Bitian. The Swan Dojo appears, plotting for 500 years to descend to the mortal world. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner of the video. Download the Chochio reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comments section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book is picked up again. The heart of the battle is known. Hanju's enemy in the last session turned out to be Suzuku. Persuade him to reincarnate quickly. His vermilion bird ancestor is a Qi Yun divine beast. Even if it's heavenly court divine skill. Buddhism will stammer if the Suzaku is looking for trouble. It is estimated that the three major forces will turn a blind eye. No matter how talented you are, you also climbed up from the mortal realm. It's impossible to compare to others. Bird Hongyao is listening to my advice. Jump into the reincarnation of the scattered palace to rebuild. Let's live again with a different identity. The reincarnation of the good gift doll is rebuilt. Hanju was not calm at all. He is not Xing Hongxian. Chang Yuer waited for her mother-in-law. Reincarnation. Someone helped them recover the memories of their past lives. He was on his own. Hanju asked her husband Xing if there was any other way. Husband Xing said that he had a roommate. But that kind of thing can't be obtained by chance. As far as he knew, there was a spirit stone related to the heavenly Tao. You can avoid the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, even if you go beyond the mortal realm, the upper limit of the level. There is no need to cross the catastrophe. You can continue to stay in the mortal world. Such spirit stones are not rare in the upper realm. There are often gentlemen who rely on this kind of spirit stone to go down to earth. However, the heavenly court flame made the immortal realm creatures unable to descend to earth. Once discovered, it will be dealt with according to the rules of the day. If you really have a chance to find it, you can cultivate to surpass the Suzaku clan. After that, it will soar again. The more Hanju listened, the more familiar he felt. A stone that can hide from the way of heaven. Isn't that my blue sky stone? Fong Liang, Fong Liang. You're just a little angel who has lost my footing. Now Hanju was completely relieved. The dog that can rest assured next. Phew, it's a reassuring hard rest. Thank you for your advice. I'll see you next time. After the baggage is included, cross the Battle Lone Star and continue to move forward. Battle Lone Star shook his head slightly. Say no more. Inside a dark cave. Blood demon ancestor. White-haired mushrooms. The greedy Arhats meditate on a relative. The faces of the three of them were extremely gloomy. Between them hung a crystal ball. The demonic energy inside the crystal ball surged. Luo Chio demon is dead. A cold voice rang out. The blood demon ancestor took a deep breath. Said that he was killed by Qianjiao of Tianxian Mansion. And not only him. This time, we were all seriously injured in the service of the demons. Even the demon emperor sent it. A cold voice followed. Why do you want to work for the demons? You are going to betray this world. Hearing this, the three flavors demon Tao Supreme was silent. Where do they really want to work for the demons? It's not because the conditions given by the demons are too tempting. The greedy Arhut sighed. Ba. I don't play anymore anyway. I'm going to fly up like the demon lord. The white-haired mushroom asked him if he was willing to fly like this. The current cultivation of the greedy demon. Even if you soar up, you won't be reborn. The greed demon said that he certainly understood the rules of ascension. The higher the cultivation before the ascension. After ascending, the more cultivation skyrockets. But in his own strength. If you continue to stay in, I'm afraid there is only one dead end in the world. rather than life and death. It's better to go up and live. Don't ascend just yet. I saw a flash of inspiration from the crystal ball. A figure was projected. Up to 500 years. The Tao will go down to Earth himself. The Taoist priest later destroyed the Tianxian mansion. And it's not too late to wait for the ascension. This figure is the Swan Taoist. I'll introduce you to the East Gate of the Upper Realm. Let you have something to rely on. Said to throw out the eyeless Taoist. 3 magic weapons like spirit bones. The 3 of you put it away. When this thing shines, it will be the day when the Tao descends to Earth. The eyes of the 3 blood demon ancestors lit up. If you can destroy the heavenly immortal mansion, that's great. The peerless Taoist instructed the 3 of them not to be in the Dali demon clan. Heavenly court will soon attack the demons. 20 years have passed in a hurry. Since the day Suki came home, the enlightenment sword was driven out of the cave, forced to sleep in the mountains. He couldn't figure it out. Why did the master kick him out? You might as well say the grandmothers are back. What's the matter with putting a man in the cave? While he was in a broken mind, Hanju called him into the Xiantian cave mansion and told him that he had wronged him all these years. In the future, the ban on Dongfu will be lifted. You can move in and live. The enlightenment sword looked around at the cave. No trace of Suki was found. Hanju pointed to a cellar-like hole. Tell him that Suki dug another cave in the cave. Be his place of asceticism, underground and closed. The aura is also more concentrated. Hanju asked the enlightenment sword to pass the order. If there is no order from him, no one was allowed to disturb Suki. Bitter rest is said to be bitter rest. Hanju knew how strong Suki's negative buff was. I hope this kid can live in peace underground. In the past 20 years, the breakthrough speed has been rapid. Hanju is quite satisfied. Up to 100 years, he will be able to storm the realm above the great city path. Hanju took out the angel and looked at it carefully. I couldn't help but sound Fong Liang Hanju again. Pull up the email and start viewing. Your friend has been ascension. Fortune skyrocketed. Your friend has returned to Earth following the gods of your ancestors. Feel the controversy between heaven and earth. Step into the realm of the big city. Your friend don't take revenge. 4,897 attacks on righteous paths. Your buddy gold. 78,834 attacks by monsters. Thy Tao travels to the heavens, straight into the Taoist temple of the land ancestors. Your friends often meet, and strayed into the Taoist temple of the land ancestors. Jikong Daoyu has soared, and the 7 immortal gods are back. What the hell is it? Could it be that he left the world by relying on the secret method of the heavenly immortal mansion? Xing Hongxian and the others wandered around blindly. What is this land fairy? This time the email message was very long. There is another page at the back. Your apprentice Fong Liang strayed into the ancient forbidden land. Obtain the peerless sword as the master. Your disciple Fong Liang uses the heaven and earth divine fruit. Repair for the skyrocket. Your apprentice grandson Fong Liang entered the heavenly immortal mansion. Luck grows. Your disciple Fong Liang is favored by the heavenly immortal mansion Palm sect. Obtain mystical exercises. Your apprentice son Fong Liang accidentally bumped into several immortal god cultivators. A little feeling. Swordsmanship is refined. Your apprentice son Fong Liang Lu was seriously injured and killed by demon cultivator. Get a lot of ammo. Your apprentice son Fong Liang awakens the Excalibur sword spirit. Harvest Excalibur swordsmanship. Your disciple Fong Liang is like a mysterious beast. Get the deed. Bless your disciple Fong Liang. Obtain the approval of the soul face of the ancestors of the heavenly immortal mansion. Sit heavenly immortal mansion, great divine power. Hanju counted carefully. In just 20 years, Fong Liang has obtained 9 opportunities. It's like leaving the big axe. Sure enough, the aura of the son of heaven and earth is so magical. Wait until this kid comes back. I'm afraid it's already a big progress. That's when it happened. A mana sound entered Hanju's ears. Listening to the voice, it is the worship of the gods. The official road has the culmination of my breakthrough. Let's come out and have a fight. Just broke through the big achievements and came looking for trouble. This time it seems that there is some serious illness. Out of caution, Hanju used a simulated trial to fight first. It's still a spike. Previously, after the end of the Demon War, many holy places led by the heavenly immortal mansion have joined forces. The demon path of the fight is retreating one after another. It's like a rat crossing the street. The righteous sect is also aware of the output still. There are shortcomings. Have begun to cultivate their own Tianjiao. For a while, there were many newcomers. Mr. G killed Luo Kudman. The record of destroying millions of demon cultivators is a venture capital for a while. Five Tails occupy the first place on the hot search list all year round. But the mystery of killing the demon emperor. The identity of the grooming has not been revealed. As a result, he was unable to sit still. The name of the world's first modification. This has also become one of the few knots in the hearts of several immortals. At this time, several immortal gods were waiting for Han in the mountains and forests dozens of miles away. Jun thinks that he lost to the Demon Emperor that time. It's an employee of Deshang who is in his own position. This made Guan Daoyu pick up the cheap. Now the breakthrough is complete. Presumably, it is no longer a problem to destroy the Demon Emperor. It shouldn't be a problem to win the official Taoist. The Elder of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion was defeated by my Forbidden. Just beat you. I am truly the #1 in the world. Come to think of it, several immortals were full of blood. The words in my heart also blurted out. Let's have a dignified showdown. Let the world see who is the first. That's when it happened. Hanju quietly appeared behind several immortal gods. Here's a sticker for him. What are you muttering about, a few friends? Hanju took advantage of the situation to knock Mr. G on the tree. Several immortals were shocked when he came. I didn't even notice it. Xiao Ji. Are you missing me again? Hanju greeted Mr. G's challenge. The first place in the world fell to the sailors. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book is picked up again. Season. Mister, in order to deserve to be the first in the world, come and challenge Hanju again. Previously, he had defeated all the heavenly immortal mansion elders. Not only has it been recognized by the heavenly immortal mansion, he even wanted to pass on the position of the head of the Tianxian mansion to him. There is the first person in the world to take charge of the Tianxian mansion. It will surely command the right way in the world. However, there are also different voices. Some think the first in the world is the mysterious modification of killing the Demon Emperor. If you don't defeat him, following this hurdle in the hearts of the ancestors, it has never been overcome. Guan Yu Daoyu. In the upper realm, I have comprehended new supernatural powers. You and I are a must. How high and low? Only then did Hanju understand. The reason why the god left the world was to break through. And the purpose of the breakthrough is to come to him to compete. But just now in the mock trial, Hanju had already seen the heart of the ancestors. That's all there is to it. Hanju was hesitant at the moment. What he was worried about was not how to defeat the sacrificial gods. It's how not to kill the sacrifice to the gods. It should take a few % of his cleverness to tie up his life. And Hanju's hesitant look seemed to Mr. G. It is possible that the official road is afraid. If you knew this, there was no need to discuss it privately. It should be the first emperor to worship the sky. Then gather all the factions in the world to watch the battle. Beat him in the limelight. It is logical to win the first place in the world. Just when Mr. G was self-absorbed, I only heard Hanju ask cautiously, if I win this time, will you come to me again in the future? When Mr. G heard this, he was immediately upset. What do you mean? You're pretending to be too bullish. It's impossible to win my paragraph. I, Mr. G, are invincible in the world. Before, it was just that the realm was weaker than you. Now I will prevail against you. You just used the trick of killing the demon emperor. I'm going to come and come. You hit me and try it. Hanju was really speechless. Why do young people have to die? Isn't the bright future of the big city worth cherishing? How do you know that Mr. G continues to be aggressive in Guangdao? Are you afraid of losing to me? Opportunity you must. If you don't agree, I will dwell on your hill. Hanju is helpless. It is worth promising you that he will learn. It's still the same old rule, though. We had to find a vacant lot. The flowers and plants on this mountain cannot be damaged. After meeting the two of them, they came to a wasteland and stood still. Following the ancestors, God took the lead. I saw his arms shook. Golden lightning burst out all around his body. This trick is the lost secret method of the Upper Realm Buddhism. The effect is similar to the anti-Shang armor in King's Canyon. As long as you don't get broken by your opponent, the damage can be returned to the attacker. Mr. G said confidently, "If you break my trick, I will not bother you again." However, no one in the heavenly immortal mansion can break this move. You will never take care of Guan Yu Dao Yu. Said that the sacrifice of the ancestors made a direct move. The aura formed a golden pagoda around him. However, Hanju was worried. Can the sacrificial god block his sword finger? Then he slowly raised his right hand. Raise your middle finger to worship the gods. Hanju increased the spiritual power in his middle finger to 3%. The arrogant fermentation of the sacrificial gods. This is the sword chi of Cinnabar Modi. I thought your kendo was amazing. Hanju was silent. Slowly increased the spiritual power to 50%. Following the ancestors, the gods instantly became dumbfounded, because Zhou Shun's Reta actually had a crack. At the same time, he felt it. The spiritual power fluctuations released by Hanju were still improving. Will it be unstoppable if it continues? Will it die? Both the gentlemen changed his mind and dispelled this thought. How can it be? I'm the strongest Tianjiao in the history of the heavenly immortal mansion. How could it be dead? The sword's sacrifice ancestors are resisting to the death. Hanju continued to ascend heaven and earth Xianwang, the spiritual power of the sword-breaking sword. When it is increased to 8%, it was already very difficult to worship the gods. But hubris carried him away. I saw him release all his spiritual power, all pressed against his anti-wound armor. He wanted to bet that Hanju couldn't break his rim. A final moment. Mr. G gambled his all. It was also at this moment he finally saw Hanju's horror. Hanju used 90% of his spiritual power. With a wave of the middle finger, the sword finger will be shot. Wait for Mr. G to stop suddenly. Grabbed Hanju's middle finger. Hanyu vitre. Surprised, he asked what happened to the airway. Mr. G said with a slightly red cheek. It occurred to me just now. I forgot to turn off the heat when I was cooking soup at home. I've got to go back first. Hanju also tried his best to cooperate and forgot to turn off the fire. I'll have to go back quickly. The weather is dry. Watch out for the candles. Since the official road doesn't want me to bother you, then we'll talk to each other when you're free. After saying goodbye, Mr. G turned around and left, turned into afterimages. Quickly disappear into the mountains and forests. Hanju shook his head. This young man, can you bend and stretch very much? Hanju was just about to return to the Xiantian cave mansion. Another old man came to visit. The person who came this time was Du Fu. Du Fu said that he came to say goodbye. Hanju expected that he was going to soar. Before leaving, he wanted to visit Suki. No matter how you say it. Suchi was also the last disciple of the Demon Encounter sect. Before the ascension, he had to say goodbye. It can be regarded as cutting off mortal dust. Looked at Du Fu's sincere eyes. Hanju was also quite helpless. It's not that I have the intention of preventing you from seeing each other. but I advise you to be cautious as you ascend. After all, you don't drink while driving. Drink alcohol and don't drive. Are you right? The three-headed King Jiao was born in search of a divine object. Lock the Fusang tree and want to clear the middle and encounter another crisis. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chocho reading app. Search for the name in the top left corner of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. In the snowstorm of Dian Beijing, the Demon King knelt on the snow and shivered. In front of him stood a huge figure. Is asking him to tell the situation of the holy sect who wants to clear it. The Demon King replied tremblingly, "There live an immortal." The figure snorted nonsense. How can immortals live in the mortal world? The Demon King swore an oath. Today, all day, the Yuqing holy sect is definitely the most terrifying place. I even think the heavenly immortal mansion did not have the horror of the Yuqing holy sect. Wen Yan's figure was also silent. But I heard another voice on the left, "Boss. We broke through the table and came out. It is to find the divine object that attracts us. Now that you have a clue, you can't back down." "He's right, boss. We must eat the artifact." At this moment, another voice sounded on the right. The figure began again to calm them both down. He said he didn't know why he was in the middle of the road. It will be inexplicably chilling. The two voices on the left and right expressed confusion. "We are the cultivation of the 6th floor of Deshang Path. Who can kill us in this world?" That being said, but that sense of uneasiness does exist. Listen to the three voices. You say what I mean? The Demon King was nervous, lest they be angry and eat him. In the end, the three voices agreed. Let's talk about the advanced Big Smoke. While walking, he investigated and found out the situation of the Yuqing holy sect. Suddenly, the huge eyes glared at the Demon King. "Stand up and let me see." The serious Demon King's soul is about to fly away at this moment. Trembling and holding up, "Your code is good. Get a new one for the king." And so, it was peaceful for another half a year. On this day, Jioding real people visited. Brought an update on the development of the loud noise event. The loud bang half a year ago. It is caused by the birth of ancient fierce beasts in the territory of the demon clan. Henyun Vikli Fit. The cave of the Fusang tree is related to the beast. Subsequently, Jioding Jinren took out the information of the red monkey in front of him again. A red monkey with a height of 1.5 meters reported. This demon is called the three-headed Jiao King. This delicate blood is mixed with wings, can be met with wind and rain, and is cruel by nature. The strength is extraordinary. I heard that this demon is looking for a fetish. It's coming in the direction of our geese. Now Hanju decided. This demon must have come to the Fuso tree. Hanju asked the red monkey if this demon was developing power. The red monkey indicates that this demon likes to devour its kind. Since the day he was born, he has been ostracized by his fellow clansmen. No one wanted to work for him. Jioding and Li Qingzi often lost a sigh of relief. That's fine. At least not like the devil's way. What are the three wars set off? Hanju turned his head to look into the distance, thinking puzzled. Now that half a year has passed, why did he delay coming? Is it vigilance or is plotting something? Hanju's housewife and the two took care of the affairs of the sect first. Don't stab us at the back first, since I can't figure out what he's going to do. Then take the book of bad luck to solve it. Subsequently, Jioding Jinren received some more. The recent development of the Yuqing holy sect. He intended to bring Morong Qi, cultivated as a great disciple of the Yuqing holy sect. There is the right to command. The rights of the sect disciples are not as good as those of the elders except for their status. Substantive authority is higher than that of elders. Morong Qi really surprised Jioding Jinren. I didn't expect this son's talent to be so terrifying. Hanju has no opinion on this. Let judging real people watch it. Judging real people are even thinking. Other disciples under Hanju. Could it be so powerful? But he didn't dare to ask. Hanju can make Murongchi the holy sect of Yuqing. The potency is good. Many years later, someone asked which one was the strongest in the world. I'm afraid that only this penance has become an immortal mountain. Another 13 years have passed. The location of the Demon King tourists arrived at the Wild Goose first. The cultivation realm once again ushered in a patchwork of long vacations. The tour guide leads the affair tourists, and new disciples came to the penance to become an immortal mountain. Worship to the statue of the elder of the god of war. It was to the realm of the Yuqing holy sect. You can worship here, but don't go any further. Some new disciples wondered why. So many people can't afford to bow down here. The tour guide explained. Several apprentices of the god, slaying elder back then. They all bowed down here. Future generations want to follow suit. Gain the opportunity to soar within the sky. The strength of the god of war elder is not blessed with an arrow. But now the sect is the most bullish senior brother. He is his disciple. Just as everyone was listening to the explanation, an army green figure appeared in the crowd. Whoever can kill the pig bucket and the reckless sage. It's the god of war elder. Found a place. At the same time, Hanju also received a system prompt. He was already on the 5th floor, looking at the hint. Sneered. It's been 13 years, and you're finally here. The three-headed death is on the 6th floor. Descendants of the true dragon. It's not a small source. It's kind of interesting. Shunsure looks. Hanju's divine stone followed the breath tracking. Immediately locked on the strange face in the crowd. Three-headed scorching death looks like this. The three-headed Jiao King was led up the mountain by Hanju. Such a strong person is here to apply for security guards. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chocho reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. The three-headed Jiao King is looking for the sacred Fusang tree. Has come to the foot of the mountain of ascetic cultivation into immortals. It was learned that he was a descendant of the true dragon. Just in case, Hanju planned to come to a wave of simulated trials first. Even though I've played countless mock trials, Hanju still doesn't know. How big is this virtual space? Looking at the huge three-headed Jiao King body in front of him, Hanju's is amazingly big. It's huge. In the moment he stopped, the three heads are killed and directly opened. Only then did Hanju react. There are no tricks in the mock trials. The dragon's three heads spewed out directly. A flame that destroys the world. Instantly in a simulated proving ground. A deep crack burned. Although Hanju can be light. Release the blow. But he's also worried. This will wipe out the Yuqing holy sect. After all, the other party is a great cultivator. You can't let the other party get the first move. For the sake of underpinning, Hanju asked the simulated opponent to take out the right. He dodges and doesn't fight back. I want to see if the other party has a chance to hurt him. However, Hanju was still disappointed. The three-headed king exerts all his strength. It can't hurt Hanju in the slightest. Such a large physique is really white. Hanju still only relied on one move to break the ring of heaven and earth Xinhuang. A sword finger kills it instantly. After exiting the battle, Hanju found that the Fusang tree was no longer shaking. Hanju suspected that this technique was performing a predatory skill. Seeing that the three-headed Jiao King came with the purpose of eating it, Hanju once again detected the position of the three-headed Jiao King. I found that the dumpling head was still there. Kneel with other disciples at the foot of the ascetic immortal mountain. Hidden breath, no one saw through the realm of his minister. Now it seems that this foot king is quite peaceful. If you are not honest, you will be directly erased. Use it as fertilizer for hibiscus trees. It's so expensive after a year. Hanju felt that it was not a way to go on like this. So he asked Sun Chang'an to pick up the three-headed king. In case of an accident in Chang'an, he made 2 houses of gold. Follow Sun Chang'an to protect him. Sun Chang'an was so frightened that his life was about to disperse. These 2 little guys have been getting a little hot lately. If one accidentally ignites the true fire of the sun, he was instantly ashes. Yang Tiandong doesn't think it's a big deal to see the excitement. Hungry to say, junior brother, if you're afraid, I'll go for you. You have several apprentices. The master asked us to pick it up this time. It must be a talent that can be created. If you find it troublesome, I could have kept it under the door. That's why I say that. Yang Tiandong is a little envious of looking for Chang'an. Murong-Chi's cool qualifications made him extremely greedy. He also wanted that kind of apprentice. Looking for Chang'an is not stupid. Gue said Yang Tiandong is. Think carefully, but he doesn't care. To be honest, he really didn't want to take in apprentices. He felt like an empty shelf. His own apprentice is also called by the master. The apprentices clearly respected his master more. If one day, Hanju let Murong rise, Fong Liang killed him. He believed that these 2 stinky boys would never hesitate. Can't stand Yang Tiandong's soft grinding and hard bubbles. Tanju could only promise to let him follow. As for who was defeated, let's pull it back and walk it first. At this time, the Foot King knelt at the foot of the mountain and felt a palpitation. And the interstellar sensation is becoming more and more frequent. Getting closer, one of the heads spoke. I think you're scared of yourself. What threat can such a small broken sect have? The other head smells foo. The smell of mulberry trees. It means that the monster is at the top of the mountain. It smells delicious. The Foot King bowed his body lower. You 2 don't get impatient. I don't think it's that simple. At this time, Sun Chang'an and the 2 came to the foot of the mountain. The tour guide was very knowledgeable. At a glance, he recognized the 2 of them as Elder Zhanshan, disciple of Qing Chuan. Kept shouting that Elder Zhanshan was going to accept apprentices. Mystery. The tour guide snapped and knelt in front of the 2. Keep saying that you want to bring it into the teacher's door. The 2 ignored him. It's just that they don't know for a while. Which person is the master going to pick up? Yang Tiandong glanced at the dense crowd of kneeling worshippers, accusing Sun Chang'an of not having a long brain. Is it impossible for so many people to ask one by one? The 2 little gold houses have a solution. Because they're in the crowd. Smelled the strong. Because in the eyes of their golden house Protoss, the stronger the better. The more it smells, the better. The most fragrant person in the crowd in front of him is this one. It's better to stand than to be upside down. It's not as delicious as dumplings. Looking for Chang'an, the 2 looked at each other. Kanaya said it was him. That's him. At this moment, the 3-headed Jiao King saw 2 golden houses. My heart was beating wildly. The suppression of the bloodline made him dare not raise his head. Sun Chang'an leaned over and tried to help his feet to die. Whereas, the Foot King saw the 2 expressions on his shoulder. Bad gold house. Can take the golden house as a divine favor. How strong is this god-slaying elder? Dare to ask the 2 seniors who is the god-slaying elder. The 3-headed exchange asked cautiously. Sun Chang'an said expressionlessly, Elder Slayer God is our master. You're not qualified to see him yet. Yang Tiandong filial piety, juniors, don't worry. The master asked us to take you up. It must be optimistic about you. The 3-headed relationship can only hold back the doubts. Follow the 2 up the mountain. At this moment, the innate cave is in the house. Enlightenment Sword also asked the doubts in his heart. I heard that the master is going to accept the disciples. Don't listen to their nonsense. I just wanted to meet with this person. Hanju has said lightly, I won't accept him as a disciple. His cultivation is already high enough. The Enlightenment Sword rarely heard Hanju praise others for being strong. Someone who can make the owner say so. It must be really strong. Who knew that Hanju put down the teacup? Smiled faintly, little cheap. Say such a strong person. Let him be our security guard. Look at the gates. Xiao Wang went up the mountain to meet Han Ju, forced by the crow to agree to become the general of the first mountain. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comments section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book is picked up again. Han Ju asked the apprentices to take the 3 heads and hand them over to the king to go up the mountain. The Horned King did not dare to disobey. Followed the search for Chang'an, and Yang Tiandong came towards the mountain. Along, Yang Tiandong kept chattering in order to show off. Bragged about how many demon kings he had been sons to. How to defeat the demon king and other big demons. The Horned King was really impatient when he heard it. The new one is to point to the cowardice in the demon king. It's also worth it for you. Is this boasting? You're all nothing but grandsons in front of me. When we reached the top of the mountain, the 3-headed king saw the Fusang tree. Immediately shocked. That's right. That's how it feels. This must be what I'm looking for. The other 2 heads couldn't stand it anymore. Shout to hurry up. While they are not being eaten, we will run away from the tree. However, the King of Feet still suppressed the restlessness in his heart, because that horrible sense of scheming is still there. At this moment, Han Ju is passing through the time of God. Watch the performance of the King of Feet. I didn't expect this guy to have good concentration. You can hold back the meat that is brought to your mouth. Since people are so polite, I can't afford to slack off. Immediately, Han Ju snapped his fingers, instantly opened the teleportation circle, moved King Jiao in. Yang Tiandong blew all the way. He was about to say what he was saying. When he turned his head, he found that the Horned King had disappeared. At this moment, the Horned King was also confused. After all, he is a great cultivator, able to forcibly transfer oneself. It's not an easy task. The first time I saw Han Ju, the Foot King was amazed. What a handsome man. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful face. Phew, what am I thinking? The 3-headed Jiao King felt that he was infected by Yang Tiandong. My heart began to twist. Think of it this way. He hated Yang Tiandong even more. The 3-headed Jiao King came to Han Ju. Kneeling down indicates that he has been ordered to go up the mountain to apprentice. I don't know where the God Slayer Elder is. And you smiled slightly. Said lightly, the 3-headed Jiao King. Deshang diameter 6 layers. I'll give you 2 options. Become a mountain guard general who cultivates hard to become an immortal mountain. On weekdays, you can practice under the sacred tree. The second death of Han Ju was not to scare him. The matter of the Fuso sacred tree must not be leaked out. If the King of the Feet is disobedient, there is only one dead end. Now, the 3-headed Jiao King also set off a storm in his heart. He has natal supernatural powers to hide his cultivation and deity. Why did he find out? What does this mean? It shows that the other party is far stronger than him. Could it be that this beautiful man is the God-slaying elder? The other 2 heads urged King Jiao to hurry up. Kill him while he doesn't get killed. However, there is an intuition in the 3-headed relationship. If you stand up now, it will definitely be yourself who will be killed. Not even a chance to escape. The 3-headed person asked through gritted teeth, where the predecessors are sacred. Han Jun replied, I am from the 6 realms of reincarnation. If you don't enter the 5 elements, you won't fall into reincarnation. The death of the 3 heads is unknown. The other 2 heads were still hesitant. Is that all? I used him as a watchdog. Han Ju also saw the other party's hesitation. Slowly raised his middle finger. You think I'm scaring you? Or you can lend me a piece of paper. If you can survive, you're gonna die too. As he spoke, Han Ju instantly released his suggestion. Under the pressure of terror, the Foot King hurriedly begged for mercy. He immediately bowed his head in submission. Indicates from now on, it is the general who guards the mountain under his predecessors. The mountain isn't the waste in the mountain. Demon Slayer King Hanju got up and walked in front of him. Raise your hand and touch his head. By the way, 6 imprints are entered. You won't suffer if you follow me. This will be the greatest opportunity of your life. The three-headed king hurriedly thanked Hanju, but it didn't generate favorability. It seems that this dumpling head remains to be seen. If something is wrong, kill them directly. At this moment, Yang Tiandong also hurriedly ran back, yelled that the master let the people on the street lose half of the way. It just so happened that he met the Foot King, who walked out of the Xiantian cave mansion. Yang Tiandong almost asked the young man, "How did you get there first? As soon as I saw him scorched to death, I annoyed you. Shut up. Don't keep talking to me, lad. You're old." Yang Tiandong blew up the temple in an instant. "Even if you are accepted by the master, then you and I are also brothers. Besides, I'm still your senior brother. No one on this mountain dared to talk to me like that." At this time, the Chaos Tengu also came to help. "Busy with my brother's stuff. This saint will teach you a lesson for the elder brother." Xiao Wang looked helpless. "After all, I don't want to make trouble when I first arrive. Let's get out of here." Which dog does not forgive? I have to have a discussion. He wanted to try a few tales of filling in the dumpling head. It's just a trick. Victory and defeat are high in rebellion. Only then did everyone see the Deshang eating power of the Horn King. The Horn King snorted coldly and said from now on, "I am the general of the first mountain who cultivated into the immortal mountain. Little cub, do you still dare to call me junior brother?" Hanju's 700th birthday was to get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Eritor transport upgrades Tai warranty. The effect is simply stunning. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chio reading app. Search for the name of the video or comment to pin. Wonderful follow-up to see the cool concave in one breath. The book is picked up again. After Hanju subdued the three-headed Foot King, continue to practice with peace of mind. A few years later, inside the congenital cave, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju's eyes. Detected that you are 700 years old. 1 step forward in life. You have the following options to exit immediately. Break through the prestige of the world's first. You can get a spiritual treasure too to continue your cultivation. Transcend to Shang as soon as possible. You can get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju did not hesitate. Directly choose to continue cultivating. The heavenly Tao spirit stone is good. It can strengthen the magic weapon. Hanju took out the Book of Bad Luck. With the new way of heaven, temporarily start upgrading the Book of Doom. Book of Doom. He was the only one who could be remote. A magic weapon to plague the previous enemy. It is worth strengthening infinitely. A few days later, the heavenly Tao spirit stone was successfully fused. Your transport from the best Tai castle. Upgraded to Tai warranty. Doom transport is the magic weapon of cause and effect. Please be cautious when using the Tai warranty. But why did the system remind me personally? Could it be dangerous to use him in the future? Hanju raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, I regretted it. He cautiously began to use the Doom transport. Curse the eyeless Taoist. He didn't dare to use too much spiritual power. I'm going to try it out first. Unexpectedly, this time he only used 2 layers of skill. The effect of the curse was far more than 1,000 times that of his previous one. It is worthy of Tai's warranty, since it's so easy to use. That must make the eyeless Taoist gradually wake up. Hanju planned to curse him for 7 days and 7 nights first. At this time, Hanju was also very curious. If the power curse is cast, will it directly let the peerless Taoist get rid of it? With Hanju's incessant curse, the peerless Taoist is not doing well. There was a small broken road hanging outside the 5th ring road of the last session. There is a plaque on the door with the word eye-catching. A Taoist who was meditating and cultivating suddenly vomited blood. The state is sluggish. This person is the Swan Taoist. the master of the great sage. Luo Chioma's master. Anjua's enemy. I saw him open his eyes and wipe the blood from his mouth. The face is twisted, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Who the hell is cursing me? The power of the curse is getting stronger and stronger. The curse of several days gave birth to a demon in his heart. The demon tricked him into not being that man's pawn again. What is so rare about the position of a little heavenly soldier? How do you know that the cultivation of the Taoist is quite okay? Got rid of his demons at will. But the successive curses had already made him unstable. And so on. He's afraid he'll collapse and die. The peerless Taoist gritted his teeth and groped in his arms. Take out a cocoon, infuse it with spiritual power. After a while, a clear light rose from the cocoon. Then a voice came to me. The eyeless Taoist hurriedly said that he was cursed, caused Doheim to ignore it, asked the seniors to come to the rescue. The figure was surprised. Then he pinched his fingers and calculated. How do you know that Qingguang's shadow? Jingyi asked. This curse has no root and no source. Endless is incomprehensible. Have you offended any great power in the upper realm? The peerless Taoist was both surprised and aggrieved, and I soared up. He has been in retreat since then. Where can you offend people? Strong calamity? The clear light figure muttered to himself. The peerless Taoist was even more frightened. Even the senior can't figure it out. Then he is not dead? The clear shadow suddenly thought of a possibility. Recently, Heavenly Court was attacked by the demon saint. The demons took this opportunity to disturb many mortal realms. You've just ascended less than 10,000 years. This curse, it may have something to do with the invasion of the mortal realm before your ascension. Jian Taoist was a little incredulous. It's been so long. The mortal aura could even affect him. The peerless Taoist knelt down and bowed. I also learned that the mortal realm where I was invaded by demons. I'm planning to go down to Earth in hundreds of years to see it. Na Qingying agreed. It's good to go down to the ground in advance to find out the situation. When the time comes, it can provide information to Heavenly Court. Immediately, Na Qingying made a mark, shot into the chest of the peerless Taoist. This sigil will help you block the demonic energy. You insist on it. A maximum of 1,000 years. Wait for Heavenly Court to come to an end. Heaven will clean up the power of the demons in the mortal world. Take advantage of the situation, and I will make you a heavenly soldier, baptized by the way of heaven. Your curse will be able to be banished. The peerless Taoist immediately thanked him. Indicates the descending earthly after. We will do our best to gather information about the nether. The figure of Xuanji Qingguang disappeared. The peerless Taoist cautiously withdrew the imperial inspection. Damn demons! Dare you curse me? The people of the absolute hidden Tao thought hatefully. Wait for him to come down to earth. We must defeat the conspiracy of the demons. But the mysterious curse continues. I wish he would live to the time when he came down to earth. In this way, Hanju cursed for 7 days in a row. At the same time, Hanju also received it for the first time. Trans alerts of the system. Your lifespan is reduced by 44 years. Hanju was shocked by something. Lao Tzu worked hard for immortality. You're telling me this thing is going to be reduced. All of a sudden, it took away half of an ordinary person's life. The price of this Tai warranty is too great. No wonder the system warns him beforehand. Fortunately, it only took 2 successful powers to curse for 7 days. Otherwise, the life saved by penance. I don't know how much to waste. That's when it happened. Hanju received another system prompt. Your disciple Sun Fangliang has been attacked by demon beasts 97,884 times. Your friend Mr. G is attacked by a demon cultivator. 170,210 times your disciple Murong Chi broke into the demon abyss. Life and death are uncertain. Your friend don't take revenge. Absorb ghosts and spirits. Or a metamorphosis. Your friend Joe Fan was hunted down by the 10 sects. Condense the murderous aura. Your Tao travel, Hong Xian, comprehends the ancient breathing method. Your friend Chong Yu has learned the ancient breathing method. Your enemies are spooked by your curse. Reduced life expectancy by 10,000 years. Birth of demons. Your apprentice, Sun Fong Liang, strayed into the realm of the heavenly immortal mansion. Taking 10,000 years is better than a leap in qualification. Everything else is normal operation. However, the swan singer Jian lived for 10,000 years. He was shocked by the truth. More than 40 years for 10,000 years. It's a bargain. Kill 10,000 enemies and lose 100 yourself. If you take out the cultivation of sincerity and become a curse of power, wouldn't that be able to kill the other party directly? However, the Korean Bureau did not want to take risks. Although he has a lifespan of more than 100,000 years. But if you do it often, sooner or later, you'll hurt yourself. Next time, curse for up to 6 days. Couldn't be more. The more Han Ju thought about it, the more proud he became. He was going to slowly grind to death the absolute concealment Taoist in Suzuka. Spring goes and autumn comes. Another number of years passed. Someone came on this day. A familiar figure. Appears in the territory of the Yuqing holy sect. It is our son of heaven and earth, Fong Liang, who has returned. Fong Liang went home and brought back the rhyme. The disciples were worried. What is this so-called? Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chochio reading app. Search for the name of the video or comment to pin. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. As a sign of respect for the original author, I insisted later than the original author. We apologize for plowing a field. Meantime, I hope you like this novel and manga friends. Give the original. The author sent a lot of support and encouragement. The book is picked up again. Fong Liang, the son of heaven and earth, finished his outing experience. Finally returned to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Quite different from Suki. Those spirit grasses that were killed by Suki's bad luck. At the moment when Fong Liang stepped into the territory of the Yuqing holy sect, it has been regained one after another. And after going through life and death tribulations, these genius gems are more effective than ever. To say that penance has become a fairy mountain, the most hangs Fong Liang's memory. It was his master who looked for Chang'an. When he went down the mountain to train, the person who is most reluctant to him is the master. As for those planes that drop the Air Force every day, he didn't really remember anything. And those air forces have left since Fong Liang. I've never caught a big fish again. Even if it is to use Yang Tiandong's human flesh to make a nest, it is not good. Sometimes they laugh at themselves, too. If you put your passion for fishing on your practice, their realm may be much more than that. Although the dog is a lucky beast, you can only catch small fish and shrimp. The luck he can bring is really not as good as Fong Liang. As Fong Liang gets closer and closer to home, Fei Kuan's side is finally on fire. Sun Chang'an Xian said that he caught such a big fish last time. It's still Fong Liang's boy. The crowd did not notice the change in luck. It's the new Foot King. A strong aura was found, straight to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Sun Chang'an also found that the figure was so familiar. Isn't this my good apprentice coming back? Wait for Fong Liang to walk in. Everyone was shocked. Fong Liang actually reached the Rome Su mirror. The two little golden houses suddenly landed on Fong Liang's shoulders, rubbing his face with ease. Fong Haoqi asked who the two little ones were. Hey Yuji's laughter was born to Master Ji. Before, the owner caught a beautiful firebird for the chicken. He wasn't done yet. The two little golden houses turned their heads to look at him. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak again. The King of Feet also found the difference in square beams. This son has a strong body and charm. He is young and cultivated, but he is not low. Under the elder of the god of war. Could it be that all of them are so miserable? Of course, except for the stupid Yang Tiandong. Meanwhile, a line of words popped out in front of Han Ju's eyes. The three-headed king has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 2 stars. Han Ju felt that there was a problem with the three-headed king. There is something wrong with the brain. It's inexplicable to be in a hurry. Han Jun didn't pay much attention to it. He was also eavesdropping on Fong Liang's story. If Su Qi is the male protagonist of a bumpy Xinxia novel, that Fong Liang is a violent fantasy. Over the years, he has been seriously injured only a handful of times. Most of them are rampant. Chances came to the door one after another. Not only did the cultivation break through the exhaustion, everyone was emotional. Fong Liang is really amazing. Even Morong Qi was a little impressed. However, Fei Kun was not convinced. Kept saying that Fong Liang relied on luck. It's just a vain realm of strength. 7th Master, if I am willing to go down the mountain, and faster than you can break through. Morong Qi knew that this fat Kun had itchy wings again. I'm going to join forces with Fong Liang to fight him. Fei Kun is not stupid. Just play with a mouth cannon. Really get started. It's not your own hundreds of pounds of fat that suffers. It was a laugh coming from behind the crowd. Xiao Hei, you have to work hard to cultivate. You're no match for desolation now. The crowd saw it and forgot. It's amazing. Han Ju actually got out of the customs. Han Ju asked Sun Chang'an to give him hot skewers. Sprinkle more cumin and chili flakes. I saw my ancestor Fang Liang. Ku Kai immediately knelt down. He was thrilled. There was even an urge to burst into tears. Han Ju smiled. I asked how it felt to be through the experience. The apprentice grandson became a Tianjiao in the Tianxian mansion. All kinds of great opportunities have been obtained. I also learned a lot. Han Ju smiled and asked again, since it was so exciting. So, why did it suddenly come back? There is no need for a chance to be a disciple anymore. Compared to being out of the field, the apprentice still wants to practice in front of the master's play. Pursue the true road to immortality. So I came back. And you know it's fun moment. Fong Liang really doesn't need a chance. Now he has magical powers. Spells, magic weapons, and so on. You just need to keep accumulating cultivation. Han Ju nodded, now that he has decided. From now on, let's practice in the mountains with peace of mind. So far, he has become an immortal. The disciples on the mountain have all returned home. Everyone drank merrily. It's not lively. Enlightenment Sword looked at Han Ju and asked Master, "You said I should go through it?" Fong Liang's experience made everyone's hearts awe. They also want to have access to opportunities. Han Ju asked, "Why do you want to train? You can get a chance by training. What is the use of 7 yuan? Can be stronger. What is it for? Protect your master. I need your protection." Enlightenment Sword thought about it carefully. It seems to be the truth. The Enlightenment Sword was entangled and confused. Then I'm for the master. What is the meaning of existence? Han Ju replied seriously, accompaniment. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd fell silent. Han Ju didn't say anything more. Get up and return to the Xiantian cave mansion. The Horn King is a little unclear. How did a good atmosphere suddenly just do this? Yang Tiandong slowly poured out the reason. Because there is not much time left for the master. Even the tallest small gold house in our middle school. I can't see through the master's cultivation. It shows that he is already the ultimate in the world. It's not far from ascension. Wait until then. What about these disciples and divine favorites? Just when everyone was worried about the cold and soaring. But I forgot that there was an unlucky person. Missed this barbecue. What a smell, and how is it so fragrant? Fong Liang went home and brought back the door full of luck. The disciples were worried. So what's going on? Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Those who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. As a sign of respect for the original author, I insisted on being one day later than the original author. Thank you for your understanding. At the same time, I hope that friends who like this novel and manga send a lot of support and encouragement to the original author. Pick up Fong Liang, the son of the Emperor of Heaven, and end the experience of going out. Finally return to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Quite different from Suki. Those spirit grasses that were killed by Suki's bad luck. At the moment when Fong Liang stepped into the territory of the Yuqing holy sect, it has been regained one after another. And after going through life and death tribulations, these treasures are more effective than ever. To say that penance has become a fairy mountain. What worries Fong Liang the most is that his master is looking for Chang'an when he went down the mountain to train. The person who is most reluctant to give him up is master. As for those fat chickens who fish for the Air Force every day, there's something. He didn't remember it very much. And those Air Forces have been since Fong Liang left. I've never caught a big fish again. Even if it is to use Yang Tiandong's human flesh to make a nest, it is not good. Sometimes they laugh at themselves, too. If you put your passion for fishing on your practice, their realm may be much more than that. Although the dog is a lucky beast, you can only catch small fish and shrimp. The luck it can bring is really not as good as Fong Liang. As Fong Liang got closer and closer to home, Fei Kuan's side is finally on fire. Ordinary Peace of Mind said, the last time he caught such a big fish was Fong Liang. What about the kid? The crowd did not notice the change in fortune. However, the newly added Horned King found a strong aura. Straight to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Looking for Chang'an. I also found that the figure was so familiar. Isn't this my good apprentice coming back? Wait for Fong Liang to walk in. Everyone was shocked. Fong Liang had actually reached the glory void realm. The two little golden crows suddenly landed on Fong Liang's shoulders, rubbing his face affectionately. Fong Haoqi asked, who are these two little guys? Kiroheim smirked. It's Jia. I gave birth. Before, the owner caught a beautiful firebird for Ji Yi. He wasn't done yet. The two little golden crows turned their heads to look at him. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak again. The Horned King also discovered Fong Liang's difference. This son has a strong body and charm. Young age. The cultivation is not low. Could it be that the elder of the god-slashing sect is all such a genius? Of course, except for the stupid Yang Tiandong. Meanwhile, a line of words popped out in front of Han Ju's eyes. The three-headed Jiaowang has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 2 stars. Han Ju felt that there was something wrong with the three-headed Jiao King. There is something wrong with the brain. The favor came inexplicably. Korean dramas didn't pay much attention to it. He was also eavesdropping on Fong Liang's story. If Su Qi is the male protagonist of a bumpy Xinxia novel, that Fong Liang is a violent fantasy. Over the years, he has been seriously injured only a handful of times. Most of them are rampant. Chances came to the door one after another. Not only did cultivation break through the realm of glory and void, everyone was emotional. Fong Liang is really powerful. Even Morong Qi was a little impressed. However, Fei Kuan was not convinced. Repeatedly, Fong Liang relied on luck. It's just a vain realm of strength. Seventh Master, if I am willing to go down the mountain, surely faster than you can break through. Morong Qi knew that this fat Kuan had itchy wings again. Planned to join forces with Fong Liang to fight him. Fei Kuan is not stupid. Just play with a mouth cannon. Really get started. It's not your own hundreds of pounds of fat that suffers. At this moment, a laugh came from behind the crowd. Little Black, you gotta work hard to cultivate. You are no match for Fong Liang now. The people followed the prestige. It's amazing. Han Ju actually got out of the customs. Han Ju asked Ordinary and to give him hot skewers. Sprinkle more cumin and chili flakes. Seeing the ancestor Fong Liangku, he knelt down after rubbing it. He was thrilled. There was even an urge to burst into tears. Hanju smiled. I asked how it felt to be through the experience. The apprentice grandson became a Tianjiao in the Tianxian mansion. All kinds of great opportunities have been learned. I also learn a lot. Hanju smiled. Asked again, since it's so exciting. So why did it suddenly come back? There is no need for a chance to be a disciple anymore. Compared to being out of the field, the apprentice still wants to cultivate in front of the ancestors' knees. Pursue the true road to immortality. So I came back. Korean drama thought about it. Fong Liang really didn't need a chance. Now he has magical powers. Spells, magic weapons, and so on. You just need to keep accumulating cultivation. And you know it. Now that it's decided, from now on, let's practice in the mountains with peace of mind. So far, he has become an immortal. The disciples on the mountain have all returned home. Everyone drank merrily. It's not lively. Enlightenment Sword looked at Hanju and asked Master, "You said I should go through it?" Fong Liang's experience. It makes everyone's hearts ache. They also want to have access to opportunities. Hanju asked, "Why do you have to go through the experience? You can get a chance. What's the use of deceiving people? What could be stronger and stronger for? Protect the Master. I need you to protect the Enlightenment Sword." I thought about it. It seems to be the truth. The Enlightenment Sword was entangled and confused. Then I'm for the Master. What is the meaning of existence? And you replied seriously. It's companionship. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd fell silent. Hanju didn't say anything more. Get up and return to the Xiantian cave mansion. The Horned King is a little unclear. So, how did a good atmosphere suddenly just do this? Yang Tiandong slowly explained the reason. Because time is running out for Master. Even the little golden crow that we have cultivated to the highest level. I can't see through Master's cultivation. It shows that he is already the ultimate in the world. It's not far from ascension. Wait until then. What about these disciples and divine favorites? Just when everyone was worried about Hanju's ascension. But I forgot that there was an unlucky person. Missed this barbecue. What a taste. Why is it so fragrant? The world of cultivating immortals is calm. Hanju suddenly felt that the heavenly Tao was abnormal. Re-entry. See the long river. But learn that the world was in danger. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Those who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. As a sign of respect for the original author, I insisted on being one day later than the original author. Thank you for your understanding. At the same time, I hope that friends who like this novel and manga send a lot of support and encouragement to the original author. Pick up the last back. Hanju rarely had a barbecue with his disciples. Then he returned to the cave, continued to retreat and do penance. The Horned King, who has been silently watching everyone. At this moment, I asked the doubts in my heart. The master of his old man's ascension is his business. What does it have to do with you? You continue to practice. Isn't it just yours? Get out of here with your current strength. The sword sect is also qualified. Why you want to follow in closely? Morong Chi thought for a moment. Speak your own reasons. Although I aspire to be the only one in the world, but I want to be at ease. You have to be strong yourself. Master Ancestor, he walked the path of immortality. It also needs to be extremely strong. To live forever. It doesn't fit my mind or ours. And since he followed his ancestors, we all took a lot of detours. This kindness is also not to be forsaken. The Horned King nodded. I see. But you can keep your heart in your belly. In my opinion, the master did not ascend for a long time. Most likely, it was also deliberate. It's also good to keep dragging and not ascending. This statement is very new, so they asked him to give him a lecture. Tribulation realm ascension and Deshang realm peak ascension are two different things. There is a fundamental difference in intensity, and the upper limit of strength after ascension is naturally very different. According to ancient books, above the Mahayana, there are scattered immortals, earth immortals, goddess, true immortals, Xian, golden immortal, and immortal emperor realms. And that's just what was recorded. Those that have not been recorded. I don't know how many more levels there are. If you cross the realm of tribulation, you will soar. Then even skip the Deshang mirror. Become a scattered immortal. Its own strength is still vain. Upper limit. At most, stop at the emperor immortal. The Mahayana realm ascension is different, with the accumulation of thousands of years in the world. After ascending, you can become a high-level scattered immortal. There is even a chance to directly hit the upper limit of the Earth Wonderland. It's a never-ending thing. It depends on the cultivator's own qualifications. Strength cap. With the increase of qualifications and the continuous strength of the foundation. And it never ends. This is also the 6th level of my Mahayana realm. But the reason for the delay in ascending, if you want to go the long way, it needs to be precipitated and then precipitated. The Shang realm is the pinnacle of the world. But when it comes to the upper realm, it is nothing. The upper realm is full of dangers. Big fish eat little fish. If the strength is not enough, I'm afraid I can't even do it in peace. Rather than go and suffer early, it is better to take advantage of the relative safety of the mortal world to precipitate for thousands of years. Before the ascension, what you are talking about is the tribulation realm. Ascension is too hasty. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the deadline is approaching. The situation of having to soar to survive. Mahayana actually has some self-preservation ability. No one wants to be sniped as soon as they go up. This knowledge is popularized. The crowd was fascinated. The Horn King deduced that Hanju would continue to settle in the human world. And this period is at least 1,000 years. The Horn King said that this was just his personal speculation. How long can it stay? It depends on your mentor-apprentice relationship. Since you are his disciples, then take good company. But even if it is limited to 1,000 years, a few of you will be sure that you will be able to achieve the Deshang realm. As soon as this remark came out, everyone smiled wickedly. Big dumplings. Large dumplings. You don't know that we don't raise idlers. If we cultivate well, maybe he can really fly with his old man. The Horned King nodded again. Not bad. I understand why he took you as disciples. Not only are you talented, orangutans are not bad either. All are self-motivated. Kuan pursed his lips arrogantly. Look at it this way. It's still early. It has been almost 600 years with the master. He had only arrived at the Yuanying realm when he adopted me. A few of our brothers have been cultivating hard for 1,800 years, impacting the Mahayana realm. Isn't it stable? What do you say? The Horned King was taken aback. You said that the master of Yuan Ingjing is how much Gui Gung is this year. Kuan touched his fat chin. I really can't remember how old the owner is, but I should be 700 years old. The whole dumpling of the Horned King was flax and froze. He still has a fart for this kind of qualification. You guys don't hurry up and cultivate and hurry up. Immediately and immediately. Another 19 years have passed. Hanju broke through to the 7th layer of the Mahayana realm. A hint of excitement finally appeared in his ancient heart. The 7-story ceiling of the Mahayana realm entered a small realm for a maximum of 20 years. Maybe in 50 years, he will be able to surpass the Deshang realm. It's so cool. However, Hanju felt faintly uneasy in his heart. Recently, the practice has been going so well. His sense of uneasiness came from the heavenly Tao perception. It's like some kind of hunch. Something is going to go wrong. He clicked on the circle of friends. Also found, lately, everyone has been like a chicken blood. Opportunities keep coming. Your friend don't take revenge. 54,427 attacks by righteous monks. Your friend Joe Fan was attacked 74,200 times by demon cultivators. Your friend G. Cien Aegis realized Tai's supernatural powers. World shaking. Your friend Huang Jihao condenses the sword heart. Sword intent leads to the sky. Your friend Jioding Jinren has been attacked 743 times by demon cultivators. Your divine pet Black JG has awakened the supernatural powers of her previous life. Your enemy, Sisko, has a demon because of your curse. It's a bit abnormal. It's so unusual. If you can't do it, you have to ask my brother Hanju. Begin to comprehend. It is suggested that his reincarnation suggestion is just a little higher. Soon Hanju came again. See the long river. He hurried over to the battle Lone Star. Jean Lone Star is annoyed when he sees him now. What are you doing here? Hanju got straight to the point. Predecessor. Recently, there have been a lot of atmospheric transporters in our mortal world, and all of them got the opportunity at the same time. Do you think this makes sense? Jean Guxin replied. It is normal for those who have atmospheric transporters in the mortal world. Even in the last year, there were many atmospheric carriers. But the atmospheric transporter is not the same as the strong. The strong do not necessarily have atmospheric luck. You may be overthinking. On your side, I always feel uneasy in my heart. It even felt like Heavenly Tao was secretly reminding him. Lone Star took a sip. Snow. The king said that the way of heaven is only a rule. But after all, it's not a rigid object and so on. There is indeed another possibility. People have a return to the light. Heavenly Tao also has a saying. He began to rummage through something. The Heavenly Tao of the mortal world may have a premonition that trouble is coming. This is the self-help action of the Heavenly Tao. There is trouble in the mortal world. Hanju was even more uneasy. But there hasn't been any trouble in the mortal world yet. Battle Lone Star said, Heavenly self-salvation may be related to the invasion of the demon race into the mortal world. If there are too many mortal demons, the devil's way prevails. Heavenly Court may want to cleanse the demons. Korean drama asked, what will it be then? At that time, the Heavenly Court will send the heavenly immortals to fight, even directly destroy this mortal world. Hanju was shocked. Destroy the word. So, understatement. Battle Lone Star said, the way of heaven is the rule. But never think of him too simply. Hanju said angrily, heaven destroys the mortal upper realm. Other forces, just watching. So what? Have you ever thought about how big this world is? Thousands of mortal realms are like the dust of the stars. One of them, it can't make waves in the upper realm at all, even if it destroys the mortal world. It's just to let sentient beings re-enter samsara. But can such a ruthless heavenly court still be considered a heavenly court? Battle Lone Star waved his hand. Have you mortals destroyed fewer races? Just like when you improve your sword skills today, you can see how much spiritual power has been destroyed. Anthill in the mountains. Heavenly court in order to maintain its rule. I don't care how many mortal worlds I've destroyed. Shanlunistor Patidanyu. I think his mortal thoughts are a little ridiculous. To put it bluntly, this is the law of the jungle. Who makes the rules? Whoever has the final say. Hanju continued to ask, how long does it take for Heavenly Court to clean up the demon war? Lone Heart replied, hundreds of years short. More than thousands of years. Not too long. The forces behind the demon saint are about to negotiate with Heavenly Court. It's a pity. The demon saint was still buried in the drum. Hanju thanked him. Prepare to say goodbye. Before leaving, Hanju asked with a strange expression, is that demon saint called Monkey King? War. Lone Star denied his speculation. But it's also touched. What the hell is this kid coming from? How would he know? Monkey King actually guessed 3 words correctly. Hanju informed the heavenly immortal mansion to prepare for the disaster in the world. The 3 venerables of the demon Tao were in an awkward position. In a dilemma. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. If you can't wait, you can click on the link in the lower left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The commentary of this comic is far less exciting than the original book. I hope you will support the original author's book. Pick up the consciousness of Hanju. From the sword to the long river. Return to the body. Continue to consolidate your cultivation understanding of the sword intent of reincarnation. The pressure brought to him by Heavenly Court can be described as enormous. It had been a long time since Hanju had felt such pressure. He asked the Enlightenment Sword to call Feng Liang into the cave. At the same time, take out the Book of Bad Luck. Began to curse Suzaku and Eyeless Darren. After all, after learning the truth about the law of the jungle in the upper realm, Hanju didn't want to soar easily. It's safe to kill the enemies above first. Soon, Feng Liang entered the Xiantian cave mansion. Asked the master what he ordered him to call. Hanju asked him to send the news to the heavenly immortal mansion immediately. But you can't use his Hanju name. Feng Liang didn't understand why Hanju fooled him and said, "Recently there have been many great opportunities, but it's not normal to be apparently smooth. I found out after communicating with the world for the teacher. This is the return of light caused by the way of heaven in order to protect itself. Feng Liang is still young. I don't understand the meaning of returning to the light." Hanju said that there is a danger of extinction in the mortal world. You tell the heavenly immortal mansion. Let's just say that you were instructed by a land immortal. The heavenly court of the upper realm is preparing to fall. Mortal, forcibly transfer everyone to samsara. Reincarnation. I want to avoid this catastrophe. The only way to call on the cultivation realm is to completely eradicate the demon forces. If it is the heavenly immortal mansion, to ask the reason. Let's just say that when heavenly court cleared the demon race, we may be regarded as a demon affiliate. Ended up being destroyed together. Feng Liang's face changed drastically. Asked the ancestor, "This is a serious matter. When will heavenly court act? The most 1,000 years to remember is the most. If there is a change in the upper boundary, I'm afraid it will only be in advance. Won't postpone." The disciple's son immediately sent a message to the heavenly immortal mansion. It will never be revealed that it is what the master said. After that, Feng Lianghua left in a hurry. Enlightenment seized curiosity. Asked the master, "How do you know about the upper realm?" Hanju flickered and said, "I have a relationship in the upper realm." What relationship is unspeakable? Unspeakable? Hanju closed his eyes and said no more. In the heart of the Enlightenment Sword, his image was raised again. This time it's 8 or 9 stories high. Soon, several immortal gods in the heavenly immortal mansion were indulging in making soup. Received a message. It was Feng Liang who sent a message. I heard that it was a good plan. The fairy god was a little surprised. This Feng Liang is currently the 6th-ranked genius of the younger generation of the heavenly immortal mansion. Even the rankings are still climbing. Even the Lord of the Service said, his talent is second only to himself. It's been a while since I've been out for a while. Is this a dangerous situation? I asked for help from a few immortals. Open Transition. Jade Jane. Feng Liang's panicked voice came from inside. Geez, seniors. Big things are not good. I met a land fairy. He asked me to tell you a big secret. And so. Feng Liang Balabala's words were repeated again. After all, a few immortals and gods are among the best Tianjiao. I also feel that the recent big opportunities are indeed a bit strange. He immediately informed the lord of the house. Start Tianwen as soon as possible. Confirm the situation. If it is as the message says, then all the tribes of the world must put aside their past grudges. Stick together. Erase the devil's way. 2 years later, Feng Liang got a reply and said, the heavenly immortal mansion had already adopted his opinion. Began to inform the sect of the world. At this time, he was in a dark cave. Blood demon ancestor, white-haired mushroom. The greedy Arhats sat together. There was a demonic aura suspended between them. His holiness is on the right path in the world. Suddenly joined forces with the demon Tao. Miserable. If this continues, it will not take hundreds of years. Not to mention reviving the demons. I'm afraid that even the demon Tao will have to be cleaned up. The blood demon ancestor spread his hands and smiled bitterly. A cold voice came from the demonic aura. Don't be afraid. Soon this seat will send a group of true demons to come. When the time comes, it will be a bloody Tianxian mansion. Shock the right path. Youngsters. The blood demon ancestor bowed his head and said no more. What are you supposed to do? Just keep doing it. Wait for this seat to take this mortal realm. All of them are heroes. The voice fell. The demonic energy dissipated. Greedy Arhut asked with a frown. Blood demon, why are you still contacting the demons? Didn't the peerless seniors say that let's not get involved in the affairs of the demon race? The white-haired mushroom shook his head. It's not that we want to get involved. Instead, wait a little longer. The peerless predecessors have not yet descended to Earth. I'm afraid we're going to die at the hands of a few immortals. Today's several immortals. None of the three of us together are its opponents. Hammerhat was also silent. Blood demon ancestor sighed. We have become pawns. No ambition is worth mentioning anymore. I just want to survive. The white-haired mushroom also sighed. Before speaking of the blood fiend, he tried to ascend and escape. It's a pity that it was forcibly interrupted. Now, even if I want to soar, there's nowhere to go. The heavenly immortal mansion is staring at me too closely. For the sake of the present, only survive under the hands of the demons. The greedy Arhut gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, the reason why the demon lord soared. It must be that he got some information in advance. When he ascended, the heavenly immortal mansion did not interfere. Why is it so hard for us to take our turn? When it comes to the three demon lords, he is very indignant. How can you ascend without us? The blood fiend was silent for half a moment. Again, when will the greedy demon eyeless Taoist be willing to come down to earth? If he doesn't give a letter again. Mushrooms, and I won't wait any longer. Greed says he doesn't know. My seniors didn't reach out to me. The blood fiend was furious. If you wanted to say that bullshit stunt, it's not reliable. If the so-called true demon of the demon clan can drag the heavenly immortal mansion, I'll soar in no time. Never stay in this mortal world for a moment. But the swan predecessor said that he would help us find a backer in the upper realm. Don't you be impressed? The backer. He touched your brain, and it was put into the straw bag when it was sewn. The swan show will give you a pie at random. You really believe it? With that, the blood demon left the cave angrily. The white-haired mushroom also warns the greedy. If you don't ascend with us, it's too late to regret it. The Grievals were silent again. I feel that what the two of them said is indeed reasonable. That's when it happened. A voice came from the magic weapon. Sounds like a constant cough. It was as if he had been seriously injured. Don't worry. I'm coming. The greedy demon heard the voice of the eyeless Taoist, busy asking the senior if he was injured. The swan replied that he didn't. It's just that something has gone wrong in my practice recently. I'm not unearthly. I'm just waiting for a big man in heaven. I heard you and the two men just talking. As long as you are obedient, I'll take care of you after ascension. It will surely make you rise quickly in the upper realm. The greedy demon immediately thanked him. At the same time, he asked the seniors with some indelible questions. Can you tell us about the specific time of the next day? I'm afraid I can't stand it. The stunner told him. Up to 100 years. It will be 100 years to hear. The greedy demon is really speechless. The stunner continued to instruct the greedy Arhut. All you have to do is instigate the demon Tao to continue sending the true demon to descend. Do not participate in person. If you are also deeply involved in it, I won't be able to protect you then. After the news was cut off, the greedy Arhut was silent for another 100 years. It is necessary to persist for another 100 years under the pursuit of Ji Xianxian. What should I do if I encounter Ji Xianxian? Can I beat it? The concubine can't do it. Hanju was in retreat for 15 years. Reached the perfection realm. The 8th layer Ji, immortal god, can't recruit him. Take the grain out of the gas. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Viewers who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book snapped back and forth. Another 15 years had passed since Feng Liang contacted the heavenly immortal mansion. These 15 years, the scenery of the demon road is lost. Become a street rat, hunted down by the righteous way of the world. In addition to the righteous path, relay immortals and other heavenly pride. Even Zhou Fan was reincarnated and rebuilt. Join the demon slayers. Tianjiao of all ethnic groups is also full of talents. Join forces to express their determination to the heavenly court. Of course, there are also some Tianjiao methods that are too strange. So much so that they were squeezed out by the allies of the righteous path. Hanju, who ended his stage of penance. It is customary to open the circle of friends email to see the excitement. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked 4,729 times by demon cultivators. Your friend Ji Xianxian has been attacked by a demon cultivator 110,332 times. Your disciple Morong Qi was attacked 78 times by righteous monks. Your friend Huang Jihao is attacked by a demon cultivator 74,110 times. Your friend Joding Jinren has been attacked by demon cultivators 85 times. Your disciple Sun Feng Liang comprehended the way of heaven when he practiced. The road has risen sharply. Your Taoist companion Xian Qingjun gains Shinto luck. Your friend Dooku is attacked by the scattered immortals. Life hangs by a thread. Looking at it throughout, it can be seen that the demon cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Hanju didn't sympathize with her. Not the virgin. The two realms of good and evil are incompatible. When the previous demonic path swept the righteous path, how many sects were slaughtered? How many people have been brutally poisoned by demon cultivators? At this time, Hanju had already reached the 8th layer of the Mahayana realm. Hanju did not pin his hopes entirely on the right path. You still have to become stronger. Now that the heavenly immortal mansion and other holy places have taken over this matter, you can cultivate with peace of mind. That's when it happened. Juding real people came to visit suddenly. Look at the tragic condition of his serious injuries. Hanju guessed that Joding must have participated in the demon-slaying army. It is said that the immortal mansion learned that the heavenly court would slay demons in the nether realm that day. At that time, the mortal world will be implicated by the demonic way. Disaster is coming. Now the heavenly immortal mansion is under the banner of self-help in the mortal realm. Order the world's sects to hunt down and kill the demons. Send us disciples of the Yuqing holy sect at will. As a result, many disciples of the sect were killed and injured. Joding suspected that the Tianxian mansion was taking the opportunity to suppress the Yuqing holy sect. Unexpectedly, Han Yavavid his hand. Tell him, this news is true. If our Yuqing holy sect can contribute, let's do it. The two realms of good and evil are incompatible. The immortals of the upper realm are equivalent to the top bosses of the righteous path. Now the immediate boss suspects that his subordinates are colluding with the enemy. Those of us who are subordinates, if you don't show some gestures, it will definitely be washed away together. Now even the demon clan has joined the demon-slaying army. I'm sure you can understand. Juding instantly understood. It means that he will immediately arrange for his disciples to continue to remove the demon guardian Dao. Hanju let him be bold and reassuring of the dry Jade Qing holy sect. There is him sitting in the carefree Juding after leaving. Hanju knows that it is better to rely on others than on himself. You have to hurry up and cultivate to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. When the time comes, if the heavenly court insists on destroying the mortal world, he also has to have the strength to protect himself. It's a big deal. When the time comes, take the penance to become an immortal mountain. Hide in the underworld. Hanju can also jump to other realms. After all, he chose the path of reincarnation of the sword immortal. But go to other realms. He had to go alone. It is not possible to bring anyone else with you. And he doesn't know anything about other worlds. They can't choose which realm to jump to. Other words, once the reincarnation power is cast, jumping to which other realm to land completely randomly. So don't be forced to do so. He wouldn't choose to jump to other realms. Thinking about it, Anhwa falta familiar ahora. I've been hiding for a long time. It's time to come out and breathe. Brother Ji hasn't seen him for 10 years. Ji Xinshin's aura was more than twice as strong. Officials and friends can rest assured. I'm coming, just to get together with you. I'm not going to challenge you this time, but I brought you what I promised you last time. After that, a few immortals took out a pot of soup. My signature dish, Tianqing water snake soup. Please also invite officials and friends to taste it. Hanju picked up the soup as he spoke, while admiring. The world's first monk. There's such a side. I don't know if I have a bite of soup. Hanju instantly felt that his realm was about to loosen. The cooking skills of this product can really be regarded as the best in the world. The color and fragrance of this soup penetrate through the limbs and bones to the depths of the soul. Even Tang Nyo, the god of cooking, had to kneel down and cry bitterly when he drank it. I don't know that this is the moment. Several immortal gods suddenly spoke. On behalf of the heavenly immortal mansion, I invite you to join you as the elder of the heavenly immortal mansion. Would you like to? Thank you for your kindness. Not necessarily. Why? The golden nest and the silver nest are not as good as their own kennels. Several immortals were stunned by Hanju's words. What words? What is this called? This is Ji, immortal god, asking Hanju not to be in a hurry to refuse. The heavenly immortal mansion discovered the enchantment set up by the demon Tao. It has been connected to the unknown world. I'm afraid it has something to do with the demons. We have encountered the world opened up by the demons before. I've also been killed. Would you be interested in fighting demons with me? Generally, that kind of heaven and earth hides the cultivation resources that the demons give to the demon path. Maybe there's something you need. Hanju fought while eating. Even you can punch in. Are the demons so weak? When the immortals heard this, they were annoyed and angry. What do you mean? Hanju coughed awkwardly. I'm not belittling you, heavenly immortal mansion. Demons should be stronger than mortals no matter what. Otherwise, why would the devil honor them? A few immortals said, the real demons are trapped in the underworld. Only a few true demons can be sent to preach. We've ever encountered the strongest true demons. It's almost the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Then I won't go. I wish you all the best. Hanju pointed to a few in the distance. Look at the Yuqing Shenzong bus station there. Get out of here. Forgive me for sending a few immortals not far away, so I had no choice but to pack up and leave. He asked Hanju casually. Does Fong Liang have anything to do with you? I saw penance become immortals. He's in the mountains. Hanju pretended to say that he was not too familiar with Fong Liang, just passing by and being a guest. A few immortals said, this son Rong Shujing was recognized by the remnants of his ancestors. Even he himself didn't have Fong Liang's treatment. Hanju wanted to ask Fong Liang how he got on the genius list. Several immortals said, then we have to start with the Tianxian competition conference that year. Back then, Fong Liang drew a lottery. The opponent was the 5th best combined competition Lung Zhen on the talent list at the time. It stands to reason that the situation should be one-sided. Who knew that Fong Liang had subverted everyone's cognition? That weird technique that Fong Liang didn't know where to learn. Let's not talk about how effective it is. In terms of momentum alone, it surpassed Jilingshan. Not only does it instantly swell the flesh to several times its size, even the realm skyrocketed to the merge realm in an instant. There is one thing to say. This is Fong Liang's hardest man, and that horrible punch. The strength is far greater than that of Jilingshan, a bald monk from the island country who once crossed east. I didn't even have time to think. Was knocked down by Fong Liang's punch. He was recuperated from a serious injury for 3 years. The ranking fell directly out of the top 10 on the list. Since you said that you don't know him well, then I'm relieved. This son is very talented. Now there are quite a few people who say, sooner or later, he will be better than me. I can't stand it. I'm ready to clean him up. Out of breath. Hanju smiled slightly. I see. A few friends, I suddenly remembered. You can't move this person. He is my grandson, true demon warrior, pointing directly to the land of great luck in the world. The Horn King was the first to meet the enemy. The opponent is not simple. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the name of the video searched by the Chiochio reading app or the comment area. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. It has been another 7 years and a day since Ji Xianxian visited. Hanju, who was cultivating, suddenly felt uneasy. At this time, a powerful force somewhere was tearing the heavenly Tao apart. I saw a huge hand stretched out from the spatial crack, unleash a huge amount of energy, constantly fighting against the heavenly Tao. In a devastating collision, I saw a group of strange figures coming out of the crack. It was a group of true demons who came to the world. The man standing at the front stands with his hands behind his back. It's not just the face that is bewitching. He also has a pair of pupils. This person's name is Lu Yushua. He is the ruler of the true demons. The man sneered, said to himself, I didn't expect this world to be so repulsive to my demons. But the mortal realm seems fragile. That's when it happened. The power of the heavenly Tao once again showed its power. Countless heavenly Tao chains fell from the sky. With the power of heavenly punishment, abstract these dozens of true demons. Unbeknownst to him, the giant hand in the crack of the heavenly Tao suddenly shot out demonic energy. The power is great. Unexpectedly, the power of heavenly punishment was instantly dispersed. All the true demons immediately clenched their fists and bowed their heads. Thank you in the direction of the gathering. And those who gathered over there were called ancestors by them. Then a voice came from behind the sentence. I am not tolerated by the way of heaven here. Gathering information about the heavenly immortal mansion. When the main thing is to be steady, you can no longer use the power above the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Stop provoking the rules of the heavenly Tao. The demons immediately worshipped the Buddha. Follow the admonition of the ancestors. The old ancestor continued to write orders to Lu Yu. Let him find the place where the world's luck is the strongest. Be sure to destroy it. Hit the luck of the mortal world. After that, things will be smoother. With that, the hand slowly withdrew from the crack in the heavenly Tao. Under the watchful eye of the demons, the cracks in the heavenly Tao slowly healed. Lu Yushue immediately began to scan with his divine sense. Soon the direction of the wild goose was discovered. There is a sect that doesn't seem to be very strong. It shouldn't be the heavenly immortal mansion there. But why is it the most powerful place in the mortal world? What the hell is the word penance to become an immortal? Whatever. Extinguish it first. At this time, Hanju, who was cultivating in the cave, was suddenly startled. A strong sense of uneasiness opened his eyes. The enlightenment sword that was cultivating also felt this strong uneasiness. Neither of them could tell where this feeling of oppression came from. Could it be that the heavenly court immortals are coming? How could it be so fast? That's when it happened. Hanju appeared in front of his eyes. System prompts. A true demon invasion of the mortal world has been detected. The mortal world ushered in a great victory. You have the following options. Exit immediately. Kill all the true demons. Famous all over the world. You can get a spiritual treasure. A piece of heavenly Tao spirit stone too. Continue to cultivate. Stay away from right and wrong. Obtain a divine power inheritance. Invasion of the true demons. Hanju's brows jumped. It turned out that the demon thief was immortal. Han was determined to make him uneasy. I am afraid that this catastrophe is far better than the previous system said that this is a catastrophe. It seems that this true demon must be very strong. Hanju silently chose the second option. Not very sure. He couldn't take any chances. You choose to continue cultivating. Stay away from right and wrong. Obtain a divine power inheritance. Congratulations on your supernatural powers. Please magic. Please pass on the magic of magic. Magical powers can be passed on to others. Someone else can summon you remotely. In an hour, you can use the divine spell to return to the place you came from. Han had no time to pay attention to this new supernatural power. Immediately start testing the strongest within a 100-mile radius. Immediately, the system detected the 9th layer true demon commander of the Lu Yu blood Mahayana realm. How could the true demon commander come so quickly? It's for me. It still happened to appear around the Yuqing holy sect. Hanju immediately asked the Enlightenment sword to pass the word. The true demon is about to invade the Yuqing holy sect. Let the dumpling head resist for a while. And he himself is going to try it with a mock trial. At this time, Lu Yushua's blood was less than 30 miles away from the Yuqing holy sect. He looked at the direction of the Yuqing holy sect and did not move. Rather, it is with divine consciousness. The strength of the monks of the Yuqing holy sect was investigated. He's so weird. This small sect is obviously low in strength. Why is luck indeed the most powerful in this mortal world? Is there no fraud here? This building is very suspicious of blood. That's when it happened. A figure galloped in. It is the three-headed Jiao King. Mahayana. 6 floors. Jade Crumbs frowned. Where did this poor country come from? When the divine consciousness swept just now. Why didn't I find out that this place was really fraudulent? I saw King Jiao with a black face. Said secretly in my heart, the host is really not simple. If it hadn't reminded me. The presence of intruders is not even perceived. Presumably, it is not easy for the other party to cultivate. If this battle goes awry, it's tantamount to smashing your job. It looks like we have to go all out. Then the three-headed Jiawang took out a halberd. He smirked. You are the so-called true demon building. Jade Shavings were stunned. How did the other party know that he was a real demon? Could it be that the demon clan's plan has already been leaked? I saw that the Horned King didn't say a word. Wielding the halberd, he killed Lu Yushua directly. How terrifying the 2 Mayana statues are. Less than 5 breaths in time. The surrounding mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. The Horned King's offensive was very sharp. But Lu Yushua has been testing his strength. It's not tough. The Horned King thought that Lu was powerless to parry when he encountered blood. He threatened that the real demon was nothing more than that. Take advantage of the situation and use killer moves one after another. Want to end the fight? How do you know that Lu Yushua doesn't want to fight? I plan to quickly tell the ancestor to destroy the forces here. The Horned King didn't intend to let him go. Hong Ji stopped in front of Lu Yushua. Lu Yushua didn't want to kill the Foot King now. However, this big dumpling head is really rampant. That's it. The two of them plan to fight a quick battle to the death. Sentence the 2 ministers to play with their lives. Yuqing sect was bombarded dozens of miles away. The roar of the battle alarmed the elders and flew out of the sect one after another. Even penance to become an immortal. The people on the mountain were also blown and jumped. At this time, Hanju had just finished the mock trial. All kinds of killing moves couldn't hit Lu Yushi. What the hell is this guy? Not only did Hanju discover the anomaly, even the interactions that were fighting found out that something was wrong. Obviously, the realm is not much different. How could you not hurt each other? To be exact, it's not that it can't hurt. It's that the other person can heal quickly. After being pierced through the body by any trick, Lu Yu's blood seemed to be nothing. It's instantaneous. At this moment, Lu Yu's blood sacrificed the magic weapon. A cold smile. Dumpling heads. It's my turn. Xiao Wang was ordered to face the true demon commander. Was crushed. Hanju came up with a way to crack it. One move to defeat the enemy. Pick up the back of the Horn King, although the offensive is aggressive. How do you know that Lu Yushue has a secret method to protect the body? Let the Horn King attack. It didn't hurt him in the slightest. I saw Lu Yushue snort coldly. I'm not going to hide anymore. Prepare to shoot at the Diagonal King. At this moment, the Horn King's heart was already half cold. He didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big. I saw Lu use bloody fingers in front of me. One finger and two pupils. A flash of magic. Expand the stratagem realm. The monstrous demonic aura instantly shook the Jiao King dozens of feet away. Then this demonic energy spread overwhelmingly. In an instant, the Yuqing holy sect was enveloped in it. The elders who were watching from the ground at this moment also fell into despair. Obviously, the two sides of the fight. None of them knew each other. Why do you want the Yuqing holy sect to suffer this unjustified disaster? One Yugang suggested that Jioding Jinren hurry up and ask the god-slaying elder. I don't know, after being covered by demonic energy. All the people could not move. At this moment, time in the silent demon realm seemed to stand still. Even breathing was forbidden. Jioding Jinren immediately transmitted his divine consciousness to everyone. Let them use the turtle breath method. Avoid being suffocated. Unexpectedly, an elder saw an amazing scene in the distance. I saw a faint formation in the monstrous demonic aura. Countless demonic chi turned into sharp stone cones. The sky is full of people who want to smash the Jiaowang. If this trick falls down, I'm afraid that even the sect array can't resist. And this demonic aura is weird. Even the three-headed Jiao King couldn't use his magical powers. The body seems to be on its back, a huge mountain. Xiao Wang lived for 10,000 years. I've never met such a terrible opponent. Lu Yushue likes this feeling of crushing sentient beings very much. He told King Jiao that this realm could temporarily avoid the heavenly Tao, and he himself can do anything in it. Now in the field, the fate of these ants is completely in his hands. They are called ants. Jiao Wang is also very unhappy. This was his first battle after joining Hanju's command. Is it going to be such a loss? Xiao Wang disarmed his weapon. Lu Yushue thought that the Horn King was going to admit defeat. Didn't know that the Horn King was planning to fight with him. The Horn King didn't want to show his true identity. However, the situation is too unfavorable. Use the true form of the demon clan to fight with this jade building. Maybe there's a chance to win. Who said that the Mahayana realm is higher and higher? The greater the gap in strength. Now I'll let you see the true strength of my three-headed Jiao King. Lu Yushue was planning to destroy the Jiao King. But I saw the King of Jiao looking up to the sky and roaring. The strength has increased dramatically. With the evil smile of the Horn King, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. The monstrous demonic aura leveled several hills. A three-headed black-scaled dragon appeared in the heavens and the earth, hundreds of feet long, mighty and domineering. Under the four claws, stepping on the dragon swallow, a pair of giant wings spread out. Fly! The mountain-like figure seems to be very small. I didn't know that Lu Yu's blood body didn't move. Looking at the huge, three-headed dragon, he smiled contemptuously. True dragon blood. It's a pity that I'm going to die here. The three-headed Jiaowang didn't want to fight either. I saw three heads charging at the same time. Prepare to spew out lava. And the blood in that building still does not dodge. Let this devastating dragon rock spray on him. Monstrous flames instantly dispelled the surrounding demonic energy. The people in the Yuqing holy sect were all blown away, and Jioding Jinren found that his body could move again. He looked up at the sky. It was found that Long Yin had boiled the monstrous demonic qi open. Huge rifts. You can't see the end at a glance. King Jiao thought that he would be crippled if he didn't die when he hit the building. Unbeknownst to him, a demonic aura instantly appeared above the 3 dragon heads. I saw Lu Yushue smile contemptuously again. I thought there would be some surprises. I didn't expect your 3 beasts to have impure blood. It's still far from the real dragon. At this moment, the 3-headed Jiao Wang was desperate. The gap between the two seems to be separated by heaven and earth. Could it be that this Lu Jade blood Deshang is actually complete and cannot become Lu Yu blood? It feels boring. Thanks to this, it is still a place of great luck in the world. There was no one who dared to fight. You impure-blooded waste dragon. But that's it. Let's end it. With that, he raised his right hand and pressed it down, rolling demonic energy in the sky. Descend into a giant mountain hand and smash it down behind you. If there is no one, then suffer death, as a mushroom cloud rises into the sky. The 3-headed Jiawang was pinched like a small snake. At this moment, he regretted that he should not have succeeded in this ability. He remembered the time when the Enlightenment Sword came to call him before. I clearly instructed this true demon to cultivate above me. The master told him to hold off the enemy for a while. It's a pity that I think I've become a big man. Mirror, there are few opponents in the mortal world. How can a mere true demon not just do it? I am the general of the 3-headed Jiawang, who cultivated into the immortal mountain. Not going to lose at all. At that time, the Enlightenment Sword persuaded him. Don't die. The words of the host were never missed. He said that if you can't beat it, you won't be able to beat it. It's too late to say anything. The Horned King, who was still alive, only hoped that his master would come and save him. That's when it happened. A strong wind suddenly struck. Lu Yushue turned his head to look. I saw a figure galloping towards me. Not someone else. Hanju is finally here. Hanyu slovli valkid tosh lu yuksu. Boast as you go. The dumpling head is well done. Hold on for a moment. Just right. Lu Yushue was surprised to find. Hanju was unexpectedly uncontrolled by the domain. An inexplicable sense of crisis was coming towards him step by step. I saw Hanju take a step forward. Instantly used the reincarnation sword intent. Lu Yushue felt the sword intent of the Tai level attacking. It was so frightened that his soul trembled. I don't know, it's this doppelganger. The chill is at hand. How can this man be so fast? Hanju made a move in an instant. The middle finger was inserted into Lu Yushi's nostrils. At this moment, Lu Yu's brain was already numb. Hanju said coldly, "Your secret method is truly mysterious. Hide the true element in the mezzanine between the demon world and the mortal world. Mobilize your power with the help of a temporary condensation. I'm not worried about your way of stealing the day. Fortunately, I've fought you many times. Finally found an easy way to take you out." Lu Yu's blood eyes were shocked. "Fight and stop." Lu Yushue just shouted the last 2 words. Hanju used the heaven and earth Xianhuang breaking sword in his nostrils. Finger towers royal blood. The physical body was directly annihilated by the sword chi. The Horned King froze as he looked at the blood mist in the sky. What kind of existence is the master? It's terrifying. Hanju shook the snot on his hand. It's disgusting. Then a line of words popped up in front of me. The 3-headed Jiao King's favor for you has increased. The current opinion rating is 4.5 stars. Han decided to subdue the true demon. Reign over the soul. Spare him his life. Penance into a fairy mountain. All the staff gathered again and picked up the last book. Lu Yushue, although he was directly annihilated by Hanju's sword point. But before the battle of the Horned King, it has already brought a lot of damage to the Yuqing holy sect. although the whole clan was impressed by the heroic battle of the Hanged King. But after all, he's a mountain guard. But it sprayed all the mountains in one gulp. I really can't say it. So the Horned King was inevitably complained about by everyone. Jioding Jinren knows that people who have cultivated into immortal mountains cannot be punished at will. I wanted to ask the Enlightenment Sword, Elder Han has any instructions? Enlightenment Sword said, the pot of the king was stirred, and let him carry it himself. After all, cultivating into an immortal mountain does not raise idlers. Jioding is not good either. He couldn't get off the stage, so he came up with a bad idea that would not buy people. The surveying and mapping of the river and the greening of the hill that was rebuilt after the war was handed over to the Horned King. The Horned King was reluctant. But you can only carry your own pot. Return to the Xiantian cave mansion. Han Ju's right hand was flipped. The soul of Lu Yu's blood emerged. Under the restraint of the 6 fierce paths, Lu Yuxue couldn't escape. Han Ju asked him why he appeared near the Yuqing holy sect. Lu Yuxue said in fear, just passing by. It doesn't mean to hurt you. As soon as the words fell, the middle finger of horror pointed at his soul. He was so frightened that he screamed directly. I was sent here by the demon ancestor. It's just that the luck of the earth is the best in the mortal world. He told me to destroy this place. Inflict heavy damage on the luck of the mortal realm. Alleviate the pressure of the demon bloodbath in the mortal world. I'm also afraid of death. I beg my seniors to spare my life, and he will send you a great master. Are the demons so weak? Lu Yuxie. I felt a great insult, but he had to bow his head. The building writes, except for him. There are also dozens of Mahayana true demons. They all went to the heavenly immortal mansion. And there are heavenly restrictions in the mortal world. Existence beyond the Mahayana realm. If you trespass, you will alarm the turtles. In order not to be discovered by the heavenly palace, the shrine, and the Buddhist gate, the demons can only send us to this Mahayana realm. The true demons of the 9th layer have infiltrated the world. Han Ju raised an eyebrow. A question mark popped up in his head. Isn't there a blue angel in the demons and the underworld? This group has been planning for so long. I sent a few of them. If I just clean them up, inevitably attract all kinds of old monsters of the demon race. When the time comes, I will cultivate into an immortal mountain for me. It is my disciples who will suffer. Apprentice grandson, Han was determined not to let this happen. After all, his strength is still an ant in the eyes of the upper realm. There are people outside of people. There is a sky outside the sky. Don't risk dying on the road to eternal life. All this was Han Ju's imagination just now. However, Lu Yuxue's words surprised him. In this wave of true demons, his strength is the highest. The real demon race was defeated in the heavenly Tao tribulation many years ago, sealed in the 6 realms of reincarnation. These are still demons who came this time. The demon bewitchment that I worked so hard to find outside. The ghost on the bridge. Let the ghosts who don't want to be reincarnated become demon cultivators. Until he cultivates to become a true demon. Han Ju is strong. Let him be out of reach. He could only beg for mercy one by one. Damn shit. Sure enough, this task is not reliable. Lu Greenblood was ordered by the demon ancestor. His first reaction was to feel that there was a pitfall. Sure enough, as soon as he came to the mortal world, he overturned. Lu Yuxue hates it very much now. Isn't it comfortable for the demon ancestor to stay in the underworld? I have to come to the mortal world to do something. At this time, Han Ju had finished inquiring about everything. A trace of killing intent was released from his divine sense. Prepare to destroy him. Lu Yuxue was instantly frightened, crying and wiping tears begging for mercy, and greeted the 18th generation of the ancestors of the demon clan. Snap kowtow. Beg Han Ju to let him go. That's when it happened. Han Ju received a system prompt. Lu Yuxue has a hatred for you. The current aggro level is 1 star. Hanju squinted at 1 star. The hatred level is actually okay. It's far less than a never-ending situation. Korean dramas are hesitant to let him go. At the moment of life and death, he is single-mindedly hateful. The character of this real demon is very interesting. Even if you let it go, you have to imprison its soul. Han decided to stop. Maybe I'll be able to use this guy in the future. Lu Yu Xiechinen. Thank you, Han Duel. Imprison Lu's bloody soul in the depths of his own soul. Another day, the demons are coming. Maybe he's still useful. If you can't beat it then, Han Duel. Prepare to run away with everyone. Outside the cave, the three-headed Jiao Wang returned to the Fusang tree in disappointment. He kept his head down. Don't dare to face anyone else. Kiroheim smirked playfully. Is this what it is? We need the master to take a shot. You also need the help of your master. You tell me where our gap is. The three-headed Jiao Wang almost exploded when he heard it. I kind of you go up and try it. A bunch of chickens and dogs who can only play with their mouths. Seeing that the three of them were about to be tense, the Enlightenment Sword spoke. Seventh Master, don't be embarrassed for Xiao Wang. The host said, the true demon just now was really ridiculously strong. The Horn King thought that the Enlightenment Sword was going to speak for him. How do you know that the Dao Sword said? The reason why the Horn King was overwhelmed. In fact, the difference in strength between the two sides is too large. Hearing this, the three-headed Jiao Wang was angry and had internal injuries. I usually don't let go of my fart. Looking for Chang'an. Take this opportunity to educate Fong Liang. Let's see what the teacher said is right. Outsiders are always unreliable. You have to practice well. You and your brother will be our hope. In the future, it will still depend on the two of you to solve Master's problems. Yang Tiandong, three-headed Jiao Wang. Black Jadeheim. Chaos Tengu felt like it was being connotated. Not much. Murong Qi also rushed back in the dust. He heard that the Yuqing holy sect had suffered a great calamity. He interrupted his training and rushed back. At this time, Han Ju's voice came from the cave. Now that everyone has made it up, let's gather as a teacher. There is something to say. At this time, Sun Chang'an remembered the person who had not shown up. Fong Liang asked who he was referring to. Sun Chang'an said that he was your second uncle. Until now, Murong Qi and Fong Liang had not seen his true face. Right now, there was a strong sense of uneasiness coming from Han Ju's cave mansion. Everyone was attracted by a demonic aura. It's obviously only the strength of the half-step Rong realm. Why is it so disturbing? Soon a person walked out of the Xiantian cave mansion. It was Suki, who had grown taller again. Suki looked at the crowd, immediately instinctively attracted to a force. It felt like the burnt smell of a quilt in the sun. It is also like the fragrance of flowers after being baptized by moisture in the early morning. There was only one person in her eyes at the moment. Why is this girl so cute? The moment Suki saw her, even the name of the child in the future has been thought of. That's when it happened. Suki, who was bathing in hormones, was interrupted by Han Ju. Boy, then you are calm and calm. Don't look at other people's beauty. He's a handle maker. Han Ju preached. Teach the disciples the power of the mind. The first weather transporter visited. This time, it's a ruthless man. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. This work has now been renamed Heavenly Tao. Han Ju was anxious to see it. Follow-up friends can click the link in the lower left corner to download the QQ Reading app. Just search for the name of the video. The book is picked up again. After settling the matter of Lu Yushue, Han Ju began to study the newly learned art of inviting gods. This please magic has the main supernatural powers. Distraction. Learn to distract yourself and summon those who have mastered the Lord's supernatural powers. In other words, learning to be distracted is just mastering the call. But there is no limit to the number of times this magic power can be used. If all those who learn to be distracted summon Han Ju every day, then he will be exhausted to death. Han Ju decided to teach the distraction power only to his own people. So, the disciples were training outside. In the event of a major crisis, you can summon him to his support with the magic of the gods. As for Xing Hongxian, they are scared when they think about Korean dramas. If Xing Hongxian often summons him over, then his small body is unbearable. So in order to prevent everyone from abusing it, influence the practice, even if it's to teach it to others. I have to put it another way. While studying the magic of please, Hanju saw Moronchi come back through his divine sense. The disciples got together. It's a good time to preach, so he spread the word to all his disciples. Let everyone put things aside for a while. Prepare the collection. At the same time, he also called Suki. It's been so long since I was in retreat. It's time to get out of the country and take a look. However, this kid was attracted to Fong Liang at the first sight of his exit. Hanju said to everyone, "There are two things today. The first is that Suki is officially out of the customs today. Let's get to know each other." However, this kid was busy looking at Fong Liang. I didn't bother at all. Everyone found out that Fong Liang was indeed a handle. His heart was almost broken. Kun can think about it. Persuade him if he really has an idea. Why bother with gender? Hanju said, "Before, Suki was sent by me to go undercover in the demon sect. Had to turn into a demon cultivator as a teacher. Let him go into retreat and concentrate on cultivation for a period of time. I am afraid that you will misunderstand him." Hanju turned his head to look at Su Qi. "Now it seems that everyone is treating you quite well. Now the world is quite peaceful. It's time to make it clear. Get you out of the customs. Listen to this." Suki was grateful. "It means that you should practice well. Repay the master for his hard work." Hanju asked him to get along well with his brothers and sisters in the future, especially to have a good relationship with Fong Liang and the dog. At this time, everyone was also whispering, looking for Chang'an. Instructed the two apprentices to learn from the second master. There is no second person on our mountain who has been assigned a task by Hanju. The dog also boasts. At the time of the Great War of the Righteous Demons, Su Qi has killed a lot of demon cultivators. Later, Kun held a joining ceremony for Su Qi. Since then, the Air Force has added a new member. This time, I called Suki. Hanju also wanted to test it. Let's see if the luck of cultivating into an immortal mountain can suppress Su Qi's unintentionality. Before, Lu Yushua said that the luck here is the best in the world. That's when it happened. Enlightenment soared. Suddenly, I remembered that there was a second thing. On your side, the second thing is to pass on to you a trick to save your life. This supernatural ability can only be used when life is at stake. The crowd was amazed. Hanju is going to talk about this again. The last time I talked about the gate of reincarnation. Dogs, they didn't catch up. Hanju fooled everyone and said, "Once using this supernatural power, you will be given great power. But the cost is also unimaginable. You will face the nightmare you fear most." On your side, Sulimli. Everyone looked at each other in fright. Fong Liang asked weakly, "This nightmare is a fantasy, or will what I'm afraid of come true?" Korean dramas are a bit embarrassing. The heart says that you are still thinking deeply. I'm just making it up. All in all, not as a last resort, never use this supernatural power. But when it comes to life and death, you have to use it. I hope you all live. Accompany me to the avenue. Enjoy eternal life. Hearing these words made everyone's blood surge. All the disciples assured, never let down Hanju's hard work. The Horn King and two little golden crows. Because of identity, I didn't dare to expect Hanju to teach them supernatural powers. Hanju instructed Fong Liang and the dog. We'll talk about you two sitting with Suki later. In the future, the practice should also be accompanied by 3 people. The Horn King watched Hanju's teachings to his disciples. I felt a little envious in my heart. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to preach in Mahayana. The disciples on this mountain are really enviable. The previous battle must have disappointed the master. This time I definitely don't deserve to listen to the master. Hanju looked at them with a smile. Let the Horn King and the little golden crow also come over and listen together. Since you have come to my penance to cultivate into the immortal mountain, that's something that everybody has to have a part in. The more the merrier. Come and learn together. Saw the olive branch thrown by Hanju. The Horn King was really moved. The favorability of Hanju immediately skyrocketed to 5.5 stars. The crowd took their seats. Hanju began to teach the distraction of the sacred tree. Kuin is full of confidence. I've been following the master for so long. Surely the understanding is higher than that of all of you. It's still complicated to ask for a distraction from the gods. This sermon is 8 years. Fong Liang, Murong-chi, and Su-chi had mastered it in just a few days. The slowest to learn are Yang Tiandong and Kuin. These two are so stupid. Chaos Tengu finally finds his confidence. Fun fart. Boasting about your talent is high. I learned everything while playing. The two of you have been in business for 2 months and 8 years to achieve something. It's just stupid. Don't want it. Hanju naturally didn't give this stupid dog a good look. It's been so many years, and I haven't reached the realm of glory and vanity. No more cultivation. I will send you to the monks of Yulin, Guangxi. Just then a system prompt came. Detects if the preemptive transporter is looking at their origins. Hanju raised his eyebrows. It's been a long time since I've met a new atmospheric carrier. The last one was still a few immortals. A conceited maniac who is delusional and the best in the world. Hanju immediately chose to view. At this time, the Air Force team did not catch a fish. It's going to be useless. Even Fong Liang didn't catch a fish this time. As everyone knows, it was Su-chi's unlucky rush to make trouble. At this moment, a figure blocked everyone's way. Fong Liang was stunned. The person in front of me is so unfamiliar, exclaimed seniors. How did you get here? The Comer was also stunned. Fong Liang has finally found you. This person's name is Turing. Glory and Void. The 9-layer ancient which reincarnated in the Savage Era. The Wu clan and the Demon clan compete for the hegemony of the Heavenly Tao. Both fell. Lose your race's luck. The Wiccans were destroyed. A small number of great witches hid in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Turinger has been reincarnated for eternity. Finally wash away the karma of the witch clan. But its soul is still the soul of the great witch. Achievement of the immortal emperor can be transformed into a great witch. Though map. Linger is a matter of the heavenly immortal mansion. I came to find Fong Liang on the orders of the master. Hanju's eyes widened in surprise at this person's introduction. TSK, there's something about the people this time. The ancient wizard came. What is the intention? The practice was rejected. But I want to worship Hanju as a teacher. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. I saw a cool book in one go. Back then, Hanju detected a man named Turinger. Came to the immortal mountain of penance. This man is the reincarnation of an ancient witch. And it's also the kind of great witch that can only transform into an immortal emperor. How strong this man should be then. Hanju was secretly frightened. This woman is certainly not an ordinary person. At the same time, he noticed that Turing had come on the orders of the heavenly immortal mansion. It is estimated that it is also a bad come. Out of caution, Hanju had a mock trial with Turing. A second later, he laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm still too cautious. The current Turinger only has a background of great witches. Not really a witch. The strength can also rival some merge realm cultivators. Hanju detected that Turing had come to the foot of the mountain. Asked Kuin and Yang Tiandong to call Fong Liang over. Tianxian Mansion looked for Fong Liang. Obviously, it could be arranged. Why send deacons and elders to trek here? It seems that their purpose is not necessarily so simple. Hanju opened the perspective of divine consciousness. It was discovered that Turinger had already met with Fong Liang and them. Fong Liang asked Turinger what was going on, but I saw that Turing's eyes were looking left and right. Turing pointed in the direction of the ascetic immortal mountain. Ask Fong Liang, where does this mountain come from? Why is the aura so strong? I have already caught up with the cultivation holy land of the heavenly immortal mansion. Fong Liang didn't hide it. Tell him, this place is called the Immortal Mountain. This is my first division. As for why the aura is so strong, he was about to speak, was found in Chang'e. Interrupt immediately. Yeah. There are some things that you don't want to talk about. I am Fong Liang's master. What's the matter with this fellow Taoist? You can ask me. The rest of the crowd also rushed up. I thought that the other party was not good. Turinger reassured everyone. Come on your own. I just want to ask Fong Liang to do one thing. I hope to please touch the land fairy you mentioned in your letter. Rush to the aid of the heavenly immortal mansion. Fong Liang was a little surprised. You say so. Could it be that something happened to the heavenly immortal mansion? Turing said. The heavenly immortal mansion encountered a great disaster. Dozens of true demons attacked the heavenly immortal mansion. The major elders suffered heavy casualties. The heavenly immortal mansion is already in danger. Watching the heavenly immortal mansion cultivate you for so many years. Please let me meet that gentleman. Fong Liang was a little embarrassed. Ben wouldn't have lied. There was some embarrassment on his face. Fong Liang could only say, and the land fairy god is Ping Shui. The fairy god is long gone. There is no gate in the Yuqing holy sect that can help the heavenly immortal mansion now. Fu Linger asked with a smile. That being the case, then you go and ask you for me. Is there still a shortage of elders in the Yuqing holy sect? I want to cultivate in this mountain. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd was stunned. Why don't you want to? Fong Liang asked in a panic. Isn't there a problem in the heavenly immortal mansion? Senior, aren't you in a hurry to go back? Fu Linger said. It is precisely because of the difficulties that I cannot go back. My little glory and vanity realm will be sent to death when I go back. It's better to practice well. In the future, he will take revenge on the Tianxian mansion. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd was speechless. It felt like he was talking about it. Turing smiled whimsily. Don't you also say that if the heavenly immortal mansion is in trouble, will you go back? So are you going back now? Fong Liang was speechless. At this time, Kuan and they just walked over. Kunkin, who had just finished class, pulled everyone to accompany him to continue fishing. He asked Fong Liang to hurry back to the cave mansion. The master looked for him. There is something to say. Fong Liang said. Then you could just ask the opinion of the ancestor. If his old man agrees with you to cultivate here. That's it. Looking at the backs of everyone in the distance. Turing's heart was quite emotional. I didn't expect to be in this small realm of wild geese. I was able to meet a senior brother, a sect that is as close as siblings. The outside world is constantly fighting. Even between the brothers and sisters, there is constant deceit. Solidarity like this. I haven't seen it yet. It's really interesting here. The reason why the aura of this place is so strong. I'm afraid it can't be separated from the sacred tree in the dream. If only I could find the sacred tree. You can find the land fairy god in the letter. Heavenly immortal mansion. Just a mouthful of it at the conference. The land immortal god mentioned in Fong Liangxin. They are not entirely convinced. And I'm not traveling thousands of miles. Come here. There are other purposes. At this time, the innate cave house. Fong Liang had already explained Turing's intentions. Hanju was also about to ask him, what the hell is Turing's person? Fong Liang's expression was indescribable. Said that he did not have a good impression of him. Hanju was also a little surprised. Fong Liang, this kid has a pure temperament. He can say things that hate someone. There must be an inside story. Fong Liang said. Turinger was one of the elders of the heavenly, immortal mansion. The qualifications can be ranked in the top 10 in Tianxian Mansion, second only to me. However, this woman is notoriously cunning. What leads the way? There is no shortage of abductions. There are many monks in the heavenly immortal mansion who have suffered greatly. Also often made it impossible for her to cultivate well. Han Ju asked again, does this person have any blood feuds? Fong Liang hadn't heard of this. I only know that Turing grew up in the Tianxian Mansion since he was a child. Withdrawn personality. I like to do penance. Therefore, few people are willing to make friends with it. Now with the mission, I can only stay away from the heavenly immortal mansion. It shows that he is not a good type. Although Turing's sole background is a cow batch. But he's grown up now. The cunning character is inconvenient for brainwashing. Moreover, he is a disciple of the heavenly immortal mansion. Han Ju didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to reject him. Hearing Han Ju's arrangement, Fong Liang was very happy. Happily departed. This person can take this opportunity to escape from the heavenly immortal mansion. Explain that he is not a faithful person. Although I cherish talents, but you can't take all the talents. Focus on the big picture. Leave nothing to chance. Immediately, Han Ju began to check his email. So many years have passed. The real mother didn't make much of a fuss either. There is no leader written by Lu Yu. They couldn't even capture the heavenly immortal mansion. It surprised Han Ju. Your friend Ji Xianxin has been attacked by the true demon 145 times. Your friend Ji Xianxin was seriously injured. Life hangs by a thread. Your friend Ji Lingchan has been attacked by the true demon 4 times. Your friend Zhou Fan gets a chance. Flesh metamorphosis. Your friend Huang Jihao is attacked by a true demon. Seriously injured. Your Taoist companion Xian Qingjun comprehends the true meaning of the great Tao. Tao, Evergrande Rose. Your friend Don't Take Revenge. Encounter the bewitchment of the demons. Generate demons. Your friend Ji Immortal God has an epiphany of the holy law. Metamorphosis of the original gods. Han Ju raised an eyebrow. Even several immortals were seriously injured. It seems that the heavenly immortal mansion is indeed in danger. Korean dramas are hesitant to help. Then he shook his head. He's dealt with the true demon lord. If the heavenly immortal mansion can't even solve the other true demons, how to face the demons after that? Han Ju didn't want him to leave. The Yuqing holy sect was stolen. Several other immortals had an epiphany. Holy law is clearly the template for the protagonist. Maybe he'll take advantage of this to soar into the sky. Still don't bother him. To be the first in the world. Just as Han Ju was thinking, Fong Liang is back again. Master Turing. She wouldn't go. He said yes. He wants to worship you as a teacher. Fong Liang said with a wry smile. After all, Fong Liang had a friendship with him in the heavenly immortal mansion. So you can't forcibly expel Korean dramas. It's so helpless. This is Turing Air, guided by a dream to find the sage Han Ju Mahayana realm. The 9-story consummation is the pinnacle of the world. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. The reason why Turinger wanted to stay in the penance and become an immortal mountain. On the one hand, he found that the aura here was extremely strong. On the other hand, he himself has a secret that no one knows. Not really. The heavenly immortal mansion asked Fong Liang to go back. For the current catastrophe of the heavenly immortal mansion. How much of a role Fong Liang can play? It was Turinger who took the initiative to find Fong Liang. Call it by fine-sounding name of gather the power of the heavenly immortal mansion outside. Since more than 10 years ago, Turing's practice was always prone to falling asleep. This dream is very unusual. It's like an innate ability, from small to large. Anything that is experienced in a dream will become a reality. He even comprehended supernatural powers in his dreams. It is precisely because of such an windfall made him one of the Tianxian mansion Tianjiao. Later, he often saw a mountain in his dreams. There is a mysterious tree on the mountain, where the branches extend, covering the rivers and rivers. In the end, it contains 3,000 worlds of infinite avenues. At first, the dreams were vague. There is also a mysterious figure on the mountain. The past, the present, the future, and the future. A large island is stunning. Not sure why. He seemed to know the title of this supreme being. But the gods instinctively did not allow them to be called by their first names. It can only evoke immeasurable merit in the heart. Divine power of the heavenly saint. Till later, the dreams became clearer and clearer. I dreamed that Fong Liang knelt down in front of that mysterious figure, and that Tiansheng seemed to be particularly favored by Fong Liang. He understood that the other party must be related to Fong Liang. Fong Liang was the key person who guided him to find this opportunity. Hu Linger was convinced of her dream. That's why I came to the immortal mountain for thousands of miles. At this time, Fong Liang had already been ordered to persuade Turinger to leave. Fong Liang's words made Turinger startled, because Hanju's conditions were too harsh. That is, to kowtow in front of the statue of the penance to become an immortal for 10 years. Originally, Fong Liang was still secretly exclaiming Turing's identity as an elder of the heavenly immortal mansion. Such a request will certainly not be granted. How do you know that Turinger didn't say a word? Get down on your knees at once. Begin to snap and kowtow. Fong Liang thought that Turing was wrong by this because he was taking refuge. Turinger smiled evilly. It can make you give up the generous treatment of the heavenly immortal mansion. It can also cultivate such a treasure mountain. I believe this person is the land fairy god you believe in. Fong Liang. I didn't expect Turing to be such a chicken thief. See persuasion and don't move. Just let her kowtow. Turinger concluded that Fong Liang's ancestor must be a great power. It's a dream. Once again, he was guided to chance. Time flies. 7 years pass quickly. A long moon hangs in the sky for a day. The Sichuan fairy has returned from training. Xing Hongxian thought in her heart, can fight to the death with her husband. The three of them talked and laughed. Go to the foot of the mountain of penance and immortality. Turing was found curled up on the ground. The three of them found out that he had deliberately imprisoned Xiuwei. Bow down here with only the flesh and a strong will. It turned out to be another cannibal who wanted to worship Hanju as a teacher. Fairy Sichuan originally wanted to cross him with some aura. Was bounced away by Turing's backhand. This person is so strong. Let the Sichuan fairy be impressed. But if the foundation is ruined for this. On the contrary, the gains outweigh the losses. Turinger thanked Fairy Sichuan for her kindness. I looked up. It has been 3 years since he cultivated to become an immortal mountain. Stick to it for another 3 years. Chang Yuer scolded Hanju for being too cold-blooded. It's time for this form of apprenticeship to stop. He let Xing Hongxian fight fiercely at night. I must persuade Hanju well. Xing Hongshuan's inspiration flashed. Immediately took out a lot of the elixir he had prepared for Hanju. Gifted to Turing's 3 daughters. On the time of return, Hanju had already pinched his fingers and calculated. In order to prevent being stepped on by Xing Hongxian, he threw down the lecture notes for the practice of inviting the sacred tree in advance. And he went into retreat. It's been another 3 years. Hanju finally broke through to the Mahayana realm, the 9-layer great perfection, the pinnacle of the world. At this time, the system sends a prompt. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the world. You have the following options. 1. Immediately ascended and transformed into an immortal. Obtain a divine power inheritance. A sword spirit treasure. Second, it will not soar for the time being. Continue to be on Earth. To obtain an arcana. Hanju did not hesitate. Just select the second option. You choose not to ascend for the time being. Obtain an arcana. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Supreme Treasure 95 Supreme Chi Luck Robe. 95 Supreme Luck Robe. Tai is a treasure refined by the Emperor's luck. Extremely defensive. When worn on, you will gain Imperial momentum. Tai Defense Arcana. Defense again. Anya os plaisantlus surpriset. That's cool, isn't it? The system won my heart. Hanju took out the 95 Supreme Chi Luck Robe. This is a dragon-patterned gold robe. Mighty and domineering. The golden light shines in the cave. Enlightenment Sword. Open your eyes and see. A look of surprise on his face. That's too high profile, isn't it? Enlightenment Sword curiously asked Hanju what he was doing. Hanju sighed that this new dress was a good thing. However, it is not as low-key as the golden cicada Xinshin clothes. Wu Dao Sword said that he had never seen the master wear any golden cicada Xinshin clothes. Hanju pulled away the golden cicada and showed him the divine doctor. Can't you see it? Enlightenment Sword shook his head. It means that I can't see you. I'm so stupid. I definitely can't see Korean dramas. That's when I remembered the comic book author for so long. I haven't painted the golden cicada at all. It's not just one change a week. Now it's even more of an episode than a level of water. Hanju said that it is not a good thing for clothes to be too ostentatious. But the other way around, just put it on your body. Hanju asked the Enlightenment Sword to bring Turinger up the mountain. I'm a gambler. No, I'm in a good mood right now. As for whether you can get started, it's up to him to perform. Gu Linger has been apprenticed for 10 years. Realize your dream of going up the mountain. Hanju was promoted to the Scattered Wonderland. Usher in the Heavenly Punishment. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the name of the video and follow up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. Turinger knelt at the foot of the mountain for 10 years. This day, Hanju asked the Enlightenment Sword to call Turinger up the mountain. I heard that he had finally been summoned. Turing couldn't help but cry with joy. It's been 10 years. Do you know how I've spent the past 10 years? Enlightenment Sword said, the host can call you up the hill. There is a high probability that they will take you as an apprentice. However, he has not yet spoken officially. With us, you have to look up to everyone else. Practice with peace of mind. Don't cause trouble to your master. The master is still in retreat. Please wait a little longer on the mountain. After going up the mountain, Turing found that the aura was getting stronger. It has even surpassed the cultivation holy land of the heavenly immortal mansion. You can't see it from the outside. Could it be that this mountain is shrouded in an invisible barrier? What kind of immortal is Fong Liang's ancestor? After reaching the top of the mountain, the Enlightenment Sword pointed at the Fusang tree. You practice under this tree first. Originally, there were still 2 small golden crows on the tree, but they seem to have gone fishing today. Turing looked up and saw the Fuso tree. I was stunned at that moment. The dream has finally come true. This is the sacred tree in the dream. There is also the legendary golden Uttering air on the tree. The whole person who was shocked was shocked. At this moment, he was sure that Fong Liang's master must be a land immortal. That's when it happened. A strong tremor was heard in the distance. It was as if something huge was running towards the mountain. In the distance, Kunkin and their shouts were heard. The giant thing kicks up billowing smoke and dust. Crashed into countless trees. Wait for the giant to break the mirror. Only to see. It was a koi in the shape of a tempered dragon. Kunkin yelled at everyone to be careful as he ran. The fish is running out. Hear about the cultivation of this arowana. Turing's spirits immediately perked up. First shot. He didn't want to be looked down upon. I saw that he instantly felled out a piece of rune paper. Raise your hand and pinch the mantra. Directly towards the arowana. Arowana relied on cultivation, a spell without a vision. He tore straight at the rune paper. The moment of the collision, Arowana was directly knocked unconscious by the rune paper. Kuan took the opportunity to take off into the air. Genie is so beautiful. Cool sound. He sat firmly on the arowana. Wait for Kunkin to get up. The arowana had been smashed into fillets. Kunkin stretched out his chicken feet. He shook Turing's hand. The young man did a good job. It'll be baked later. Eat it for you too. At this time, Fong Liang came over and asked the Enlightenment Dao sword. The master has agreed to take you as an apprentice. Turing said there was no such thing as him. The old man just asked me to go up the mountain first. Fong Liang leaned towards Turinger and asked, if the master really accepts you to get started, then will you go back to Tianxian Mansion in the future? Hu Linger replied calmly, go back and do more. It's good here. Isolated. You can practice with peace of mind. Demons are rampant outside. I don't want to go back and suffer. Fong Liang was speechless. The heavenly immortal mansion has spent so many resources cultivating you. Now there is a crisis. You've not done anything. If you don't say you won't go back, you won't go back. If you become a great cultivator one day, you won't betray my ancestor like this. As soon as this remark came out, the melon-eating crowd immediately gathered around. I want to see Turing being scared like this. How to answer? Turing sighed, said helplessly, what is betrayal? I just left the heavenly immortal mansion, and it is not an enemy of the heavenly immortal mansion. What kind of betrayal is this? Besides, isn't this a mountain of assimilation and immortality? As long as I practice hard and hard, isn't that the greatest comfort to Master and his old man? As soon as the words fell, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Such a big battle. Presumably, there must be a powerful breakthrough that has succeeded. Turing frowned slightly, muttered, the guy finally succeeded. Fong Haoqi asked, who succeeded? Ji Xianxian Tianxian Mansion was proud on the first day. He finally broke through, following the immortal god's self-achievement. In the Tianxian Mansion, it is like the stars holding the moon. It was originally our resource, all for his use. It is a matter of course to have this achievement. Turing's eyes were complex. Peer with Ji Xianxian. It's the sorrow of their pride these days. This is also the reason why Turinger does not want to return to the heavenly immortal mansion. Now Ji immortal god has broken through again. Presumably, there is no rival in the world. The invasion of demons can also be easily resolved. Fong Liang listened. There was a war intent in his eyes. Ji Xianxian's talent is indeed rare in the world. But compared to Shizu, I'm afraid it's a long way off. The Enlightenment Sword also echoed the Tao. Ji Xianxian is no longer powerful. It is impossible to surpass my master. Turing nodded. You're right. Your master is a land god. Of course, he is not mortal. Turinger looked up at the Fuso tree. I was quite unwilling. Obviously, he has natal powers in his hands. There is no need for training and penance to surpass your peers. But there was a sacrifice to the fairy god. Now, I couldn't be more different from him. It's impossible to catch up, not to mention surpassing him. Now I've found my way out of my dreams. I hope this opportunity can help me soar. At this time, the congenital cave is in the house. Hanju was looking at Bitian, thinking about the Mahayana realm. There was a slight movement after the 9th floor. Heaven will reject me. If it is really promoted to the scattered wonderland, I don't know what kind of punishment it will cause. Fortunately, when I have a blue sky. Hanju hesitated whether to be promoted. After all, after the consummation of the 9th floor, the cultivation is no longer able to rise. Thinking of the demon's imminent move. Only if you really have the strength to surpass the mortal world. It's safe. Hanju no longer hesitated. Practicing Qi building fund. Dun Yuan Infant Hot. Tolerance and deficiency are combined. The catastrophe is a success. Hanju walked steadily step by step. The mortal cultivation chapter of the 6 realms of Reincarnation Palace has been integrated. At this moment, Hanju's heart was surging. Begin to storm the scattered wonderland. Intends to break through the shackles of the world in one fell swoop. With constant shocks, Hanju finally saw that there was a sky outside the sky. I saw the 6 realms of reincarnation. Scattered immortals, earth immortals, true immortals, Xian immortals, golden immortals, peerless Taoists. It's just a few scattered immortals. And the vermilion bird is also a fairy. Wait for me, Hanju, to succeed. These 2 henchmen can be feared. At this moment, Hanju has turned the 6 realms into a steady stream of precedence. Help him break through the sky. I also reproduce abnormal noises. Black clouds enveloped the entire ascetic immortal mountain. Xing Hongxian thought that this was the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingzi saw something strange. Belch! It's a god. This is not a catastrophe. This is heaven's punishment. Hanju broke through the 2 realms of the scattered immortals, the audience, and the previous life. Mysterious power in the imperial palace. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. If you can't wait, please click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the name of the video Wonderful. Follow up saw cool books in one go. Pick up the last back. When Hanju broke through the realm of scattered immortals. Draw heavenly punishment. The crowd looked to the top of the mountain in horror. It was Hanju's cave mansion that had an unusually ethereal, immortal aura, emanating from the mountain of ascetic cultivation into immortals. Everyone speculated that Hanju might be breaking through again. But Sun Chang'an said, it didn't happen before. This is the first time this is the case. Fairy Xishuan was puzzled. What realm is Hanju now? If it's a breakthrough, that's going to happen. Why do you stay in the cave all the time? Li Qingzi said, Elder Han will also survive the tribulation. I have taken him through the calamity before. This time I must have had some kind of epiphany. Xing Hongxian smirked. That's how good my husband is. The husband and servant Linger couldn't help but look at her. Could it be that this is the master's wife? At this time, Suki hurriedly reminded everyone. Heavenly punishment is not long-sighted. Let's think about how to protect ourselves. That's when it happened. Heavenly punishment suddenly slashed the purple-red heavenly thunder. Smile like a dragon. Towards the mountain of ascetic cultivation. Chickens and dogs jumped on the ground. Kunkin and Chaos Tengu hid in fright. I saw that the power of heavenly punishment flew straight first. But suddenly the car braked in the sky above the immortal mountain of the Penitent City. Look left and right. It seems to be looking for a target. Helplessly, the magic of love in the sky goes round and round. This spectacle stunned the people on the ground, who knew that the power of this heavenly slash finally turned around. No more chopping. Suddenly, the sky cleared. The clouds dispersed. The sun was shining down. The bewildered crowd looked confused. That's a bit of... At this time, the blue sky in the Xiantian cave mansion was exuding a strange light. Hanju's whole body was shrouded in this light. It seems that it was the blue sky that had an effect. At this time, Hanju had already made a successful breakthrough. He was feeling the surging immortal power in his body. At the same time, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations on your achievement of reincarnation. You have the following options. 1 is to soar immediately. Enjoy the baptism of heaven. To obtain an arcana, a heavenly Tao spirit stone. The second is not to soar for the time being. Stay in the mortal world. To obtain an arcana. 3 lines of words popped out in front of Hanju's eyes. He chose the second option directly, since you can escape the catastrophe. Nor was he expelled by the heavenly Tao. What's the point of flying up? Unless Heavenly Court really wants to destroy the world. Otherwise, I will stay here and cultivate into an immortal mountain. You choose not to ascend for the time being. Uptanan Arcana. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Arcana. Taishi Phoenix Wing Crown. Taishi Phoenix Wing Crown. Tai Defense Arcana. Ether Breath. A crown made of phoenix wings. Extremely defensive. Defense Arcana is simply too good. Hanju was in a happier mood. But in terms of efficacy, with Hanjun's glass view, he valued the 4-grade spiritual treasure. It's not enough to see anymore. Hanju plans to give it to someone who is destined. However, the author painted the crown so small for Mao every time. It looks like it's missing a little bit of a domineering sissy. Hanju continued to consolidate his cultivation. Since the moment he became an immortal, his soul began to resonate with heaven and earth. A sense of transparency has been achieved that has never been seen before. Hanju felt a lot less restrained. It seems that the heaven and earth can no longer be stopped. He could leap out of the mortal world with a single leap. It's a wonderful feeling. Hanju condensed his mind. Out of body. Quickly jump out of the cave. Come to the top of the mountain of ascetic cultivation. The restraints of the heavenly Tao seem to be less than 90%. At this time, you can concentrate your mind and dispel the world. God, nowhere to go. Everything at a glance. It's so cool to become an immortal. At this time, Hanju really had a feeling of self-esteem. He looked down. I saw that the disciples and grandchildren had phantoms above their heads. There was a black phoenix hovering above Black Yuji's head. It is very different from his image of a fat coin. It can be said that there is a world of difference. Looking for Chang'an. On the top of the head is a ginseng plant. Fong Liang. Overhead was a cloud of European gas. Suki's black gas may be a non-chief. Morong Chi. A divine figure hovers overhead, dressed in armor, mighty and domineering. Yang Tiandong's black shadow held Fong Tian's halberd, and the enlightenment sword is still the grass of heaven and earth. No wonder legend has it that immortals travel the world, looking for geniuses. It turns out that if you scatter the fairyland, you can see the identity of others in their previous lives. Hanju's gaze fell on Turinger, the soul of the great witch, who lingers good-looking. It's a beauty, but the great witch looked extremely hideous. The image is weird. When Hanju stared at the soul of the great witch, the great witch soul suddenly looked up at Hanju. The great witch's soul opened its mouth at Hanju. There was no sound, though, but Hanju knew what he was talking about. Help me. Han was puzzled. Why do you want me to save him? The great witch soul said. Finally, the immortals came to the mortal world, as if he wanted Hanju to help him get free. Hanju was puzzled. This guy is not in a previous life. More like a remnant. Otherwise, why would there be interaction? Could it be that Turinger is his carrier? Case. Hanju didn't want to interact with him more. Grab the feeling of the current breakout first. It is the right thing to be baptized by the power of reincarnation in the higher worlds. Hanju continued to rise into the air. The soul of the great which wanted to keep it, but it was too late. Do you want to go to the upper realm or to the underworld? He was afraid that Suzaku would squat on it. Let's go to the underworld and give it a try. Hanju did not hesitate that the 8-foot lady would always guard him. Hanju opens the door to reincarnation. Creeping in. Familiar dimness. The familiar breath of reincarnation. Fortunately, there are no yellow springs nearby. There is no helpless bridge. It shouldn't be in that man's sphere of influence. Hanju dispersed his divine sense. There are no living creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. His primordial spirit began to enjoy the baptism of the breath of reincarnation. In the process, his primordial strength increased rapidly. It felt very comfortable. Great. That's when it happened. In the darkness, a large hand grabbed at him. Un instant sensibilité. Immediately cast the sevenfold phantom step to dodge. Sure enough, it's still the mysterious powerhouse. I found it again. You're coming again, and a hoarse voice is coming. Korean dramas subconsciously want to run and so on. I won't hurt you. Hanju couldn't help but calm down when he heard this. Think about it. It seems that he had overreacted before. The other party really didn't mean to kill him. There is such a genius as you in the mortal world. Before the age of 800, he surpassed the mortal beings and did not cross the catastrophe and disperse. Immortal, you can freely travel between the two worlds of yin and yang. Not bad. Maybe you're the one I'm waiting for. Hanju understands the mystery of the life history of the Meng Pawu clan. Conclude an agreement. Help Turing's achievement as an immortal emperor. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the name of the video and follow up. I saw a cool book in one go. Pick up the last back. Hanju had just entered the underworld. I met the mysterious power. That would have kept him from panicking. There is no malice on his own. Not only praised Handul, also said that Hanju was the person he was waiting for. Hear this. A group of Hanju panicked. What do you mean? What is this old lady waiting for me to do? Is she trying to woo me? Or they want to take me as an apprentice? I still want to take away my will. Hanju panicked even more. He looks so handsome. The qualifications are so high. It's just a matter of craving my body. If you want to take away me, that's bad. I don't know that it will make him not panic. The surroundings have been cut off by his spells. No one will hear their conversation. Han Jushin said that this time it was even worse. Controlled by this man. He was cautious in his courtesy. Asked in the lower state of mind, scattered immortals. Hanju didn't know what the identity of his predecessors was. So what's going on? I saw this power cast a spell. One hand points to the void. A dazzling light shines in the darkness. I only heard an old voice say, I'm from Naiho Bridge. I saw an endless long bridge emerge in the void. On the forehead of the bridge is written the word Naihi Bridge. The power continued. My duty is to guard the bridge. Take charge of the cycle of life and death. People have called me unfinished for generations. Anirecap. Mengpo. You are Mengpo. Mengpo smiled. I didn't expect you to know about me. So to speak. Your new apprentice. You know his heels, right? Hanju pretended to be stupid and puzzled. What heels he has? Isn't it Tianxian Mansion Tianjiao? Could it be that Tianxian Mansion has your support? Hanju didn't dare to say that he could see through the heels of the great witch by scattering the fairyland. If this spreads, it will definitely cause trouble. You don't know your disciples. Disciples and grandchildren are not ordinary people. The hoarse voice laughed playfully. Hanju broke out in a cold sweat. This Mengpa is the top brain who guards the Naihi Bridge in myths and legends. If you offend her, forcibly poured me a bowl of Mengpa soup. It's too bad. At this time, I can only bite to death and pretend to be stupid. Hanju said that he really didn't know the strength of the new disciple. I just think he's talented. The hoarse voice continued. Never mind. I'm not here to interrogate you. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to lead Turing to become the immortal emperor, immortal emperor. Hanju was puzzled. What a realm that is. Is it another name for the golden immortal? Mengpa shook her head. The so-called first emperor is above the golden immortal. Completely get rid of the transcendent realm of the three decays of immortals. Hanju was even more puzzled. I'm just a wonderland. How can I achieve the immortal emperor on his behalf? Mengpa said, Turing is the reincarnation of my witch. She is the only witch with the ability to foresee chance. He can premonition the best chance for him through dreams. That's why he survived the Lich Holocaust. He can find you. It must be because you can make him stronger. As soon as Hanju wanted to get rid of Mengpa, he interrupted him. Go on. You've been to Hades before. I specifically looked into you. Your past life is nothing. There is no background support. There is no great karma to tie it up, but you have miraculously come this far in the mortal world by yourself. Maybe you're an enigmatic character. It will be the true hope of my Wu clan. Hanju guessed that it was the system brought by his own crossing. Blinded by heaven, this made Mengpa unable to see through her past life. And the Mengpo of this world turned out to be from the Wu clan. At this time, Mengpa threw an olive branch to Hanju. As long as you lead Turing's achievements to become the immortal emperor, you are the benefactor of my witch clan for generations. If you die on the road to eternal life, I could take you in and give you a chance to do it all over again. Hanju understood this sentence as, Mengpa can give her one more life. Mengpa said, reincarnation can actually be related to such a thing. Whether resurrected or reincarnated, it all had to go through his hands. Not drinking Mengpa soup is only the most rudimentary means. If the benefits are in place, a new ritual can be tailored to you. An open-minded life, no matter what the personality, as long as you want me. Mengpa can open the back door for you. But if you want to be reborn again and again, it's another story. Hanju was shocked by his words. Mengpo's power can cross the cycle of reincarnation and intervene in life and death. If it was him, he could help, then the crisis of the mortal world will be solved. Hanju immediately hugged his thigh. I can take your request, senior. But the younger generation also has a tricky matter. I don't know when to say it, say that Mengpa let her. But it doesn't hurt to say that. The little things that scatter the wonderland. He can still solve it. Hanju said that he wanted Mengpa to mediate the heavenly court, clean up the perils of the mortal world. Mengpa said embarrassedly, it won't help. Hanju asked Mengpa with a pulled face, how can you just say it and change it? Mengpa said helplessly, the underworld is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. How can one of my subordinates interfere in the arrangement of the superiors? Hanju was also very helpless. He didn't expect it to be the same as a myth here. The heavenly court still governs the mortal world of the underworld. The mortal world is in danger. Mengpo also understood. Hanju was worried. It means that if the mortal world is destroyed by the heavenly court, are you willing to come to the underworld to cultivate? I can ask you to bring Turing's life to the underworld. Hanju took the opportunity to increase the weight. Then can I bring other disciples? We didn't ask for too much. As long as you can continue to cultivate quietly. Mengpa said there was no problem. I can draw you a quiet place in Hades. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. It's much more secure now. Hanju talked about the topic that he had just tailored his subconscious. Mengpa promised no jokes. But you're not happy with that? Hanju said that he was satisfied. But I've been doing penance for the sake of immortality. You've made it for me. I'm afraid I won't need it in my lifetime. Mengpa said it didn't hurt. If you don't need it, leave opportunities to the people you care about. After all, your talent is unmatched in the mortal world. In the future, it will only become more and more lonely. This sentence made Hanju stunned. Genshin is a little unstable. Hanju hurriedly took his leave. I plan to return to the Yang world to continue my cultivation. Mengpa asked him, the agreement between you and me is settled. Hanju said that he had already seen Turing's eyes. What's more, he has already worshipped me as a teacher. As a master, I had the responsibility to take him to college. When that's all that is said, Hanju received a system prompt. Mengpa has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. In a trance, a beautiful face appeared in Hanju's mind. Hanju rubbed his eyes. I thought it was because I was unstable. The Mengpo in front of her is still the same old woman. Mengpa saw that Hanju's method of piercing the Yin sword was not simple. It was Turing's luck to be able to practice with a master of your aptitude. The hope for the future of our Wu clan is up to you. After that, Mengpo's body erupted with a dazzling light, sent Hanju's divine soul back to the Yang world. Hanju opened his eyes again. His own spirit has returned to its place. Who the hell was that face just now? Even the system can't see through it. Bring up Meng Po's information panel. Only then did Hanju discover that Mengpa turned out to be a Tai true immortal. This kind of power must have a good relationship. At this moment, Hanju thought again. Meng Po's words. The farther you go, the more lonely you become. Master Shishuan is old. The qualifications of those girls may not be able to reach the tribulation realm. In case they hang up after a day, you can say hello to Mengpa. Don't let them drink the soup. When they die, they will find Mengpa and go to the fairy land through the back door. The lifespan has reached millions of years. After all, how strong should the great Luo golden immortal of the divine realm be? Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the name of the video. Wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. After Han Ju said goodbye to Mengpa, continue to consolidate the cultivation. Penance into a fairy mountain. It also returned to its former calm. The apprentices and grandchildren also continued to live a life of fishing in the Air Force. It's 3 years later. The disciples were talking about how Hanju had been in retreat for so long. I don't know how strong his old man is now, although Hanju has been cultivating penance. But you can visit him at any time on weekdays. Unlike this number of times a year must not be disturbed. Even the Enlightenment sword was driven out. We don't know. I'm afraid it's already a cultivation above the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Fong Liang said while making a nest. The 5th layer of the Mahayana realm. Just that trace of overflowing fairy energy. It led to heavenly punishment. I'm afraid that the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm can't do it. The three-headed Jiao King retorted disdainfully. Your master has reached at least the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The two heads of the three-headed Jiao King were curious. Hanju is obviously an ascetic. Cultivation is to reach the apex of the world. Why not soar? The three heads were also puzzled. Could it be that he wants to experience the invincibility of the world? But Hanju doesn't go out either, or stir the king to see through. Hanju must not be able to let go of his apprentice. Disciples and grandchildren. Turing was also curious. How high is Hanju's cultivation? Is it really, as Fong Liang said, it's already a land fairy? That's when it happened. Hanju transmitted the message to the Enlightenment sword. Let him in. When the Enlightenment sword heard this, he immediately got up with joy, rushing towards the innate cave mansion. Others understand when they see this. Hanju's retreat has ended. Inside the congenital cave, the consolidation of Hanju's cultivation ended. The state of his whole person has changed. The spiritual treasure of the body shines brightly. Like a fairy, he has completely become a reincarnation immortal. The strength is more than 100 times stronger than before the breakthrough. The lifespan has reached a staggering 1.29 million years. This is close to an infinite lifespan. It made him feel better than ever. He directly pulled out the Book of Doom. I want to squander a little life. Get ready for a good Huahua Suzuku. As for the peerless Tao people, there is nothing to be afraid of now. At this time, the Enlightenment sword had already arrived at the cave. Curiously asked Hanju how long it took this time. Is it the realm or the supernatural power that breaks through? Hanju told him that he was a realm. Enlightenment sword. Very happy. The host is just amazing. In such a short period of time, it has broken through a small realm. You smiled it slightly. Said, it's not a small realm. This can scare the Enlightenment sword a lot. Could it be that you have already taken out Hanju's Liuli Pass? Let the Enlightenment sword be handed over to Xing Hongxian. I'm going to have to go into retreat for a while. Don't make a public statement. I became an immortal. The Enlightenment sword was ordered to withdraw from the cave. At this moment, Hanju felt that the aura of cultivating into an immortal mountain was indeed different. It is very similar to the aura when he first broke through to the scattered immortals. And the source of this aura comes from the Fuso tree. The Fusang tree exudes more than the aura of heaven and earth. There's also a more advanced aura. This aura is much more powerful. I can't find it with the eyesight of the Mahayana mirror. This should be the immortal chi in the fairy world. No wonder this tree attracts the creatures of the upper realms to the earth. If that's the case, the place where the Fusang tree rests is set to become a fairyland. You can absorb immortal energy in the fairyland on earth. That means I can continue to cultivate in the human world. But there's one more point. He was very confused about whether his reincarnation scattered immortal realm was equal to scattered immortal realm. The 6 realms of reincarnation are divided into scattered immortals. Earth immortals, goddess, true immortals, xianxian, golden immortals. Whether the reincarnation emperor immortal is equal to the Tai earth immortal. If it is a matter of soaring under Tai in this realm, I'm afraid I have to think about it in the long run. This kind of thing has to be seen by the long river. Ask the old man. And you continue to